evening, everybody. Welcome. This is the Addicted Podcast, episode 35, Gamescon special. Maybe part 1 because we have so much to go over. Today we are joined by special guest, Super Mac Brother Ryan. Up there, over
welcome.
there, that way. And EpicZaqq once again. Thank you and welcome back. And the usual 2 rogues, a Soul and a little bit of madness. Unfortunately, Bio is not with us again today. He's been having some internet troubles and he's been having some problems with his. Why is it not showing? Are we live?
I can see it.
You're live. I can see you.
It's right. My screen is still not showing it. It's like, what the fuck?
I pressed the play button.
And he's having a little problem with his child's a bit ill. So unfortunately, he's sitting this one out again as well.
Can I say something on that? All applications for becoming the 4th member, the 4th full-time member of the Addicted Podcast, can go to either myself, to Miserable, or a little bit of madness, with a little bit of a bio about yourself.
Aggressive negotiations. We'll be having tryouts. Dogfighting tryouts. You have to fight me and Zaqq in tandem. If you can get through me and then get through Zaqq, you're in.
If you can load the game.
So, yeah, guys, let me know if that sounds okay for everybody. If not, I can do some tweaking, but hopefully it's kind of set up from last time. So, Star Citizen and Gamescom. Wow, we have got a lot.
Wow.
I spent ages putting a load of crap in the document. So we've got a lot to go through. We may well skip bits to try and go to the bits that we think are a little bit more interesting or maybe less covered, or not. But otherwise, hope you all enjoy. If you've got questions, hopefully the bot's working. ! Question in chat. Should bring up the question form for you. Ask us anything you want and we'll answer as fully certified devs.
Yeah, we're gonna kind of keep it quite fluid today because there is so much. So we have a basic idea, don't we? And then we're just
We say that every week.
We're going to see where it kind of goes. We've got some chat conversations. There's loads of good stuff coming. So, and we've got loads of, obviously, the videos which everyone has been watching a gazillion times over the weekend. So we'll try and keep it fresh as much as we can.
So we'll go and ask what everybody's been doing this week, although it's probably pretty obvious. But Mac, do you want to let us know what you've been up to?
Yeah, had a watch party for the Gamescom, which was a lot of fun. A lot of booze was drunk. And a lot of fun was had. But yeah, just other than that, streaming, getting some videos out, getting on with regular real life crap that nobody wants to do, but we have to deal with, unfortunately. But that's about it, really, yeah. Cool.
Soul?
Trying to avoid all the Gamescom stuff. Maybe I'm one of the only ones, but when I watch it, I want to watch it in my own time and not be fit to a schedule. So what I did is I except the Friday one, the big one, which I watched live. The rest I try to avoid as much as I can, and I watch most of it over the weekend. And when I felt comfortable watching it, and next to that, we've been streaming. We've been streaming some trucking. We've been streaming some F1. And hopefully we're going to play some more Star Citizen soon again as well. Just needed a bit of a break, a bit of a cool down on it, and when I play it, I seem to really enjoy it again. So it's done me really well, and we move forward.
Sorry,
on that.
am I being picked up from outside there?
Yeah.
Do you want me to I'll shut the window? Sorry, you carry on.
Just shoot a couple of people. We had a couple of gunshots go off, and then they come and it goes quiet now. It's fine.
Pro!
I shut the window.
Someone, just like an Austin Powers moment, someone saying, "I'm still alive. I'm incredibly badly burned. Come and help me."
Schmuck in the pancake?
Yeah, cool. Well, I mean, we've got a new setup, haven't you? So you've actually got an actual steering wheel and the whole
the chair I already had because I used it for my Arma 3 days when I was in the Milsim unit. I used to be a Chinook pilot for the RAF in the unit that we had, which was, I think, we were on with 120 plus people on the server where we did like realistic operations in Iraq, all the war areas, that sort of things. So I had that thing already, but now we ordered a steering wheel with all the shiznit on it, and I want to get into some sim racing. Which the first game, it's a cool story. The first game that I ever played, I think, was Flight Simulator 94 and some kind of racing game called GP2 or something like that. So and I always said, I want to get this whole stuff going on the computer, but I never did it because I never, it never came to it, and now I could, and I did. You know what I mean? I was like, we're gonna try this.
Cool.
Just do it.
Cool
Just do
story.
it.
And Zach?
Turn down for what?
Just pretty much the same as everyone else, watching Gamescom, getting hyped and salty at the same time, and obviously doing some streaming and stuff. I was just saying before, there's loads of new people coming in to the streams, obviously with Gamescom shit, so it's a good time to be streaming, boys.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Damn right it is.
Yeah, you see all those old streamers who never streamed, dedicated streamers coming back. It's good stuff to see them all back again, being dedicated and all. It's good stuff.
Definitely.
And Madness.
I've been good. I've just been like Zach. I mean, I've been super hyped. I've thoroughly enjoyed the Gamescom presentation. It was great to see such dedicated streamers in the board panel. Who clearly know what they're talking about, asking deep and meaningful questions. The questions that we all wanted to hear and read, which was scrolling profusely down the side of chat. It was actually quite interesting when you saw the guest having to look at the channel to try and pick out those questions because they weren't getting asked questions. I thought that was quite meaningful, quite telling. But generally, I thought the overall presentation was fantastic. I really, the table stuff that the guy did, which I got a link and thingy, was fantastic. I mean, he did such a good job of modeling that. He's just like to do that all himself, custom building, and then to have it all set up. I mean, the sets and stuff, the whole layout was glorious. The only thing I would say is they could have done with 3 computers for the 3 presenters rather than just 2 and then having to swap, but, you know, hindsight. But yeah, it was really, really good. I really enjoyed it. 3 days of hype. I was so excited. Yeah, I'm looking forward to 3.0. I feel that downer right now. I don't know about everybody else, where it's like it's kind of ending and then there's nothing new.
Yeah.
I was actually not excited, guys. And I don't know why.
Like, I got nothing new to play.
I was not excited, Manus. I don't know why.
I've been away for the weekend. So golfing, got sunburnt, which is fun.
What's your handicap?
When I'm good, it's 14. When I'm bad, it's 25. But yeah, normally, I mean, when I'm good, like when I played a lot for a period, I was like 14, getting close to like lower 10s, but it's shit right now. I haven't played for a year. But yeah, I managed the birdie and a few pars and stuff. It's pretty good. But yeah, no, it was good. But my biggest thing was I had to watch, which I was hilarious on Thursday. You know, there's that moment when you realize, shit, I've got something planned and there's a big event. And that was the thing. I was like, I'm driving to my folks, and Gamescom is on exactly the same time that I'm driving to my folks. Shit, I've been all excited for it for a whole week, not realizing that I've completely forgotten, pushed it to the back of my mind because I've been working. And then I was like in the car watching the redacted lads do the presentation, and it was the audio kept cutting out, and I didn't know what was going on. And I'm driving, and I'm not allowed to look at the screen and all the cool shit that's on TV. And I'm driving there going, "Don't look, don't look, don't fucking look. You're gonna kill your family." I was like, ugh. I had to close it, and then it crashed. Like they ran out of. I used up all my data on the way up. And so I lost it, and it literally crashed at the moment after the Gamescom crash.
Yeah.
So I had no idea if it crashed again.
So it was probably your data that crashed the whole
Probably. So it was my fault. Basically, I am the reason. I caused all the problems. So my God, honestly, you couldn't believe it. I was sat in a cold sweat in the car, just literally, I was like this going, oh my God, don't crash again. And then, boom. And then it was like, and I was like slapping the wife. Wake up, love. Come on, wake up. Important news. I need to know. That going, it's not working. There's no 3G. I was like, quick, get my phone. All the while doing 90 down the motorway. Like, anyway, that was my story of Gamescom 2017.
Wow. I remember where I was. So
that's where I was. There's a very good memory of Gamescom 2017.
Right, so that's good. That's a roundup of the week. What
about you? What have you been doing?
What about you, man?
You haven't said anything. You can't pass up.
Same as everybody else. Been watching Gamescom. I did a live stream as well while it was on. There was a few of us listening and laughing and watching it as well at the same time, which is good fun. Other than that, I've been working and crying. Oh, tears to the eyes. But no, I'm just doing some YouTube videos that are going to be published soon, hopefully. But other than that, yeah, just a busy week. And hopefully back to streaming again after this. Well, I'm going away next week again. So I'm away for the next couple of weeks. So I'm not going to be back to a normal schedule at all. So there we go. I'm away on Friday for about 11 days again. All the way up to Scotland.
What's the videos about, Miz?
Some tutorial videos I'm doing. So.
For Star Citizen?
Yeah, and some reviews from other games as well.
It's only taken about 2 years to get sorted, isn't it?
Well, I did a load one time, and then they changed everything in it, and which is probably going to happen again with 3.0. So they all went, they were all null and void. I did do a beginner's guide sort of.
Your timing is not great. Is that what it is?
Back, but it needs updating. So, what's that?
Yeah. Your timing wasn't great, and now it wasn't great again because 3.0.
Pretty much, yeah. But well, I don't know. Now it looks like 3.0 is going to be a little while, so I should have some time to get a few out and then update them a bit afterwards.
Get them out there. Buy a steering wheel. Come and play sim racing with me.
So there we go. That's that. Right. So Gamescom. Obviously there was the big presentation on Friday, but there was also the streams. They were going from Wednesday to Saturday. So there's a bit of. So we had our very first look at 3.0 from the show floor, which was cool.
Yeah,
we was kind of in a debate whether we was going to see that, right? So we didn't know whether we were going to see 2.6, 3.0. So
yes, it was good to see that they'd actually created a mini demo, wasn't it? It was like a controlled demo where nothing worked apart from the web cameras, really. I mean, they did have a bit more working than that, didn't they?
Well, it was always that debate, wasn't there, about whether or not it's ignore him. About whether it was going to be 3.0 or 2.6, and I always thought if they do 2.6, it's a big shame because we had 2.5 last year. So playing a similar build to that with just StarEngine is going to be a real downer for everyone, really, not including the new people. So the fact that they were playing 3.0. And like you say, the disabled quantum travel is pretty much
what they did.
The difference.
And crashing into planets.
Oh yeah, well I don't even know if that's even friggin' sorted. Is it?
They disabled that, didn't they? Or was that actually just a bug? Was it?
I think that could just be the current state of crashing into planets.
That's what I was thinking.
Like bouncy castle sort of thing.
Oh, yeah, but it'll change. You know, it's just the current state, isn't it?
Yeah. So during the Gamescom presentations as well, they had the ships promotions, these trading cards going around. I don't know if anyone managed to get their hands on them, but obviously
they made a weird thing about that. I was watching that live, and it was like they made Disco look like he was breaking like a bad boy or something. It was like no one must know these, and then Disco's like, DJ goes and takes a photo and then posts it on Twitter, and he's like, oh, you shouldn't have done it, and then he did it, and I was like, I feel like this isn't really a big thing because you would have really scolded someone.
I think they were trying to hype it up in an unconventional way by saying like, "Oh, you can't do that. Oh, he's done it now.
Yeah,
you might as well get." Like to sort of encourage people to use it.
Yeah, I was smelling bullshit very quickly. That's
yeah. Bullshit.
It's just trying to create buzz, but it made me laugh.
It smelled like bull very quickly.
I didn't know how many cards there were, but they had like an 8th card, which was like a limited special rare one. And it was the Disco had them at the presentation, and he was on the chat, and he goes, "Oh, I've got some rare cards here." No, I don't know if they even gave them out on the show floor. So he literally had some of the few cards to get this QR code, and he goes, "Oh, let's give out some now," and he just chucked them into a crowd that had no idea he had these trading cards, which means they probably just went straight on the floor. And
they probably weren't even.
Someone please tell him that was not the brightest idea you've ever had.
It was probably a cue for something else, and they were just like bombarded with stickers and like, what the fuck is this crap?
I think he stopped doing that, and I think Xylo took them off him and gave some out instead. But that was for the Glaive, the 8th one, if you didn't know. So that was the special one. So
what are the codes for? Were they discounted codes for sales?
The codes were to unlock ships that aren't currently on. Some were on for sale, and some weren't. I think. So
Reddit will tell you some more.
The Cutlass was already on for. So I might as well go through a list of what they were. So where's it gone? It's here somewhere.
We had the Nox.
So yeah, we had the Nox, which wasn't on sale anymore, so you can get that. And I don't know how. So we have actually got the links to all the codes websites if anybody wants them. They can be posted in chat. But so we have the Nox. The Cutlass was one of the trading cards, although the Cutlass is for sale, so I don't really know why they got that. They just chose it because I think it's one of the ships they were flying. The third ship was the Prospector. Again, that one isn't for sale.
Can I add something to that Cutlass, Miz?
Yeah.
So, during one of the live shows, Lando said, this might be your last chance to buy these ships for their current prices.
Yeah.
Yeah, before the golden price, isn't it?
So that could, for me, be an indication that the Cutlass, and it's just speculation, guys, that the Cutlass could go up in price very soon.
Yeah, I think
not could go up, will go up.
I think it will. Yeah.
He pretty much confirmed there and then that the Cutlass will be going up in price. He didn't 100% but he said it's pretty guaranteed that it's going to be going up.
I mean, it could be a case that they will have a quick sale before the main sale at CitizenCon for the Cutlass at the main price, because obviously it's a revamp, so it's not exactly after the concept sale, but I guess it is in that way. I'll just talk myself out of it.
it's something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I upgraded my Gladius to CCUs to the new Cutlass so that I have it there, so that when I get another ship, which I was fortunate enough to win actually on Detox channel, so I'll upgrade that then to be a Gladius, and then that will then transfer to another Cutlass, and then once then have that as a Cutlass, so then I'll melt that down for the value of credit points, and then I'll then use that to potentially buy either a Super Hornet or put it towards the Carrack. So
You don't want to keep the Cutlass then? Oh, you mean you've already got one?
I've already got a blue, so I don't need another one. But I got it mainly because I want to try and make a little bit of that profit difference on the Cutlass, which I can then apply to something else, which I think is the smart thing to do, especially with the cost of ships within Star Citizen being so expensive. I'd like to do it at the cheapest way.
When you sell it, or you mean more like if you're going to upgrade that Cutlass again, you've basically made that upgrade a bit smaller. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah,
that's
exactly. Yeah, so that little chunk of money that it's increased, that's free money to me. That's for another ship. It's, you know, at the end of the day, it just makes me a bit closer to, say, for example, let's say it goes up to $200.
Yeah,
that's the price of a Super Hornet with change for me.
I almost bought a fucking 600i when I was drunk on Friday evening. I'm glad I didn't do that.
If you've got enough money invested into the game that's equivalent to a Cutlass, then it's probably worth getting it. Because then if you can CCU back, because you melt your higher price ships, melt it back, and then just CCU back up. Even if it doesn't apply to your CCU, it doesn't matter. You've not lost anything. And if it does apply to your CCU, you gain whatever it goes up by.
Yeah, you don't apply the CCU. You just hold. I mean, this is what they're talking about. CCU charging you $5 and stuff.
I don't know if the CCU counts. I just bought the Cutlass, so I presume that
so
goes up.
I've got the CCU, and then I'll upgrade my Gladius, my next Gladius, once I buy it to the CCU, and I'll attach that to it, and then it's done. And then that way, because it's only $10, a Gladius to a Cutlass is $10.
That's nothing.
Shit, yeah, that's what I did with the referral Gladius. Is I just went straight for that, but then I upgraded it to the Freelancer, and now I can't whatever you call it, because it's a referral one and not.
Yeah, I've done that.
I bought one.
Mine's locked into my
pain in the ass.
Into that literally. So right. So the other ships that was there was the Ursa Rover, which is a land vehicle, not a ship, but. So that was another one that was on sale. Again, that's not on sale at the moment, was it? So I think you need the code to unlock that.
The Rover, just talking about the Rover, this was the first time I really got to see the Rover for felt like a longer period of time, and got to see the different versions, one with the turret, one without the turret. I got to see more inside of it.
There weren't two versions of the Rover. I don't think there was just the one version.
The turret folds away.
Oh, was it? Okay, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I see it.
This was the confusion I got from the presentation, because it said that, oh, look, there's the two versions. I don't know who said it when I was watching day one. They said, oh, look, there's two versions, one with the turret down, and then, so it's just one version, just the turret just goes up. Okay, that would make sense. I'm glad the guys on the panel knew what they were talking about when they told me this stuff. It was good. Keep me informed.
Listen, can I just jump on? It's the second time you make this remark. I can feel that there's a bit of a thing. No,
I was complimenting them. I think they did a great job. Moving on. The next one was the Aurora LX, wasn't it?
So the Aurora LX was the next one. So I'm just trying to get this. For some reason, it's lost the browser.
I'm liking the new Aurora panels. They look kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there's too much changed in the Aurora other than the panels themselves. But it looks. I mean, apart from Item 2.0, but no, it looks. I like the new setup. The panels are apparently more reachable. I've tried. I just punched my monitor. I didn't.
I like your background of the podcast, Miss.
The new one. A new one.
It's a dirty man has been at work there though.
He's been.
Needs a lot
It's
of
that black light that they put on it.
Yeah, the FBI's checking.
Yeah, we've had a few comments about the blinking lights.
I haven't. I didn't
fixed it
use
last
the
week.
video one. I just basically used the still image of it because like they were still blinking a little bit. So to be honest, it just wasn't. I just took it as a screenshot.
No,
Plus,
it's
it'll
good,
put extra processor power on my
It's
computer.
cool.
So
I really like the Rover. I have to say, It's kind of fallen in kind of a like it. Maybe because I've got one now.
yeah, watching
I
it
kinda
being
like
used
it.
and played on the show floor, I really liked it, and it seemed to move pretty fast. It was quite nice to see that it wasn't like massively agile, which I know if you want everything, you would want that, but because that's what you've got the smaller bikes for. But it was nice that it moved quite fast, but it didn't turn so well. I quite like the animation on the wheels going up and that. It looked pretty cool.
It's
I
quite
like
robust.
I like the back door. I like the fact that the back door kind of like opens like that, and you have the
Giggity.
side door as well. Yeah, we like a big back door.
Nobody used the side door though at all. I know. Or they did in the Gamescom, like playing it on the show floor.
Yeah.
But when they did the presentation, they all went out the back.
Yeah.
I
The only problem, one of the biggest problems I had with it was like how much of a cluster it looked actually opening the pilot door and then trying to sit down in it.
Yeah, they were
Unless
messing
that's
around with it, weren't they?
FOV. Yeah. It looked like an FOV issue, but it just looked so bad, like, and then.
I like the fact that we have a light military vehicle to cruise us around the moons, and
It's quite fun.
It's looks good. I would choose this over a what were the ones that we recently got
Nox
released?
Dragonfly and things.
No, the Humvee kind of.
the Tumbril.
Yeah, Tumbrils.
Tumbrils. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
would choose
agree.
this
I
any
would-
day over one of these vehicles.
But these, because these are nice. They've got cargo space in the back. They've got a place for
Exactly.
people to sit in, and I quite liked in the demo when they were showing the two people sitting there. It just looked quite cool having the people. working.
I think I'm gonna.
Play wise, this is
You got
going to
mates
be
in the
way
back
too-
as well.
Yeah,
You got
exactly.
mates in the back. You get two mates in the back sitting
Yeah.
on the seat if you wanted to.
Or
You get
slates.
two in the front.
Slates.
Do you know what I didn't like though, which I was hoping that maybe they'll do, which me and Zach talked about it briefly as well, is that I'd love them to. The turret for me was flawed. Like didn't seem to have a great view. Couldn't they need to have a camera on the turret on the top or something where
Yeah,
you can
you
then
just
bring
look
up on the
from
screen
the-
and then you can see all around full 360 view. 'Cause at the moment it looked like he
Yeah.
was just looking through the front window, which was like, well, that's kind of flawed.
Yeah, I'm assuming they will have some form of monitor where a bit like on the Hornet, the Super Hornet, which has
They may do.
you have either the view, don't you, in normal cockpit, or you can go to
Yeah.
the monitor, and I think that would be good. With this new second viewpoint, there's no reason why they can't do that, and it would make a lot of difference. Like I say, if someone's following, you can't be looking out your front window and shooting backwards.
They may have had it, but the panel might not have been able to understand how to use the controls.
Yeah.
It could have been, or it's either that or
Do
it's
you know
not
what I mean?
implemented. It could
Yeah.
be anything.
Or it
Yeah,
could be is
exactly.
the controls for it in the back maybe.
Yeah, they couldn't have the they
that's
didn't
a
know
good
the
point.
keys.
I don't see where it would be, but you
Yeah,
never
like a
know. There
little
could be rear controls. I don't
It
think
would
so.
be cool. It would be cool to find out for sure.
So yeah, that was the Rover. Then we had the Aurora LX, which is has that not been on sale for a while then? Because that's the luxury version of the Aurora. And I'll just
I think the LN has been on sale, not the LX.
no.
Yeah. The Alex is.
I have the
So-
Alex. That's my Alfred something chair.
So with
Makes
this
all the difference.
we had the new video, so I'm going to put that on because it was freaking cool.
It's a lot thinner, is it?
I thought they did a good job with the new video.
Of the Aurora.
The Aurora. So they showed off the different variants, the new work load. The new rework, that's the word I was looking for. The new paint schemes for the different types. And you can notice there's some little differences between the ships as well. So if you look on this one, the Aurora ES, the intakes are a different shape to say... I can't go back on this one.
I don't think that we have
signature one
Toby
they showed-
Tage today and Bugbeard, have we?
What's that?
Remember what?
I don't think we have Toby on today and Bugbeard, have we?
You can pause and
so.
go back. There's a little black triangle you
yeah.
can move around in. You go left to right.
Did you see?
Yeah,
the...
Toby in box and chat. Yeah.
No. We have the pot team command in chat,
Oh,
and
have I
it
not
gives a
changed it?
link of Toby and Buck. Yeah, you want to put Zach and
I'll change it in
Ryan.
a minute.
Oh, sorry. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
So unprofessional.
What was nice is the skins, which again I'd like to see obviously a few more bits of that implemented into the game going forward. But for me, again, it's just trim detail. I really just want to play 3.0, so it's lovely. Don't get me wrong; it's great that they can do it.
I've got an Aurora, so fuck you. This was nice to see. All right.
Yeah, they do look really nice.
I've got an Aurora as well, and they look
really
great.
nice. I
They're
just
improved.
It's nice they've got the Operation Pitchfork as well, so they've embraced the fact that we're all gonna crash the servers on the first day.
Yeah.
Cockpit's better. Cockpit looks really nice.
Yeah, very nice. I'm looking forward to being able to mess with these controls a bit more, because that's why they created these panels with all the different buttons and things, because you'll be able to move them in different ways. It's not just going to be a case of switching, toggling on and off. You're going to be able to like turn on like a dial for, I don't know how to explain it, like your light switches that you have. That sort of thing.
The rocker switch.
Good
slider sort of thing.
Sliders, yeah.
A swervy curly switch.
You don't have to fully put it on. You could dim it. That's what you mean.
Yeah,
like the dimmer.
a dimmer switch. Boom.
Exactly.
They've got some of them.
And that for a Dutch guy, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, you're answering all the English questions.
It's nice. It's nice. It is really nice.
Nice ship.
It's nice to see all
the
the
starter
seats.
pack that I own. This is my starter pack ship, basically, that gets me the game.
Cool.
Yeah.
How long do you expect to use the Aurora though? It's like
Not
really
Bottom
good.
right.
No.
Ornament, I think.
Although you're never going to get, well, you're not, never, but you generally will not get attacked if you're just flying around, because they'll be like, what's the point in attacking that guy? I don't want it. Don't do it, Madness. Don't
I
fucking
think
do it.
It's like the opposite for me. It's such an easy kill, isn't it?
But what would be the benefit of taking out an Aurora pilot? What would you get from it?
Scrap and loot.
Well, that's it. That's what I think they're going to be so
People
pointless
ask
that
me
people
this
won't shoot
all-
them because there's no point.
Yeah, you're not going to risk a law problem, are you? Just for the sake of a little Aurora.
Probably wouldn't
That's
be
the
worth your
difference
ammo.
right there between Care Bear players. and PvP.
No, it's nothing to do with law.
That's the difference between pirates and grievers.
Yeah, pirates
exactly.
and people that are idiots.
Exactly.
If it costs you more,
Exactly.
to
Pirates
shoot
do
an
it for a
Aurora down with
benefit.
ammo.
Because they want to earn.
You
But-
will be your scrap is benefit
No,
at the end of the day.
no,
If
not
you're
if it
carrying
costs more than
if you're-
ammo. Not if it costs more than it costs you to read.
Lasers don't cost ammo, do they?
I can't wait for the moment I'm flying my Bano merchant and
Lasers
these two
are-
big ass guns in the front will pop out and they see Madness.
Get that
Just-
rail,
just like-
it's
just
a
like
rail
the-
gun.
Just like the advert, right? Just like the advert.
Go on.
Yeah. I'll be watching it
I'll
go
be-
past my window going, oh, bye-bye.
You'll be able to hit him, dude, because of the desync though.
Oh yeah,
You're
that
like,
might
bye-bye.
be,
Try
that might be
again.
an issue.
Try again. No, look, the reality is people who think that they won't be popped in because they're in a lowly ship, be warned. One, you'll probably be shot by other people in Auroras, which will be quite funny to watch because they'll be trying to shoot each other for fun. And there's lots of different middle ships to go up. So people who are learning might be shooting you in a Titan. They could be shooting you in a free, in other ships. So you're going to
No,
get.
you're not saying you're not going to get attacked, but it'll
Yeah.
peter out because at the end of the day, it's all right for you saying, "Oh yeah, we'll get it. It's worth scrap." The scrap will be so minimal compared to you taking on another ship that's worth the value. Why would you? It's like you now doing the ICC missions. Do you
Target
do them?
practice.
No, because it's
Target
a waste.
practice.
No, it's not target
The
practice.
thing
it's
is,
a
when
waste
it
of
comes
fucking
into the
time.
game, there's going to be law enforcement and things like this that will have. Is it worth the risk of having the law after you
No.
in that particular place? I think it depends on how Star Citizen approach it. So we can't really say for sure whether you will or not, because you could try it. It may be not worth your while for the hassle you get from
if
it.
it's not, yeah, exactly. I think if you're right, if at the end of the day, if it's going to give me a heavy crime stat, make me appear on masses of people's radar, and I'm flying quite an expensive ship to put me at risk, won't be worth it. But then you're dealing with a little bit of madness here, in the sense that there might be just the moment I'd just be like looking at that thing
Listen,
going,
can
I
I
haven't
just
shot
say
anything
something?
for a couple hours. I kind of want to keep my eye in.
I'm sick of
This
the
is a good
shit talk
chance.
and the PvP.
So actually, a little bit of madness is a lot of madness.
And you know what I mean? And that's the reality. The reality is sometimes there are days that little 10%, of just kind of sadisticness wants to make things blow up. And I'm not alone.
Listen, can I
lots of
just
other
say
people.
something? When this game fully comes out, they will basically, and I don't know the English word for it, but they will basically will cut this sort of behavior down, because it will not be worth it at the end of the day. Let's all be realistic. At this moment in time, it is, and it's fun, and it's I should say it's target practice. But when this game comes out fully, in whatever way they're going to implement it, it will not be worth for you to do that, or you will be in your 277th generation because you will get popped your ass out as well at the end of the day. You know, you're not the ruler of the fucking galaxy at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I'm planning
It's
on
not
becoming
worth
the
it.
Emperor.
It's not worth
I don't know
it.
about you.
If
Full
you see a fully loaded caterpillar or a RSI Aurora, what are you going for?
Again, no, but the point is, I'm looking at a situation where I'm sat here waiting for something, and a little Aurora pops up in my
You're
window,
so wrong.
and
You
I'm
really
waiting.
are. You're thinking
But
now
you
you've
are
got fuck
wrong,
all to
man.
do. You're wrong. But anyway, let's not worry about it too much.
Let's move on.
You're just wrong.
Anyway,
There's the end of that. So
Someone clip it for later for future reference when the
Go
game
for
is
it,
going
because
out,
if
and
you
then
waste your time
talk
popping
about it.
Auroras, then you're going to be left in the dust when people like ZaqQ are going and taking on bigger targets and earning a shit ton of money, and you're sitting there going, well, I've shot my odd Aurora, woo.
No, you know, you
Good luck,
still
mate.
missed
Good
my
luck.
point. My
No,
point is
I'm
I'll
not
do
missing your
all
point.
of it. My
But
point is I'll
Zach can
shoot
fight
all
bigger
of them.
pilots. Madness
Big,
can only
small.
fight the
How can you
Auroras.
fire at an Aurora that's in one sector if EpicZaq's off shooting capital ships in a completely different area and you're just sitting there popping Auroras?
Oh,
Good luck, Leah.
if Auroras
Let's move
are
on.
in the-
Let's move on,
Auroras are
guys.
in the Tiddly
Anyway,
little piddle
next.
pool, then yeah, of course I'm not going to shoot them.
Shall we have this conversation after BrisbaneCon next year when Zach is the world champion?
Right, so the other ships that they had, God, we're still on the flipping ships, was the Dragonfly. We won't bother showing that one off.
No.
The Aquila was the other one. We've got the video for it that came with it, but I won't bother showing that either because we see it a lot in the demo anyway. So finally, the next
glaive.
thing is the glaive. Yeah, they didn't bother doing a video for that themselves, so there's nothing to see on that. But yeah, all these, if you want to buy any of these, the codes I think are still active. And then the main ship that was revealed on the presentation is the 600i.
Aye.
Aye. Not the
So I said earlier.
not the Idris. 600i.
So I said
Yeah,
earlier,
yes.
I almost bought this with my drunk head, yeah, and this comes from me being a very, very big. If I had a lot of money, I would have bought an 890 jump when I could last year, you know. And I was almost. I'm happy that with my drunk head, I did not click the buy button because it was probably too. Too complex to do all the clicking when I had a couple of beers in my neck. But I think it's really a great idea for the people that don't have the budget to buy a ship that's worth $1,000, you know what I mean, and still have that luxury feel to it. I would not use it, you know. I thought about it afterwards when I saw, I almost bought this, and I looked at it and I was like, okay, I have a Bano Merchantman, you know what I mean. It's going to be such I think for me a multi-role ship, you know what I mean. It's going to be living space, it's going to be cargo space, it's going to be trading space. So for me, I wouldn't buy it, but I think if I did not have a Bano Merchantman, I would have gone for this sale. You know what I mean? It's sleek, it's nice.
I did start a poll up, but I didn't bother with it in the end. But I was going to ask the chat whether they thought this was overpriced for what it was, or whether you can't put a price on luxury. So if chat want to let us know what they think.
I don't think it's overpriced. I think it's priced for luxury.
Exactly. But it's very wide as well, Mac. You know, they say it's going to be the width of a Starfarer. You know what I mean? And that's
a Starfighter.
Yeah, that's a pretty wide ship. You know what I mean? It's interesting.
It's almost as wide as 2 Connies next.
But
That's
I still
big,
think,
you know.
I still
So
think
it's
way overpriced. Way overpriced.
It looks like a car from
the Carrack is a better ship for that money. At the end of the day, let's be honest.
Oh yeah.
That's what I mean. If you're looking at it not in terms of what have you got it's competing against, but you have to look at what you can get in its price bracket. And the Carrack's like twice. Is it twice the size of that?
But
the luxury items don't run at the
890
same price scale.
Exactly.
The luxury items don't tend to have a conventional price. They have a luxury price because it's for people with an expendable.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. How much money do you freaking pay on luxury? And
it's the same with the 890 jump, Miz. You have the 890 jump, and you have and let's compare it to a Polaris. A Polaris is about 600, and 890 jump is about 900. The Polaris is a much more versatile ship than the 890 jump is. So you're paying the 300 pounds extra for the fucking luxury at the end of the day. You know what I mean? And those
a
are
lot of people do like the party boat, don't they? They don't.
Yeah.
You buy it for what the ship is for. If you wanted to do exploration, you'd be an idiot. Oh, actually, no, you wouldn't, because it's an exploration ship as well. You bought it for a certain role that another ship is designed for. You will not get a good offer on that. You know, it's purely a luxury ship or an exploration ship. I'd like to see more about the exploration variant.
Yeah, there's a little
that would be quite cool.
tucked in there. You can see in that
Yeah.
picture.
Yeah.
So it's the space where the seating area is in the launch version or lounge or however you pronounce it. That's where the rover sits at that point.
Yeah.
I'm going to paint a picture for you. You're going to get your 600i. You're going to get your mates in the back. You're going to get your girls, your alien birds in the back. You're going to be feeling like you're the top of the world. You're the king. You're the daddy. You're going to be cruising over a beautiful planet with all the things going on. Madness is going to cruise past on his stolen 890. The biggest party going on.
Too busy fighting Auroras.
Too busy fighting Auroras.
Too busy fighting Auroras.
That's the reality.
Yeah, we'll deploy our Auroras and they'll keep you busy for a little while.
That's it. You don't need a defense. Just deploy the Auroras.
It's the reality.
The Auroras.
The 890 will be like.
I love the ship. I love the look of it. I do, because this is funny, because this is what I've been mentioning in the last couple of podcasts, that I wanted a ship that you can live on, that's got a good lounge area. We haven't seen what the bedroom style is like, whether you have your own little hub in it, but this sort of size you probably will. But it's just overpriced. I don't care. I know I get you pay for luxury, but yeah, I don't want to pay that much for luxury.
No, I don't know.
You need to keep them safe for sure, because they will be fodder. These expensive ships.
They are shouting at people, look at me, I've got money. I mean, there is one advantage with this, is it's very small crew. So you can probably, if you're a solo-ish player or only a couple of you've got a ship to use. And I think, as Max says, it will be interesting to see the sort of explorations. Like, take the luxury aside, how good is it as an exploration ship? But it's just the cost compared to other ones.
So, Manus, are you saying that you would target this over an Aurora?
Of course.
So the people in the Aurora might be more safe because it's an Aurora.
Yeah.
So going back to the original point,
I thought we were
I was right anyway.
That's why I said he's wrong.
Look,
it doesn't matter. He's wrong. We know.
I think. Look. Okay, let's do this for the final time. What I'm saying is, I will favoritize. Well, naturally, I'm going to be going after the money. Okay, this is a money ship. If there's an Aurora and this in the vicinity, I will go after this over the Aurora for sure, and I won't be going into
point. That was
the
one point I was making.
That's fine. Yes, of course, I agree.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that there are days when there may be no beautiful yacht, and then an Aurora turns up, and I'll just be like, "Well, I'm bored. I want to blow it up." And then that's what I mean. That's what I was trying to get my point was. There might be a case we just be unfortunate on that day at the specific moment. I'm a bit bored and I want to shoot something, and you happen to be in the Aurora and you get shot.
Is this what you're going to do all day? Like, be an annoying twat on the game when it releases?
Anyway, come on, let's move on. Right.
No, guys. Let's get on with it.
It's a different way of playing the game.
We'll be muting you in a second. Right, let's move on. We're not talking about that anymore. We get the point. Right, so the next thing we were looking at, do you want to do the Reddit stuff or the chat section, or do you want to move on to the presentation?
Yeah.
Okay,
Reddit stuff?
Yeah.
It will be, I mean, we've got the thing was to do with there's a picture here which was from Astropub, and this is to do with the accounts that were created. Now this is kind of a graph. This shows you in 2016 the people that signed on to the game during that presentation, the hours that it was going on in Gamescom 2016, and it shows you 2014 and 13, and it shows you 2017. It shows about the same amount of period of time, and it just shows you the graph. Just basically shows you how many more people were interested. Now, if you see that graph, it shows you the big yellow one, massive freak of nature was 2016 in terms of, I think what we were watching in 2016 was exceptional.
That was the release of the Planet Seeing Whole Planet Tech. So.
Which you see the other ones, they're all pretty close to each other in terms of new people coming on. And then all of a sudden people saw the Planet Tech, they saw obviously Levski, they saw the ship, they saw everything. I think everyone was thinking, whoa, Star Citizen's here. You know what I mean? It's going to be coming in the next 6 months. We're going to have Star Citizen, and it's going to be out of beta. And I think everyone was probably just a little bit too thinking that Chris Roberts was going to take it out of beta. And it was here. I think that's what that shows to me. And then I think then just the more cautious, where you see the green line tailing off towards day 5, where people have seen the crash, they've seen the bugs, they've seen the problems with it, and they've heard Wolf too many times. And I think they're being much more cautious in terms of new people getting into the game. And so that's why I think it's tailing off at the bottom. So they have to. We'll wait and see. I'm waiting to see what CitizenCon is.
It'll be really interesting to see how that graph shows when 3.0 actually drops. If someone can record that and do a graph of that, like without even a Gamescom or anything like that, just literally, here's 3.0, I reckon you'll see that rocket.
No, you'll never find that graph on Reddit because that's not what Reddit's for. But I think currently everyone is holding off, and everyone who was planning on buying it is maybe thinking we'll just wait and see when. And I know so many people that have said I'm waiting for 3.0. I want to see what they deliver with 3.0. then I'll make the decision whether I back or pledge any more money or blah, blah, blah. Right now, people, I think there's so much skepticism out there, which is fine. You know, it's just the way it rolls. When a game hasn't delivered when it was apparently supposed to, it's got misunderstood and so forth. So it makes sense. But yeah, when, like you say, when 3.0 drops, the games come after that, if it's by then. We'll show a completely different scale, because I think people will be blown away by 3.0, and it'll prove that a lot of the basis of what they need, of what Star Citizen needs, the IG need in the game is complete.
Hopefully be blown away by 3.0, dude.
As what?
Hopefully be blown away by 3.0.
Yeah, no, true.
I'll be interested to see the numbers. I would love to know if they could do one with active players as well. So we'd have, here's all the accounts, here's all the number of potentially active players we have all the time, potentially playing throughout the period of time. And then when 3.0 is dropped, to then see after a period of time again, to see how many active players there are consistently, new accounts. And then because that will show you how many new potential old backers have come back to play the game as well for 3.0 and how many maybe have stayed. You know, it'd be really interesting to see if there was a way that they can track, you know, people whose accounts have been very quiet for a very long period of time. They go on like a list to say this is an old person that's coming back for the game, and you could track their enjoyment of the game. And then obviously if they
track their enjoyment,
well, you know, by the amount they're playing,
graph.
you'll be able to see if they're really enjoying or interested in 3.1 and they're back, because they obviously are the ones that are most likely to drop off again if the content gets bored, because they've done it once before, rather than the diehard Kool-Aid people who've always been constant and will still continue to be constant. You can track to see, they are almost in a way your ability to see how bored they get, how quickly and then you'll be able to see.
Well, it's pretty much guaranteed that there's a huge chunk, not even new people, but just a huge chunk of people who have backed this game and are not touching it. And then in that group, you've got people that are not touching it because they're just waiting for it to be released, like completely full. They're not planning on touching it at all. And then you've got the group that are just played 2.6, they've played the one before, and people then download the latest patch, they play what they feel they need from it, and then they stop playing. And there's loads all over on Facebook, forums, Discord, everywhere. Everybody's saying, no, I'm just waiting for 3.0. I'm waiting for 3.0. I mean, generally, the most people that are playing it are mostly streamers, I think. And then you've got a dotting of a few people that don't stream in between. But a big chunk, I think, is just mostly streamers showing off, people watching streamers, that sort of thing. But
you'll see it.
I haven't heard anyone say anything negative about their experience going to Gamescom in terms of playing the demo. No one's really said to me that they didn't have a good time. So that, for me, bodes fantastically well, considering they only had a very small amount of the game to play. So that's really exciting.
I'm actually quite glad that they didn't release Quantum Travel to see all the other moons, and I'm glad that the Gamescom demo didn't show off all the other moons. I think they may have did that specifically to not reveal too much, so that there is still some surprise for us.
It's nice that they did. I agree with you. That's good. I would have been very disappointed. It would have been a real shame to say, "Oh, look, they've got 3.0 to play, and we haven't got it." That would be horrible.
I was surprised we actually got to see some capital ships, to be honest.
But yes, that was a huge surprise.
That was fantastic.
It was beautiful.
So the next thing on the chat,
back on the people inactive or the people not playing the game, sort of thing. Now, we've talked about quite a few times now about other games that are doing early access and things like that. Now, what are your opinions on? So we're playing this a lot, right? And there's I say Ark's probably a good example. So Ark's been in development for quite a few years now. And quite a few people that were interested in Ark have played it to death, and then stopped playing it. Now, I just noticed, I think today or yesterday, Ark is going full release tomorrow.
Ooh.
So, I mean, I've played Ark, and the full release isn't... it's not jumping up and thinking, oh, God, I've got to go back and play that now. Now it's reached full release. Like, do you think we're going to get like that with Star Citizen? Do you think is that why people aren't playing it? Do you think you would get like that? Or are you hoping that even right up till release, you're like, yes, it's finally released? Or do you think you might not burn out so much, but you feel like you've done it all?
I think Chris Roberts has kind of answered that question at Gamescom by saying he almost seems like they see the game as a permanent alpha. It's like it's no longer going to be a beta. There'll no longer maybe even be a live release. It's just like it'll be permanently in this state of constant development. I got this impression from the interview. It was like there's no. I agree. I agree with you.
Yeah, there will be a 1.0 release.
There has to be, but then a part of me is like, well, we think there has to be, but then Does there have to be? Can it just be 3.0, 3.4, 4, 6, 10, 12?
There will be
15,
a commercial
30?
release with the majority of all the mechanics and the basic game of what was kind of promised done. But then certain stretch goals will be introduced later on, and they'll keep making it until it's kind of filled up. Yeah, it will probably be in production for a lot of years, but they expect at the very least a 10, 20-year life cycle with it. And I think it will be even further than that because they can update the graphics as they go along. They can update ships. They can introduce new ships as if it's a new game, and it'll just continue on.
They'll change the. Yeah, I think I agree. I think they'll change. It will no longer be called Alpha. It'll be never longer called Alpha. It'll just be called Star Citizen 6.
Well, it's kind of like
Star
Elite
Citizen
Dangerous.
7.0,
Is what you're saying is because they're doing
8.0.
the same. They released the game, and now they're building on it. They've added planets since then. They've added aliens now, so like that's Star Citizen's plan. It is going to be a release, and then it's going to be built upon. But I'm just wondering if it's going to be years. Like, are we going to get to the point where we've played it all? Hopefully not.
In modern gaming, though, don't forget that modern gaming now does not exist on just a boxed game. That's the final game. That's all you're going to get. Most games now have DLC. Most games have, like you could say, well, Battlefield isn't really fully released until they release all the DLC that happens throughout the year until it's done. It's DLC. It's just the way games are built these days. It's a much better way of doing it because they can keep iterating on it and introduce new mechanics and make things better. Basically.
Things like there's millions of those type of games on Steam. We've seen it for the last few years, and I think most people have played those games to death by now. That's why there's not much hype after the early access, and Star Citizen's going to be like completely different and way not like those games at all. No,
and we are seeing the development as it continues, and that's the whole point of the game, is that we get to see it develop. So we're keeping the hype as it comes along. And to be honest, I don't think my hype goes like this, obviously, with depending on what's coming and going. But eventually, when the game is released, I will just be super hyped. I'm super hyped for 3.0. Yes, I'll probably get bored of it by the time 3.1 maybe. Depends on how quick they get the patches out with the Delta patcher. But I will always be more excited for Star Citizen than any of the game. And like you say, ARK, I'm not bothered about ARK. I played it when it first came out. But then I wasn't too fussed about it. I haven't invested a lot of time or money into it either. But I think Star Citizen has the potential to be the ultimate game. Mm-hmm. It's a long-term game, isn't it? Where you're going to be playing it for years and years and years. Decades. Our kids are going to be playing it.
I suppose the slight difference maybe to ARK, which may allow it to last longer and you not get so burnt out, would be the MMO aspect of it. It sort of implements that sort of... So most people that have played Dark Age of Camelot, Lord of the Rings, any sort of MMO like that, they last a lot longer. Like, I played Lord of the Rings for about 5 years, and then people are still playing it now 10, 12 years later because there's constant progression, there's quest lines, there's things to make you go back, and then it's the community as well. So having a great community it allows you to play the game for longer, whereas... Say ARK, it only has a server of 60 or whatever it is, so you can't build that big a community on it. We've got orgs that are, 1,000 plus, so they wouldn't even fit on one server for ARK. So that could potentially
10,000 plus.
Well, that as well, but they're not as many as them.
No, but I think also the commute that everyone's gonna. Is that what you're saying? Everyone's gonna be on one server.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, no, I was just gonna say the same thing.
So yeah. Anyway, so I just thought it was interesting to see what people thought, because I know that some games you've been playing them so much in early access that when it comes to release, you think, well, I've played it now. They're not added enough new that I would want to play with, really.
It won't be a big thing for me. It won't be a big thing for me, but the only thing it'll be a big thing is to shut up people to say that Star Citizen's not released. That's the only way that's the way I look at it. For me personally, I've been playing so much of it, it won't really bother me, because I'll just be like, well, it's already been live for me for already a year. In my eyes, it's just broken.
But it's just alpha. It's just it's being developed, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So it's for me. I'm playing the game. Everyone says to me, "You're not playing a game. You're playing, whatever." I'm like, no. If I can fly it and play it and shoot people and enjoy it and talk to you guys and do a podcast, it's a game. I'm playing it, and that's enough for me. And I really, if it goes live, it doesn't go live, it really won't matter to me. Other than the fact that it enables me to tell people to go, it's out, it's done. Stop saying Star Citizen won't happen, because it's happened.
So
that's it.
No. Okay, cool. So the next thing we had just wanted to highlight, I think, was the booth that they were all playing on. So I'll just put it up there. So these were all hand built in wood, with one machine cut, but they were by what was his name again now?
John Rain.
John Rain. Yeah, John Rain. Who he's the, if you remember, he did the
Got the link.
the vault. Where you get, what's it called now? Locker,
yeah.
that's it. The locker where you change into your spacesuit. He made a life-size version of that and took it to BritainCon, which I believe is still in the Foundry UK office, I think. So he donated it to them. So he was basically asked to go and build all the booths and make it look like one of the outposts. So I think we just wanted to show off, really. He's done an awesome job. He's in the community. He is one of us. He is a Star Citizen. He's
one of us.
He's in the Star Citizen UK Facebook, I know that. And yeah, that's his Twitter. If you guys want to give him a follow, tell him how awesome his work is, because it was fantastic and it looked brilliant. Looked really good.
I mean, I asked him how much for a desk, really, because I was like, oh, I'd love a desk. That would look great.
I'll have one of those. I think even Chris Roberts and Erin are fighting over some of the desks he's made so they can convert it into a desk for their office. So
I hope they pay him for him, because they're all handmade, so they're bloody beautiful bit of work. I'm sure he'd do it for free, but he should be. It's so. I love the colours as well. Gorgeous, aren't they? The red and the grey and the white, and very cool. Did you see the Big Benny guy running around as well with the Big Benny?
Yes, he did it before, didn't he? And so I think this was like an update to his costume.
That was good.
That's the one. Thank you. I've only had a couple of beers, honestly.
That's all right.
So, right, what was the next thing we got?
Well, the faceware. I wanted to talk to you guys about the faceware.
Awesome.
Okay, we'll do that now rather than we'll do that now. Why not?
Well, we can go back over it again later if you want to. But I just was like, it was kind of. I kind of wanted to just talk about the faceware in terms of the fact that it was actually, a lot of people kind of think it's really new, but it was actually in the Wingman's hangar in 2013. I don't know if some people obviously are very clued up in chat will be like, yes, madness, I saw that, I've seen that ages ago. But some people don't know this. And, in 2013, they showed off, Eric already showed off a bit of this.
Yeah, and in 2012, EverQuest 2 actually had, they have this in their game already. A face tracker, and it's nowhere near to this level, but I don't know if it's the same company that worked on EverQuest 2 that's working on this, because this is part of it. So everyone's going, why are they wasting their time developing this? They're not. Another company's doing it and they're using it. But what's making this one much nicer is that the animation side of it is Star Citizen's and the face tracking is the other company. So all this face track technology where it's reading your face, that's what the other company's working on. The actual character animation is Star Citizen's work. And so that's why the faces
fidelity, the textures and things.
Yeah, that's why the faces look so good, because it's all the animation and movement that they've actually mocapped from the actors. So
Davos.
I did
this is where I have to say something on stream, because everyone knows about my Gladius rage, okay? So
oh god.
Okay, so the fact of the matter is, this technology enables you to be able to have track AIR in the game, because you can move your head around and it'll move the camera around without having to obviously spend a fortune on track AIR, and it's going to be free and part of the game. All you need is a webcam. So what that means is you will be able to look down at those 4 screens very easily when you're flying. I still don't think it's great, but it obviously means that they're enabling you to be able to see more and be able to use your HUDs a bit more. So, okay, the visibility of the 3 HUDs at the top was better, but at least now I will be able to look down and be able to see the damage state of my ship or the damage state of the other ship a bit easier. So, okay, I will accept that potentially the Gladius is slightly improved. with this working technology, if the technology doesn't work very well, still broken. Better with, but that's that. Okay, moving on. You guys can talk about what you guys thought of it.
I think it's really cool, but I don't think it's going to replace the track IR in terms of accuracy.
Can you stop?
I think the way the pins were shown on the face and stuff, as they were turning more to the left and right, it seemed to be losing track a little bit more. And
look,
it's really, even the track IR, like I was saying earlier, it's pretty janky in the game right now. But like I'm more concerned that because I'm going to be hoping to use VR and stuff, that I'm just going to be missing out on like an awesome feature at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't think you can't obviously use VR, can you, if you use the face tech, because it'll.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame because VR you would have thought would be the ultimate immersion. But saying that, it doesn't matter if you can't see, if they can't see your face moving. It's no less immersion for you. You can still see their face moving, I guess.
Yeah, true.
But the good thing is, if someone says something and it pisses you off, and you go, they're not going to see it, so you can get away with it.
Unless you type /fuck off in chat or something.
yeah, it's probably the easier way around it.
Shut up, please.
But I think it's a good bit of tech. It's not necessary. I think the fact that I don't think the face, the FOIP is, the dots on the eyes and so. I don't think that is representative of the head tracking. I think the head tracking is a separate tracker. And so if you turn to the right and the left or whatever and it disappears, that's just the face that changes, not the actual tracking.
All right.
So I think. Go on.
No, I was just going to say that for me is, I mean, all the talking stuff and everything else is lovely and fine. I mean, it looked a bit weird and a bit kind of, you get into the uncanny valley a little bit at times, and it looked a bit daunting and scary, and weird.
They looked menacing, didn't they?
But personally, I would be very happy and content with just that, literally the feature of having that inbuilt into the game where I could look around and see things. And I don't mind the talking thing; it's fine. But I'd be happy with just the moving around and seeing things. It's a bit weird. I generally like to play female characters in the games as well. So I thought it was quite funny they had the girl playing the male character. And you can kind of imagine it's kind of be a bit strange. But how that will work. Do I want to then play a female character if I'm going to have a male voice? I probably won't, if I'm being honest. It'll seem
it just kind of ruin it a bit.
It'll seem a
So
bit
how much you think the RSI proper camera is going to cost? Couple $100?
I'd say about $140, $150. Go on, let's
I reckon it's going to be like $150.
Pounds.
Yeah, pounds, mate.
I read an interview afterwards where I think it was a French interview, I think it was, and they were talking about the feature bloating Star Citizen. And it was quite interesting. He was saying in the article, how he was feeling that a lot of the problem with Star Citizen is they just keep bloating up with lots and lots of features and not really finishing any.
But this feature isn't anything to do with Star Citizen. This feature's already been developed by a third party, so it's not holding anything up.
I see what madness means, though. You're implementing something again that.
Yeah, but it'll be on a separate build that is nothing to do with the current build they're playing on. And there will be bugs when it implements, so obviously there will be still a bit of a delay in getting it set up. And I can see as well, actually, people who don't know about the game, who haven't backed the game, will see all these features coming in and will think it's just constant feature creeping. And to a point, I think they were doing that. That's why they stopped stretch goals at, 62 million. And I think also Chris Roberts is making the mistake of being a perfectionist, trying to get things pushed to the pinnacle point that it doesn't make a difference. Just give it to the Evacotti and let us fucking deal with it. What the hell is he doing?
What the hell are you doing, Miz? Is that the little Blatcher? Yeah.
He's like, get the fuck off me!
It's Bio's replacement.
It's
He's got a better haircut.
It has no excuses, though. It just barks, right? It barks a bit less than Bio as well.
Hello. Oh look, it's like face. It's like watching face tracking. Just put your head behind it. And then,
But coming back on the whole face tracking thing, and probably what's his name? Oxford is gonna love this shite, obviously. Of
course, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, with his little panda bear in his spaceship. But in all honesty, does this mean that? And Zaqq came on it a bit earlier. If I'm going to turn my face, does that mean my face will go back into resting bitch face or something like that?
Or burn it away.
When it's not following the camera, it is an option that in my opinion, is the first thing I will turn off. For my mouth to move with what I say, I think that's a really nice thing. You see that in a lot of games already. You know what I mean? But imagine you're sitting there, yeah. So I'm not on stream. I'm just chilling about. I'm drinking a beer. I decide to pick my nose.
Really, we shouldn't do
What's
that.
wrong with that?
Yeah, do you want to pick up your hands? So just pick up your nose, maybe going.
Yeah, my nose go doing like this. You know what I mean? It's
We know what
just
you're
weird.
up to.
It's I don't know. In how far would I embrace such a thing? You know, I'm like, I don't fucking care. I just want to fly a fucking spaceship.
No, true.
And
It is
I
kind of
wanna-
a pointless thing, but I
For
think
me,
it's
it
cool
is.
all the same.
It's cool, you know, and I can imagine that people like it. But on the other hand, I think how many things, and I know it's not CIG that is making it, but on what point are you going to say how many things you still need to add it in to work with Star Citizen? So you're still adding something in on the CIG side, yeah. It's not. You're not like Viva la Vodka. Pow! It's in. It works. You know what I mean? You still have to. You still have to implement something at the end of the day.
I think Soul, it worked like this: is they really want to be able to implement like head movement within the game.
Which I think is
They
great.
really want it.
Kind of idea.
Yeah,
not
and
the movement
but I
like-
think it comes like as a package. It's kind of
yeah,
like,
you can't
here's
say to them, I don't
this.
want you to develop this bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and then if the other bits are kind of there as well, so it's a bit like, well, all right, then we'll shove that in as well. Do you know what I mean? I got the impression that it was like, and it kind of looks cool, you know, if they get it
looks
working well.
cool.
If
Don't
they
get
can
me
get
wrong.
it working well. It looks shit at times. Don't get me wrong, but at
It's
other
early
times,
stage. I see that. For me, it's not an option that I think. It's just an opinion, guys.
If
That
it
I
was
think that
the game, it would-
it makes or breaks the game. You know what I mean? I could have done without it. You know, I wouldn't have jumped up and down if it wasn't in there. You know what I mean? I think it's a cool thing, and especially looking to the future of gaming, I think it's a cool thing. But on the other hand, I think how far do you go in the privacy of a person sitting on the other side of the screen? You know,
I
what
suppose
mean?
that's determined by themselves, isn't it?
Yep.
I guess
But that's
they give
exactly
you the
why they
option
said
whether you
that.
want it or not.
But that's also
switch
said
it
why
off.
you put your hand in front of the camera, it will cut out. It stops tracking it. So that's the whole point. So anything you don't want tracking, if you're picking your nose, you can do it. Like
And it's
that.
not a must, right? You can turn this function off, right?
Yeah, you don't have
That's-
to have it at all.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But the reality is
Easy, yeah.
you do things a lot by instinct, and you won't always remember what you're doing. So you might do something. You know, there's lots of fails.
Just
on the
not buy
internet,
this
on
damn
Twitch
camera.
of people that have fallen prey to doing things that maybe they shouldn't have been doing and forgetting to switch off their webcams.
So, but
you know,
just don't buy
it
that camera then, because will it work with a normal webcam, or do you need that
Yeah.
piece of?
Yeah.
They said
I'm
it
glad,
was
you,
a
I'm
normal
glad you're
webcam.
keeping up on top of things, Saul. It's a good job, man.
Yeah, I was just actually going to touch on that because they did say. it would
Listen,
work
I can talk shit for half an hour about PvP as well, everyone.
yeah, that'd be great.
Go
They
ahead.
did say it would work with normal cameras, but I think it could end up breaking more immersion than it actually puts in because even though they said it would work in low light, anyone that's got a webcam or does streams or Skype or whatever knows that you need loads of light for it to be like a really good picture. You know, I'm sure Sol can agree because his lights are shit, aren't they? Usually.
My lights are shite, you know what I mean?
melting as
My
we
lights
sit
are
here.
shit.
So is it gonna work great or is it gonna look janky as fuck? Like who knows?
I can do
Could
without
end
it,
up-
you know what I mean?
Yeah, it could
wait
end
and
up
see.
breaking the experience more than like not having it.
For me,
Well,
the part
that's a-
of the hat tracking is the most beautiful function, you know what I mean? It's what Madness says. It can make a cockpit that might, you know, in first glance, when the first release, we all know how Madness was like, oh, this, not this, that, this, and that. The hat tracking is a great thing because that will make those things better, you know what I mean?
I think it's one
But
of
the whole facial expression, they could have left it out. But I think the
Make it-
hat tracking is a beautiful
Make
thing.
it sharp.
Yeah.
It's 120 quid saving right there, pretty much.
But there's two things, right? This Track IR has been asked for by a lot. A lot of people are saying, why aren't you working with Track IR? Why haven't you implemented it in the game? So it's a huge thing that was needed in the game, and that's why part of the reason why they've done it. Secondly, like you're saying about tracking the face and it's not needed, like this doesn't work like Track IR. You haven't got a thing on the side of your head that it's reading. It's using the tracking that it uses on your nose, your face, and your lips. That's how it knows where your head's facing. So it's got to do that anyway. It's got to track your lips, your nose, and your face, and that's how it works. So it's one package. That's how they're using it. So while they're doing that, they're going to use the facial expressions as well. It makes no difference. I mean, they could have not linked it up and not bothered with the animation team linking it to a facial animation, I suppose. But other than that, it's all part of the same thing because it doesn't. That's how it actually tracks. It works out, calculates where your face is facing, and also touching on what EpicZaqq said. Although we need bright lights for a good picture, this thing isn't broadcasting a picture, it's just tracking you. So as long as it can track your face in low light, you shouldn't necessarily need like streamer level light in your face to get your normal webcam to work. So it might not be as bad as using your own webcam.
Guys, let's just wait and see. We don't know. All I know is it's a good feature. The tracking bit and the talking bit comes with it. So yay.
Just
tracky.
Two more seconds on the TrackIR thing. I bought one recently for Star Citizen. Yeah. I've been using it for the last like 2 months or something, and I literally couldn't go back and not using it. Like head tracking, once you've used it and got used to it, it's like super important for you.
Yeah. You know what it is, Zach, though? It's broken at the moment with you seeing the... So the only thing that to prevent it is basically bugging out of the station without a helmet on. Otherwise, you constantly have this visor in front of your face. But I think I've been using it for a while. Also, what I said on the Arma, and I flew a Chinook. I could not fly that Chinook in the sort of semi-professional environment that we did in Arma 3 if I did not have that hat tracker. Because you can look outside underneath the window, you can look in the back, see if everyone's in. You know, it's such a joy to use a hat tracker. And I used it 2 days ago on the new Formula 1 game. Hey, it's amazing, you know, the versatility of just 3 stupid laser lights on your head. In games like Star Citizen, in games like flight sims, racing sims, you can always not think without it, you know what I mean? And it's a big expense, and I agree with Madness, you know. Yeah, but the problem is with the Star Citizen thing that you can only use it on Star Citizen. And the good thing about the TrackIR is that I think it has over 100 games that have support for TrackIR. You know what I mean? It's such a great tool.
Well, I mean, if I think the way you might look at it is it could end up. I'm sorry, who's typing? Because I'm getting deafened. No, sorry. No,
Ryan.
You've got what it could do actually. You know, people say it may end up helping TrackIR in a sense, because if people play Star Citizen, realize how good that experience is, they might then go, "Oh, I want to have that experience in other games." And then they'll go buy
TrackIR, and that maybe
then they'll go back, and then they'll maybe either buy, maybe that tool might become more versatile, or maybe they'll just go and buy TrackIR for other games because they realize how good it was. We'll see. So
you know what it is. Really. In a racing sim.
Don't ask about racing sims. We're playing Star Citizen. What are you talking about?
Listen, you talk a lot of shite as well on an evening like this. I at least have proper information. So on a racing sim or on a army simulator, people don't need to see a mouth move when you do. You know what I mean? It's like I can see in a role-playing thing like a Star Citizen universe where you're all in the pub and you're talking that it can be a good implementation.
It'll be hilarious, won't it?
It will be hilarious, but I think in most games, in most games where TrackIR is used, you don't need facial expressions. You know what I mean? Because you will either have a helmet on or you will, you know, it's like you're not going to watch a Formula 1 race with someone sticking his tongue out while he has his helmet on. You know what I mean? It's like. I can see it in MMOs that it really works. You know, look at EverQuest 2 and Star Citizen, but I think in other games, I don't think TrackIR needs that support. But that's just what I think.
Have we spoken about VoIP?
I love that. I love that. It's a similar thing, and I come back on the Arma 3 again, where they use it, you know, and if you're further away from the Acre and the TFAR, where you're further away from a group that you can't hear people. I think that's great because that. Token immersion, that is really cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's vital. Really for a game like Star
vital game, yeah, definitely.
I think being able to overhear conversations with actual players as well will make a big difference. Yeah, and also you could use it to divert players if you think if you want to get a certain clan who are maybe say they're constantly going after the same missions as you, you can falsely say that there's a good payload out here. We're going to head out in about an hour. They will get the information, go out there, realize there's nothing there while you're doing a different. But you know, it can work in both ways, and I think it's super important. Is directional and what is it? Dire something. Voice.
I think any organized org or like people you're going to be playing with will always use like Discord or TeamSpeak or whatever, but I think it's going to be really cool for the interactivity with people you meet in the verse and stuff, like hailing them and all that type of shit.
Yeah.
So but like gathering intel, I don't think it's going to be like a thing, to be honest.
Depends on how far you want to go in the role playing as well. You know, you and then I come back. Sorry, man, as I come back on another game again, like Arma 3.
It's all right. I was only joking.
No, that's all right. So you're creating this role-play environment where you're simulating an army. Then you want the proper communications as well. You know what I mean? and then you look at the other way where people are just chilling on Discord and playing the game. You know what I mean? It's how far you want to go in the role playing maybe as well. But you can use that, as Max says, you can use that role playing in your advantage as well, because you can mislead someone. Let's say Madness is like, oh, I want to pew some Auroras today, and he's in the vicinity of some. No, it's a stupid one, but he's in the vicinity of some Aurora pilots. He might say, there's a great treasure to be found here and there and there. All these Aurora players go there. Madness is waiting there for them. All gone, and he's taking all their shit. You know what I mean? You can use it in tactical situations as well. I think it's a really cool thing, and I think in a game like Star Citizen, where they lay a very big point on fidelity and immersion, it's just a tool that, and I will see myself use that sort of stuff, you know. Because I can talk to Discord with anyone every time, but if you want to go into that role of I'm in space, we're playing together. If I'm on the back of the ship, you cannot hear me. I think that brings. I would use it. I would definitely use it. You know what I mean?
If we had VoIP in 2.6, do you think you would play it more, having that next level of like interactivity with other people?
I think it would make it more interesting. I think you'd still burn out because it's about content, not about
the content
being able to talk. Enough. I think it would make gaming together a lot easier than it has been. But
it would potentially make you do stuff with random people a bit more.
Yeah,
because you could talk to them and what ship are you calling up or whatever, rather than typing it, I suppose. So I have got the audio clip of the bit where a bit more what Mac was talking about, of them when they walk away. I mean, most of us have probably seen it, but I'll just play it on it anyway. Yeah. But it's so you can hear that the voice fading as they get further away and getting louder as they get closer and that sort of thing.
It's a quick one, obviously, and 3.0 will probably have enough content to use this sort of stuff.
Get a black box.
I don't think they're implementing it for 3.0, are they? 3.1.
No, but just in comparison with 2.6.
Oh yeah.
Thing is, with the 3D like directional.
I can't hear you.
What was that?
I said speak up.
I still hear you.
Okay.
It's still cool. Either way.
Oh yeah, no, I think I think when, especially when your health depends on it. You know, if you die, you only have so many lives. The death of a spaceman sort of thing. They need to have something like that, so it gives you much better social awareness. This is the same with track IR or head tracking, whatever. So if you're in an FPS situation and you hear a noise behind you, someone talking directionally from your sort of rear right, you'll be able to turn quick and look with your head. So I think having a good set of headphones is kind of imperative for that sort of thing.
Do you know what's interesting? You talk about that is the biggest thing I noticed that for me was in PUBG. I'd never played kind of battle royale type of games. This whole kind of like, I've always been playing kind of very easy to play kind of PlayStation, kind of like Modern Warfare 2. You know, I could have one ear off, chat to my missus, shoot away, no problem. But the minute I started playing PUBG, I was so used to doing this, but I couldn't hear. People were saying to me, "Why can't you hear people?" Well, because I didn't have the. I had to have the full sound to make the impact, and I suddenly noticed I was having to have my headphones in all the time. And so I'm guessing that might be the same thing with Star Citizen. In order to have, especially on the worlds, not be sniped or else, I'm going to have the full experience. I
mean, COD and Battlefield, things like that are twitch shooters. So the quicker you run and the more movement you have, the less easier it is for them to kill you. So I can take my headphones off when I play Battlefield, and it's all about just visual. The audio doesn't really. I mean, it does help, obviously, if you're sitting in one place and listening. Yeah. But with Star Citizen, the FPS is going to be much slower paced, so a bit more like PUBG. You know, when you're on a planet location, you're going to want to know where the sound's coming from, because it will mean life or death in that situation.
Yeah, the sniper round that you heard pinging behind you, you're kind of going, where did that come from? You know, you want to know where it came from.
I saw someone saying in chat they had the VoIP in PUBG before as well, but they turned it off. It's obviously also the type of player that plays a certain game, if you will use it or not. You know, the Star Citizen community is more of I would say, a grown-up community. You know what I mean? The PUBG community is mostly pamper-pissing fucking little boys that just want to scream, shout, throw bottles of salt at the fucking screen, and you know what I mean. But in general, man, you know what I mean. 90% are little kids that get their satisfaction out of out of whacking themselves off while they're playing PUBG, you know. And Star Citizen is a bit more, I think, of a grown-up community that could embrace this sort of immersion, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and again, with PUBG,
Good question.
if you use in-game VoIP, most people will just think, fuck it, if you're in a squad, I'll just use Discord or, you know, a third-party app because it's just easier and no one can hear you talking in the corner. Whereas Star Citizen, they want to make their VoIP that good, so you'll hear, like, your voice will change, I hope, depending on the location you're at. So if you go into a dungeon or a tunnel or something, you'll get an echo. If you go into an open room, you'll get a bigger echo. If you go into a compact room, it'll, you know, the audio will stop and it'll sound appropriate, like what Destiny do. I was really impressed with Destiny's audio. When you go underground and you're talking to friends, it sounds as if you're actually in that environment, and I think Star Citizen will do that to encourage people.
We've already got a bit of an example of that when they put the headgear on. And
Yeah, no, true.
Sounds like they're doing the talking over the radio. So
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
I think that will be the case. And also was just showing in that clip there was when she backed away further back in the bar, and they couldn't hear. You could actually hear when they shouted down the microphone, and then it was louder through the VoIP, and it also sounded like it was echoing around the pub as well. It didn't just sound like someone talking normally, but louder. It actually sounded like it had an echo and stuff to it.
It wouldn't work on a game like PUBG, because the only thing you will hear is everything that God has forbidden will be screamed through that microphone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a type of player, I think, as well. You know, and if you look at a game like PUBG and Counter-Strike is the same, the community is basically toxic. You know what I mean? So the only thing that they're shouting is words starting with N and with F and making yodel noises or whatever, you know, when they get shot. And I think, as I said earlier, a community like Star Citizen is looking for that gameplay where they can tactically plan stuff. It's looking for that gameplay where they can do things. And we can then still, if we just want to chat, fall back on the terms like Discord, TeamSpeak, etc. You know?
There is also going to be the down part where you're going to hear people just making stupid noises constantly.
Yeah, I mean, I think
they will be there. They will be there.
I don't know about the other. I just mute game audio. I only want to listen to my mates so we can strategically organize things. NPCs I'll listen to, but generally other people. The first time I hear somebody running around going caw, or going dick or cock or whatever, you know, just doing something stupid, I'll be like, yeah, okay.
I hope we can singly mute him, madness.
Or you'll get the grief for the guy who'll snipe you and then come up to you and say something ridiculous.
But that's not going to be easy in a bar of 50 people. So going to be just individually mute who it is that's shouting at the bar.
I think the good thing, though, don't forget, when you're in locations where there's multiple people, if it's directional based and proximity based, then who's next to you? It'll just be like having a conversation in a real place. Apart from don't get me wrong. I know the community of Star Citizen's more grown up, but you'll still get the sort of thing. But when you're in a group and they're around you, and then you've got people further off, you'll actually get that accurate volumes of your group, their group. So you'll still be able to hear yourself, and you'll be able to earwag. So it should be quite accurate, I hope.
They'll probably implement functions as well where only a party works. You know, where you can only hear your party in that sort of way, where you can define like, I want to hear only my friends, or I want to hear only the group that I'm in, for example, the guys that I'm teamed up with. Because I cannot see running into a bar, because it's what you say, man. People will make. You didn't know people could make those noises, but they will make those noises. You know what I mean?
You know what you're going to get. You're going to be there, and you'll be flying your ship, and then you're going to be exploded. Then you'll get a message sent through, and it'll be an audio tape of you've been ventilated from the ventilator or something, or some. You know, because I mean, let's be honest, okay? I don't know if anyone's played this game enough. There is trash talk that goes in just the type. You know, it goes on. It goes on. So to think that will then escalate to verbal, because people people get butthurt when they get killed. I do. It happens, and I get butthurt when I get blown up by torpedoes, and I sometimes get a little bit, catch me on the wrong day, maybe I had a few drinks, a bit salty, and I get a bit grumpy about it, you know what I mean? And I might say something, and I try to, you know, we're all guilty of sometimes, you know, you have that day when you really wanted to have a good day, and then some pricks pad camping you, someone's saying the wrong thing, and you just get that day, do you know what I mean? And so, you know, and so that's why for me personally, other players from the game, and I'll only be really listening to people that I know, and then maybe if somebody wanted to talk to me briefly, like, you know, they like something, then I might open up just to talk to them privately just for a bit to see if I think they're a dick or if they're
I
cool.
think Party and
That would be
Friends
it.
Madness would be a real good option then, because we've seen the screen in the I think it was the Urza, right?
Well, you've got main party chat. I'm just looking at it in terms of like talking.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
right now
yeah,
we've got
so-
party and main. So I imagine what will happen is, for
Party.
me personally, the same thing will be
You can probably
party
have
chat.
org, party,
Yeah.
main,
Yeah.
you know, and
But
all
what
that.
I
And you
was
just pick
saying
which
is-
one you want to hear
Friends,
voices from, I suppose.
Yeah.
But
You don't want to miss out that function where you can see your mate on the screen and he's talking to you, etc. So you know what I mean. Those are things that
They'll
I think
do all that.
high in
That's
immersion.
basics. They'll get that. That's
Yeah.
like
I just
talking
hope,
about it,
as streamers and things, when you get into open chat, there's always that danger anyway of someone saying certain words that are banned, and that's needs to
definitely
be maintained.
Like the best thing
Maybe
for
a
me-
filter.
The best thing for me about the VoIP sort of situation is, like, imagine you're with a few buddies and you've got a couple of people like held down an outpost or something, like on live release, and obviously permadeath's going to be a thing, so you could shout over to them, like, just drop all your shit and come out and we'll let you go, and we'll just loot all your stuff like that, or you can
Yeah,
stay in
yeah.
dark sort of thing.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
it could
listen.
change the outcome of some of the gameplay.
Definitely.
it may stop just shoot on kill everybody all the time.
Yeah, shoot on sight. The friendly dance. Will be like the weird friendly face where you pull that weird creepy face.
Exactly. I mean, imagine DayZ without VoIP, like way back in the day when everyone was like just having a
Just a
laugh and
kill
shit.
fest.
Yeah.
Would have totally changed up the whole gaming experience.
Well,
Up until-
it'll-
up until
if
a
they do
certain
role
point,
play,
yes.
if they do like role play servers and things like that, then I think it will be go off. It'll be crazy good for them. You know what I mean? They'll be really be able to go nuts on the because when you go into a role play kind of thing, there are rules already pre-set up, isn't there, for role play servers and stuff where people have to, you know,
And people stick to those rules,
and they
as
do,
well,
and they
man.
love it. And,
Yeah,
and if
exactly.
you're into role play, they love it. And you know, I can imagine Mr. Moon, for example, will go crazy for that stuff, and he'll be in there.
Oh yeah, I'll love it up until a certain degree. You know, I think it brings an extra immersion in. But I don't want to listen indeed to people that are screaming weird stuff. That's something that I want to avoid till the max. You know, and especially when Max was as a streamer, man. But imagine one going on, you know, and you can't block them fast enough. You got a problem, man. You know.
No, I think Star Citizen did say that they're going to work to, like, the future of Star Citizen in Twitch is going to be quite robust. They're working on certain things that will help streamers and help content creators. But whether it's blocking out words, I mean, how can you block out someone saying something at random? Like, if I now just suddenly came out with, I'm only joking. I won't do it to you, Mr.
Yeah. Well, you could
Okay,
have,
well,
for
let's
example,
cover this.
Bugbeard should have slapping his pants. You know, you can't.
Right, we'll
can't
move
block that
on
out.
from this. I think we've pretty much covered
Yeah,
the
I'm kind
voice
of-
thing.
Yes.
And we don't know until we get a little bit more in, but we can presume that they know about trolls and shit like that.
I think
really,
it-
so
I
that's
think
going
it'll-
to change. So
Yeah.
the next thing we're going to look at is we'll get to the presentation a bit later because I know a lot of people have done that over and over. So we're going to look at a few things that were on the actual show floor instead. Some of the things that the streamers got up to. I think we've got just a few gifts and things that we picked up from there.
What was everyone's like highlights as well though? Because like for me, my highlight there was two highlights for me, which was the Levski boarding which was pretty much Gamescom 2016, which I gave a link to, and then the other highlight for the day for me was the falling, which you can show if you want to now. Is his phone?
Falling is pretty cool.
The falling was
Is that where Gamble
the release and
caught,
catch?
The release and catch, yeah.
Yeah, because they failed initially when they did it. They had the door open and it crashed and they fell out, which was really cool. And then they carried on trying it a few more times, and then they finally succeeded, which I didn't realize they actually managed to do it, which was really cool. But I think when you look at all the Twitches, like all the clips on Twitch and stuff for Star Citizen for the time, one of the most clipped and viewed and things was this bit that they kind of did in the game where they just did a catch and release and it was fun. And I was sat there for the first time watching it on the edge of my seat every time they failed, and he was getting closer and closer to the ground, and it was like they're running out of time, and like you could feel the energy of this.
And then the instance finish.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
They failed
Yeah.
a few times.
It was great. I loved it.
Do you
Loved
agree,
it.
Madness, though, that people are doing this at the moment?
I'll be doing this
That-
immediately. This is the
Well,
first
but-
thing I'll be doing. I'll be like, quick.
Hear me out. So, do you agree with me that people are doing this because there is fuck all other to do than doing these sort of things? We have no implementation of jobs. We have no except dogfighting. You know what I mean? Or parts.
yeah,
But
this is
because
just a demo,
there is
guys.
nothing to do, they try these sort of things. You know what I mean? People get very intuitive, and when it comes to, you know, we've seen it with the Bannies machine as well. You know what I mean? at some point the content is you play through it or you done it.
Well, they didn't take them long to do this. They did this in it was in no time because they were like going.
It tells you more about the people than eventually, or the game state of the game, for example, than eventually. And in the full release, people will doing this a lot less, I guess, because they have other things.
Aaron in an interview said it. I think it was Aaron or Brian. I can't. It was basically saying is by our very nature as human beings, the first thing we ever really want to do. I think it's a child thing, like Christmas. The first thing you get with a toy, within about 5 minutes, you figured out a way to break the toy. You know what I mean? And I think it's just humans. We just have this innate ability to just get something and try and figure out how to break it. And I think that's what we like. Immediately they were like ramming things, trying to shoot things, trying to stuff a ship into something. Do you know what I mean? It's like trust men to try and figure out how to try and stuff something into something. You know, it was like it's just something that we do. We just dick around with things and just mess with stuff.
I might be a different kind of gamer.
You know what I mean?
I'm more of a realism type of gamer.
But that's coming, so. But this was just a mess around.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Is that because we don't have the content yet to do the other things that we're messing about with these sort of things. Yeah,
it's coming. They've already said it.
Player-driven content is what's going to keep the fruition, the longevity of Star Citizen going, which is like, especially with this new offers, which we'll probably get to when we show the video. But the offers on your jobs board, but things like this. I think if your life meant something in the game, eventually partake in crazy shit because you'll think, well, I could die and I could lose a lot of shit by doing that, but all the same, you know, it's still for the alpha when things are going to get wiped. Your life doesn't matter. People will test and play around and mess around with everything. And like you say, just break it. If it can be broken, we'll find a way. Always. But yeah, the game should have longevity, not only in its own missions, which he says the current thing has millions of missions for 3.0, but also player-driven stuff, which is where the longevity will be, definitely.
Quick question. In that scene when they successfully did it, because I didn't get to see that, who was flying? Gamble or DJ?
Gamble.
Yeah, there you go. DJ sucked flying that. The first attempt he did was hilarious. It was so funny. He was like literally Maya was dropping and DJ was just flying away in the other direction. I remember that was really funny.
I think like Sol saying that this highlights that there was nothing to do, which is why they did that. But I think what that highlights more, other than that, is the fact that this is why we don't have it yet. So people are going, oh, they're playing it, why haven't we got it yet? Because it would get boring. If that's all you've got, it will get boring very fast. And the fact that they kept resetting the servers every 15 minutes was to bring everybody back together. Now, if they release it because the bugs, like, you know, like the missions aren't working properly, the other things aren't working properly, there's no point in them releasing that to us, because before long we're all going to be bored of it. We're all going to be moaning that it hasn't got the features that they promised. And you'll probably notice from some of the clips we got that the bugs that come up are quite obvious that they are blocking bugs that just is why we haven't got it, really.
Yeah, like rovers getting jammed into things, you know, getting stuck on top of Noxes and getting like, you know, there's like things, ships crashing into, Nox kind of bouncing around all over the place, doing weird things, ships crashing into planets when they should be exploding, clipping issues, door locks, doors not opening, getting into the rover, like Zach was saying, seems to be an issue at times. There's loads. What I got from it was, okay, there's clearly loads of problems with 3.0, but 3.0 looks fucking great and coming, and it's not too far away. Once they fix these bugs, we will have 3.0 to play. My biggest concern, like we talk about, which I agree with you, so which I think is for when we get 3.0, we can discuss the intricacies of, look, we've now had the game for a week. Do we think there's longevity in these missions? Are these missions what we've been promised?
Is it going to be a replay
good enough? Yeah, are these missions, because Chris was talking about the will we start to see, like with No Man's Sky, you start to see, even if you think there are different variations, are we going to start to see the repetitions heavily?
At any point having an order on the document?
We obviously
not really. Point doing this document.
No, but do we do there
is.
We obviously will have
not at the moment.
No. we will obviously have much more options, Madness, when 3.0 hits. To create player-driven content, you know what I mean? Because the space that we have for the player-driven content is not very. Is versatile the right word? Because we only have space and 2 space stations. When now we have a planet, we can come up with a lot more bullshit than we could do before. The release, the game or the beta or the alpha release that I'm really waiting for is when they're going to implement jobs, because then I think that the longevity will be there for me, for the type of player that I am. You know what I mean? Because I would go space trucking, and you say it to me when I'm playing. Oh, I don't see the point of playing Truck Simulator, because you're not that type of player. You know what I mean? I like hauling up and down, driving up and down, listening to the radio, talking shit. And it's the same for me. The reason why I want to play Star Citizen, because I want to become a trader transporter. So I will always have that. But at the moment, I think when 3.0, it's nice that we're going to get a lot more space to play in. But I still think we have to wait for 3.1, 3.2, 3.3 for the real longevity content.
Let's park this section because that's fine. Let's talk about this later. I think when we get a bit more information on missions and we actually get closer to 3.0. I think it's a fine conversation, but I think it's not right now because we really need to see more. Go for it.
We are going to get the missions. That's what he said in the actual presentation.
Yeah, so
he did. Chris Roberts said jobs, but we'll have missions.
Missions,
and eventually, going down the road, the players will be able to create job boards and job things and.
But that's what I mean. That's when, for me, the longevity will.
But not yet. Well,
you said even in 3.0, we're going to be sharing missions, and
we can't share money though yet, Miz. This is a big thing for me. I can't give you money, which means I can't actually hire you for something, which is a problem.
No, but you just share the mission and go on the mission together and do the same mission.
One gets the loot, one gets the money, I guess.
Yeah, which the minute you can transfer money to somebody else for me. If I can give you, it'd be nice if they could do that sooner rather than later, because I really would. It would mean bounty hunting and other game mechanics. We could just start to build without even having to work on it, because we could actually start to test it out.
Yeah, the trading of money opens up your own content, doesn't it? That's what that does.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, so we'll go back to the live from the Gamescom floor. So one of the other things they were doing was going to the dark side of the moon.
Oh, that was cool. I think that was awesome. And especially Meyer, that was so smart to turn off his headlight, and I think it was really cool. They were obviously, because of the restarting, they were they were tempered in what they could do, but I think it was a great idea that they did something like this. It looks amazing. Look at that glow of the planet.
It is very cool.
How do you call it? The skyline. You know what I mean? It's amazing, man.
Currently, they say that they're actually increasing the light level on the other side of the planet. Now that was pretty dark, and I hope they don't increase it so that you can actually see where you're going without your torch.
Night vision. You need night vision for this section.
Yeah,
you need to have Predator style visor where you press the button and it changes, like Predator 2, where you can change between thermal, night vision, low light, high light, shading,
heat.
All those kind of. It's very simple. You just have the adjusters and stuff. It's easy. I could.
Yeah, I mean, that disappointed me a little bit when they said they were brightening up. I think you don't want it completely black. I suppose you want a bit of being able to see a tiny bit, but I think having that torches and having the headlights on your vehicles makes a great bit more atmosphere. And you can see from when they did. I think DJ was one of the first he actually flew over without. Not on the floor, and he was just hovering over in a ship and actually flying through the valleys and stuff, and it just looked so good with the lights on the ship lighting up his way, but it's still dark everywhere else. And I think he ran out of power, didn't he? Or didn't he run out of fuel or something? Which, how cool is that going to be if you're on the dark part of a planet or something and you just can't see and you've got no power? You're fucked. And someone finding you is really fucking hard, and that would give more gameplay for people that like exploring and stuff, because you'd be able to scan for maybe life signs or come and help rescue people by searching for that sort of way. And to make it too light, then you won't need to worry about that sort of thing.
Yeah, you can just see.
It's scary. It's going to be scary shit, like we said before. Gamescom with the Vandal, the glowing in the dark and stuff. It's kind of like
it's going to be really cool.
That kind of like aliens and kind of all the, it adds that fear, that alien isolation type of thing, where you're kind of walking through what you think is an empty space station or a spaceship or whatever, and then you suddenly realize you're not alone, and it would be interesting to see how because they're big fans of Alien. They love all that stuff. I guarantee they will have that kind of like scary. Like I said, if you watch obviously Outlander, Chris Roberts produced it, so they're very aware of creating that tension and stuff. So that will be in game. But like I was saying about the visor thing, it could be a situation where maybe you as a basic starter gear, you get the flashlight, the basic gear. But as we go on, you can maybe upgrade your helmet. So you have the different
accessories and
visors. Yeah, so you can improve your so the luxury helmet or whatever gives you scope, infrared, blah blah blah, and then it increases the option for EMP like electronic warfare and stuff, so you can shut down that. So say for example you're in a fight situation, you could potentially stop them from being able to use their night vision or whatever, so that they can't see you, so it all goes dark. Then they have to use the flashlights. It just, or maybe if something gets damaged and it breaks and starts going funny, you have to switch it off, and then you have to look through it's so cool. It's really cool. I was really impressed.
They have said the helmets will be quite customizable, and you can have different DPUs and so forth. But also, I expect things like different targeting modules, better updated ones. And yeah, like you say, having all these variations to helmets alone, depending on the job that you want to partake in. And if it suddenly becomes nighttime, you'll think, right, I need to go and buy a fucking.
I need to improve my gear.
In the presentation, it's one of the things I listed. Is you can see with the layered armor, he actually puts the helmet on and then he attaches the flashlight afterwards. It is actually an external thing that gets added to modify the helmet. So you could go without it if you forgot. You'd be fucked.
Yeah. Do you know what I found really interesting, because we're talking about modular things and being on the dark side of the moon and running out of power, was the oxygen. The fact that the heavy armor ran out of oxygen really quickly in a sprint.
Yeah.
Because you're obviously exerting so much, which is fine. But I was a bit concerned because at the end of the day, then when they got back into the rover, there was no port to recharge the oxygen. It wasn't like the oxygen could be recharged or anything. Yeah. And I was really concerned. I was like, well, how's the mechanics to recharge? How are we going to get oxygen again? Because the truth is, like, you want to go exploring and you don't want to have to every 3 minutes of walking out somewhere. I know they've changed it to the scroll wheel. People say, oh, look, scroll wheel, madness, scroll wheel. You can slowly walk. Okay, fine. But there's still, it's only got 10 minutes. These maps are humongous.
Don't forget that what we see in terms of timing. So 3 minutes he was running and he ran out of fuel. That's not generally what it's going to be the final game. It's going to take balance. That's just their first implementation of the fuel system. That's how it's going to be for now. You can recharge your fuel, your oxygen, by going into a habitation module. That, I think, as soon as you walk in, you suddenly increase, and that's not going to be, I think, the future. I think you have to use recharge stations and bottles and things like that.
So you think, because this was the thing I was thinking, like, obviously if you're an explorer suit, you could potentially have 3 hard ports for having 3 oxygen tanks. If you're a heavy armor, you could only maybe have 2, or you have to sacrifice a weapon for more oxygen, which again makes sense if you're exploring. You'll maybe just carry your handgun and a rifle and maybe have 2 tanks or whatever. I mean, it does open up a lot of interesting kind of thinking. But for me, when I saw it initially, I was like, that looks a bit short for what is meant to be an exploring. Because I was thinking, like, when you go deep sea dive, does anyone dive here?
The heavy armor he was using, or did it do that?
No, the heavy armor ran out, but even the explorer one seemed to be running out. Basically, oxygen for me seemed to be running out quite quickly. And I was just a bit concerned about it in terms of what is these massive maps and wanting to maybe go for a wander. I was just thinking of diving. Like, I was trying to think in how long because they talk about food as well, which was another thing I was curious about. I think I'm not a fan of. I was like, how long would you realistically, when you go diving, have oxygen in a fuel tank when you swim?
Beginner would be about 30 minutes. Someone that's good at diving is about 50 minutes, maybe 50.
Yeah. Okay. So for me, that would be.
And then obviously you use up more the more you exert. So diving, that was probably too short, but in some ways diving, if you're fighting against the current, I use a lot more oxygen up because I'm constantly breathing. So a whole point of, and also I don't know, in the spacesuit it might be different. Like in diving, you have to actually control your breathing and think about it all the time and get a nice rhythm going. Whereas you're not necessarily going to just do that when you're walking out in a spacesuit. Well, maybe you would, but you're probably going to be a bit more normal. But I mean, it's an initial implementation.
Yeah, it's like looking at the prices.
I think it's way off because of just gameplay wise. But now I'll know that because, like they said, they want it to be more fun than realistic. So if people are running out of oxygen 2 steps from their vehicle, they're going to obviously increase that because it's not going to work.
I was interested what you guys thought, if you picked up on it at all, or if you didn't pick up. I didn't think it was a big thing. For me, it just felt like it was a bit short.
Yeah, no, I agree. It was, from what they get, it's way too short. And I think, like you say, when they go to the Ursa, they should be able to recharge in the air. I think the ships and weapons and vehicles will have recharge stations. You can probably bring a crate of recharge bottles and things. Yeah, exactly. So I think it's like looking at the pricing that you get for completing a job on a mission. You can look at it and think, wow, 1,000, or wow, 1,000,000, or wow, 100,000. Makes no difference now because it's just what they implemented quickly for the sake of the demo.
But it concerned me because 3.0 isn't meant to be that far behind, and I haven't seen any of those mechanics. I mean, get me wrong, but have we seen? I mean, please correct me. Have we seen anything to do with oxygen refueling and tanks and stuff in ATVs? We've seen briefly talk about it, but have we actually seen any of the actual animations of that actually being recharged and fitted and things like that? You know what I mean? In rovers, in external vehicles.
So.
Which is what got me concerned, because it was like, so you say you're going to do it in stations, in habitats and stuff. That's fine, but again, the maps are humongous, and it might not be 10 minutes to the next one, you know. And I'm just I was just concerned, and I was just curious. Maybe there'll be a feature on it soon. But yeah,
I think first implementation may well be just loading it up as soon as you walk in a building. It just like fills you up.
Just replenishes. Yeah, but I think you might be right. I think when 3.0 comes out, if they haven't implemented sprinting in a heavy armor suit, you're going to run out of oxygen pretty instantly.
Yeah, I'll be wearing light. I'll be wearing light exploration suit for sure if I'm. Which is what you're supposed to be doing. It's fine.
Sorry, Zach, you was going to say something.
Yeah, go Zach.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, like, my biggest concern about the game at this point is lack of mechanics in the game. Like, showing how things are going to work. Like, from I know we touched on that last week.
I'm surprised we didn't see anything about cargo.
No cargo, no hand, no magic hands picking up anything. I was very disappointed. Very disappointed to see it. Grabby hands, magic hands.
Well, it was a good thing that we didn't see grabby hands, to be honest.
Picking up boxes. What did you see them picking up boxes, Miss?
In the presentation, he did, but only one.
They picked up that thingy, what do you call it?
No, I mean,
the black box.
Black box, yeah.
In the
I mean, there was a lot in the three, but that's because I think they gave the people streaming it a very basic build, so that probably the things that were less buggy, things that were actually working. Which yes, it does show us really that this game 3.0 isn't around the corner. It's
still a couple months away.
A month or two away, if not after CitizenCon potentially.
Yeah. Looked on the demo though, the guy that actually picked it up, the box went invisible in his hand.
Exactly.
On the other person, that looked like he had it in, so it was weird.
Yeah, it was. Well, there's two bits that were weird like that, because there was one where the bloke went to talk to Miles, and Miles Eckhart wasn't actually in his seat, so she came down and she could see Miles Eckhart. And they were both in the same instance and everything. So it was weird. It was showing up for one and not the other. And then, the black box was the other thing. So the black box was there in one person's hand, and it wasn't. He couldn't see it, but she could from her point of view. Yeah,
synchronized. Chris did address the Earth rover, that incident where it sort of stuck in the air, and he said it was something to do with a sync issue.
It's just on the topic, people talk about heavy armor oxygen shouldn't last very long. Well, actually, I disagree to a degree, because you know that the heavy armor is fucking heavy. So you know the person's going to be exerting a lot of things. So if you were if I'm designing heavy armor, I'm going to be putting extra tanks in it for the guys, because I know that they are physically the walking tanks, so they need more oxygen.
Yeah, well, I think you don't want to suddenly, if you're on a planet, and I agree with you, Madness, you don't want to be in heavy armor having FPS combat and constantly having to replenish your oxygen. I think at the very least it should have about a 30-minute, maybe a little less, just for the sake of, you don't want to be like running out there like firing, because don't forget, when you're in action, the time goes so fast, and you'll be just like, what the fuck? So you have to replenish your, and then you start running again to the next thing, and then 2 minutes later you're like, oh my god, again. How many bottles of oxygen can you actually carry? There needs to be quite a decent, and then obviously the Explorer suit can go for much longer.
Yeah.
But it's speculative. It's all going to be balanced to when they release it. For all we know, that 3 minutes could just be like, shit, we didn't even realize that was part of it. We should give them more for the actual release,
Yeah, exactly. It was just because I've heard that before. People talk about it being, it's a military thing. You're not going to, and I'm like, well, actually, when you're in military, you're going to be running and sprinting, and you want to engage people and planets.
Yeah, I think 900 years in the future, if you're going into combat with a heavy armor on a planet,
don't forget that not every planet needs oxygen though either. Like, needs oxygen. Not every planet is not going to not have oxygen. So, combat might not necessarily be on places with zero oxygen and things. I'm still agreeing with you. It was too short, but it's just a first implementation.
But that's the good thing about the armor as well. You'll mix it up. The helmet, I don't know about you guys, but the view in the heavy armor helmet the clipping bugs me. So, but the great thing is you can switch out the helmet. You can weaken your headshot resistance and chuck a better one with a better view, and that's what I would probably do. Is maybe I'd mix up the light armor, maybe have a heavy breastplate or something, or maybe heavy. That's what I love about it.
I think the tour guide helmet would be a good one for you. There's there's 360 degrees.
360 degrees view. That's what we need, definitely. I have to say, the view from the tour, whatever you call guide helmets that if you want to show, the HUD just looked gorgeous because it was clear. I could see everything. Definitely. Wonderful.
Really nice. Really nice.
Really nice.
So,
I think especially for people that want to make screenshots or that like that more open space, that was the perfect.
Wallpapers everywhere, aren't there?
Yep.
Another thing we were going to show off was the railgun being used.
Oh yes, my highlights.
Amazing.
The highlights. I love
It
it.
feels powerful. Oh, you mean the Squad's railgun?
Yeah.
Good.
The one that they were using in 3.0. Oh, you were on about the Idris thing.
Oh, the Idris railgun, yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
I jumped right to the end there.
The Idris is yeah.
But they had some good gameplay with this, and they tried to do this in the presentation as well, which I think she did hit, but it looked like she missed, and I think that could have been desync. But they had a little Nox fly past as well. But yeah, that looks pretty good fun.
She blew up a cutlass with a railgun.
Yeah.
I was like,
Shields were down though. Shields were down.
But yeah, no, it did. I just love the impact crater, like the explosions that it did, and all the kind of. It just looked legit, like something out.
That poor gamer who's just jumped on for 15 minutes.
Yeah, an hour.
Done.
Is the railgun like a hit scan projectile? Is it?
Isn't it like proximity? So
yeah.
I don't know.
Because it looks pretty. Like a few of these would be quite unbalanced, really, together.
Yeah,
it's great.
No,
against
it
pad
doesn't
campers.
Scan
Dude.
and follow. I think it's just. I think it's quite quick to get to the target, but not. It still is a delay. I think they were saying.
I think it'd be really hard to dodge
quite
on a
instant.
bigger ship.
Brilliant, perfect. Just what we need for a hack. Dealing with ruffians.
So yeah, that was quite cool.
You are the ruffian.
The other thing that you were showing off was the dismount from the Nox. The thing that made me laugh on this as well. If you actually look at the picture, it says there's like the new hint system, ship movement. Remember to manage your throttle with W and S to avoid collisions, and then he just rolls off at full speed.
Oh god! Do you know what I loved about watching Gamble and Maya when they raced these together was Gamble's incessant desire to keep doing the same thing again over and over again, and Maya was just like, "Oh, this is easy. I'll just go back to the side and wait for you, and then shoot you again and send you into a flip." It was really funny. It was really funny. He's like, "Damn it! I will continue to do this until it succeeds," and it never did.
So yeah,
the cutlass. The cutlass, by the way, guys. Oh my god! Am I glad I've got a cutlass?
The cockpit is just incredible.
Wow!
When you look at it from inside the habitation area and you look up, it looks like something out of Firefly. It just
stunning.
The size as well. Did you guys notice the size?
It's huge.
Side
doors as well. Or I can't wait to have my mates in there with railguns and machine guns and all the rest of it, shooting out at people when they're landing.
So
it's a drop ship, man. It's an awesome drop ship now,
right,
and a cargo ship, and it's a tank and an exploration ship. It's everything. It's fantastic.
I think it has the versatility that a ship where they designed it for, basically the let's say the piratey kind of shady stuff. It's a great versatile ship, And I think we could barely fit in the back door in the version that we have now. And
is that what she said?
In the oh my god, I completely lost what I was saying.
It's gone.
No, but we could barely fit in the bag of the previous one, and if you look at the one in the Gamescom videos, it was just 1.5, almost 2 times the height that it was. You dirty boogers.
Yeah, this is them. Was this them getting the Nox into the back of the to the rover?
This is going back to a little bit what you were talking about earlier, how they just tried to ram everything in. You know we're going to do that though.
Stuffing things into things to see if it fits. Yeah, no, it was.
Will it fit as a proper activity for Star Citizen?
The Nox. Did anyone notice as well? But the Nox starts off on its side. Is that what you were saying as well? And you kind of starts off the side, and then it rolls you up into an upright position, and then you kind of go. I didn't like, if I'm being honest, I really didn't like the way the Nox felt, and I've said before, it makes me actually want to get more of a wheeled-based motorbike, more to the ground.
I didn't think
this
it would go
one?
so high. It seems to
it's
just
just-
float over things. That's
It's
not
fine.
It's not just that. I think
It's
it's like you
fine,
said
but
with
it's
the.
the ship I wanted.
I felt the same with the rover. Like you could feel it, like it going over the ground. It felt more more. I don't know. It just felt better with it hitting the bumps and the wheels going up. Whereas the hover just made it like you were floating, and it didn't feel like anything was happening. So there was the craters were dropping down, and they just sort of gently went down and back up. It didn't feel like the speed. I think when you've got something low, so in normal cars like the racing cars, when you're lower to the ground.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you about this. When you're lower to the ground, you feel faster, right? So because these are hovering and up higher in the air, they don't feel as fast.
I don't know if
they need to lower it.
My mate had. You guys have ever been in a Mini?
it's like
an
sitting in a
original
car.
Mini, an
Yeah.
old original Mini. It's a go
It's like
kart.
sitting in a cart, yeah.
You could be doing 30 miles an hour, and you'll
feels
feel like you're doing about 90.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. And you don't get that feeling with the Nox. And I felt the same when they showed the Dragonfly on the last Gamescom demo. I felt like when it jumped off the cliff, you just completely lose that feeling. Like when you're in GTA or something like that and you drive off the cliff in a motorbike and it slams down on the floor, you completely lose that because it just hovers down slowly as it comes to meet the floor. And it's like, well, you don't get that thrill of like stunt driving with it. And I mean, that could be altered if they made the dampness less so that the actual vehicle did almost hit the floor. It could like take, instead of letting it dampen so much and hovering so slowly, it could actually just take more of the impact. And that might help towards it.
I mean, I was thinking of the games where I've kind of flown similar type of vehicles before. For me, Destiny has a similar type of vehicle to the Dragonfly and this, in terms of hover. And then also you've got Halo has the kind of the hovering kind of vehicles as well.
Yeah.
They're a bit lower though. Actually, I flew it the other day at my parents just to compare it, and it is actually a bit lower. It does tend to bounce and bump along the ground at times. You tend to feel that you kind of hit in the ground, but it still had a similar-esque feel to it. I don't mind it too much. I just think I'd like to have the other option as well. Just throw in that vehicle which is on the ground, a two wheel based kind of awesome, either a quad or like a cool racing bike thing. That would
Well, you've got the
make me
Tumbrel
happy.
racing one, so that's going to be a bit like it. But it'd be nice to get a bike one doing the same. Yeah.
I think the Nox will eventually be more of a ground back because you can see as he's trying to get it into the back of the Ursa, it's actually trying to go over the Ursa.
Yeah.
Which they need to have.
It's
I
like
mean,
the
eventually,
collision thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's like no, and you're like fucking get. So I think they will eventually get it so that it is more ground based because it's supposed to be like Rey from Star Wars where she's scooting across the ground. It's just to point A to point B. It's not supposed to really fly up and around places unless it's in space. So I think they will.
It needs this. It needs that sand speeder, doesn't it? It needs to be that Luke Skywalker speeder. That looks really low. You can see him almost like touching the ground. That would be awesome. I'd be happy with that kind of height. You know
that feel of a almost crooked.
Can't go up.
Yeah,
Sorry?
yeah. No, that's right. The feel of an almost crooked racer. That is what Manus says. Sometimes touches the ground or fucks itself up. I have to agree with Miz in a sense though. It looks too smooth. You know what I mean? Maybe implement something where it sometimes when you get shot, for example, maybe that it fails a bit. You know what I mean? Or give him that more feel of like the bounciness. You know, and it will still float. But if you then make a big jump, that it, for example, floats through his range because it cannot keep it and slammed into the ground for a time, and that still gives you that rocky feeling instead of. You know what I mean? It's like you don't want
to have like.
Go ahead.
It seemed to have like jump jets as well, which pushed it really high, like way higher than I was expecting it to go. Like it looked really strange.
That were bugs, right? Or was that something that was?
No, that was like obviously like a strafe up sort of maneuver, but it went really like 50 meters up or something like that.
Yeah,
really crazy.
You don't want it to become a meta vehicle for planetary stuff because it's that versatile. You know what I mean? Because then everyone would be flying these stupid Noxes, and people won't drive in. Yeah, I'm not a fan. You know, I can totally see that people like that stuff. You know what I mean? I can totally see that. For me, it's too far away from the Dragonfly was already tempting me and saying, but it still kept that composure of something that could exist. This Nox is obviously very alien-esque. Just a stick. You're riding a broomstick, basically. For me, it could be bulkier. You know what I mean? If it had some side things. That came out, I would like it more. But you don't want it to become a meta, you know what I mean? Where everyone, I need to fly a Nox because that thing can go through all terrain. No, you still want the versatility of people in rovers, people in tumblers, people in dragonflies. You know what I mean? That would be nice.
Currently, it looks like a slick dildo. You want it to have balls at the side of it as well.
Exactly.
Dragging you along.
Yeah.
It needs some cojones. You know what I mean?
Cojones.
So one of the other things that Madness touched upon earlier was like how this the game show floor kind of showed off a lot of the stuff that we actually saw in the presentation, albeit in little bits and chunks. And another one that we saw was this like land to air battle. So they were shooting at I think it was a Gladius in that was flying around them. So I'll just don't touch
Gladius.
Pretty cool.
Trying to fly.
Well, who was the pilot? Yeah, well, DJ was piloting it, and I don't know actually. No, who was piloting it? No, they were both in the rover, weren't they? It was just someone that was new to the game, I think.
Let's have a look. Oh, so this is what I was saying about the cockpit in terms of the turret. Yeah. This is what I was saying about the failed turret from the Ursa. You know, you need to have that view where he's on top. The camera needs to be on top of the.
Yeah, I agree.
You can't be shooting at it from there. That's just.
It was kind of using his visor, wasn't it? It was the target was in the middle of his visor. It wasn't as if it had a separate target at all.
It's not right. That's for sure. Hopefully they'll fix that, or they'll say, we'll see a more finished version.
I think we will see a panel where you can look at it, or you can go into the first person panel thing. You know, like what they do with the
Hornet.
Yeah. I think if they've done it with that, they'll do it with this.
Yeah, it has to be. Otherwise, it's just there's no coolness being the second seater, in my opinion.
No, you're just like pew pew pew, and it looks odd. It looks really difficult to do.
Can I, with watching this, give a big heads up to the way Meyer presented the functions of the game?
Kudos.
Yeah, I was going to say
kudos for Meyer there. What he was so good in explaining, and what I'm no bad word about DJ or Gamble, but what I missed with Gamble and DJ was like. Gamble and DG were pissing about, you know what I mean, which is fine. But Meyer was more like, okay, I am here for an educational reason as well. I want to tell the people, what are you seeing? What am I doing? What can we do in 3.0? Whereas the other two, and both great streamers as well, were more in like, oh, let's try and break shit. What I mentioned earlier, let's try the crazy stuff out. Where I think what Meyer did was really showing what we are really all waiting for. You know what I mean?
And on that point, it was interesting because on the actual rover, you see him playing with the power distribution. And stuff.
He actually wants to do science, whereas everyone else was just messing around and entertaining. He realised that, well, partly he's a geek, he wants to see it, and he also wanted to educate the new people who don't know about it, because he knows a lot of people who don't know about the game will be watching it to be like,
"Ooh, what's this?
I think they're all three entertaining though, but I think there's three. There's different ways in entertainment. I get entertained by what Meyer does, but other people get entertained by what Gamble. So I think it was a good combination of the two, a very good balance. But I loved what what I like is the sort of thing that Meyer does, and he did it really, really well, and again, kudos for Meyer. Go ahead, man. Sorry that
No, it's fine. You go ahead. You can send him a Christmas card and stuff. It's fine. He was good. He was good. He was good. I like the fact that he did the things like I agree. When we talked about this off stream,
are you still going to be in the picture for the Christmas card? Then?
I will be in the Christmas card. I will do a special pose.
Okay, because I will basically stand behind you, and it will say "Jingle My Bells," and I will basically
go for it.
Jingle the bells.
Jingle the bells. What I liked when Meyer, do you know what Meyer did was he did something that I was screaming at the screen for. It's like when they did the turrets and there was a sign at the bottom said turret mode or something, and I was like, no, everyone just kept passing it over, and then eventually Meyer went, and I saw him do it on his stream, and I was like, thank God he did it, and he went, oh look, you can switch the power, and then suddenly the turret suddenly became like Star Wars, where you had the kind of the guns firing in different synchronization, and I was just like, yes, I was like,
what we wanted to see,
Get him. Good lad. There was also a very funny / awkward moment when I think DJ and I think it was DJ and Maya were in the rover, and it was like, well, start it up and drive then, and then DJ's like, it's not working. It's not, it's not going forward. It's broke. It's bugged. And it's like, well, no, you got to change the power to the. I think he'd put all the power to the shields or something, so it had no power for engines. And like, it's interesting to see that you could actually turn it off that much that it would do that. And it wasn't until Maya said, well, let me have a look, and he got out and then he readjusted the power that the actual rover moved. But they were there for ages, just going, it's not working. The rover's broke. He goes, he was turning it on and off by pressing the button at the bottom and engines on and off and everything. It's like, oh no, the power's not working. So it's good to see that features in, and
makes
having
for interesting gameplay as well.
And I'm glad it's an option, not a necessity. That's my main thing, because I really like the fact that they will still have the quick key. You press F, the power will come on.
Yeah,
and
I meant the actual balancing of the power and it actually having effect rather than I know what you meant.
I know what you meant, Miss. I completely.
But I can imagine the amount of people that are going to be stuck thinking that their thing's broken and then they don't realise they've tweaked all the power to something irrelevant.
It's a hole in the market for biomechanical to jump on instead of a tour guide. When the tour guide business is not going that well, he could maybe become something like how do you call this? In the Netherlands, we have like the roadside recovery. Yeah. He could be like the guy. Hello, this is roadside recovery. Have you tried to turn it off and on again? He would be a good one for that.
Do you know what? This slightly scares me a little bit when there's a lot of features on keys and stuff, because I don't know about you guys, but I've when I was flying the other day, I think I was with you, Miss. We were playing PUBG, and my hand accidentally brushed across Alt Z, and up came my NVIDIA in the middle of a battle, and suddenly my character is standing still, going, shoot me, kill me, and I'm instantly dead, and then I'm going, oh, for fuck's sake, bloody keys. And I was thinking, with all these new features, I know for a fact that I'm going to spend a lot of time switching off the key bindings so that I'm moving them around away from where my hands are, especially if I'm a keyboard player, because I'm going to be fucking up all the time. That's the one thing. I know we all do that. I mean, a lot of us do that, and it always frustrates me. It's almost as if no one's actually played it and gone, yeah, those keys are in a really stupid place. We need to move them. Do you know what I mean? We need to have less key bindings around this because that's where most normal people play. You know what I mean?
We already have so much key bindings as well, man. And the chance of hitting a button that you don't want to hit is only going to be bigger.
Yeah, and you're like 30 minutes into a dogfight or something, and you're like looking at scrolling through a list of YouTube videos to try and find what you've done wrong.
I think that is where modifiers come in, though, and we've had those for a long time in Star Citizen, where you do Alt and a certain key, or Control and a certain key, or Shift and a certain key.
But I still fuck up on that. Like, I don't know about the other guys, but maybe it's just my fat fingers these days. You're just kind of slamming the keyboards. But
you see these fingers, you know what I mean?
Didn't they say a while ago that there's going to be an option to have certain preset loadouts where you can have, like, you can press a button and that'll be your FPS. Press another button, that'll be your combat flight. Press another button and that'll be your, say, cargo hauling key combination. Again, you're still going to learn a lot of shit. And if
tour guide
tour guide fucking configuration. So I think they are going to work on ways to make it easier. But yeah, it's going to be. I don't even want to fucking pilot because it's just too much.
It's fine. I mean, I'll end up probably having the key bindings. I mean, I've done it before. I print them out and I put them on a wall so that I have them there, so I can literally go. Or I have them on a separate screen, a picture of them or whatever, just at hand. And eventually, they'll, like anything, there'll be set number of keys that you use. But there's always some time I'll be in the middle of a fight and I'll be in the middle of a round, and I'll just accidentally hit two keys that I didn't expect to hit, and then all shit breaks loose on my keyboard.
Shield.
And I'm just like, fuck. What have I done?
When we blow madness up.
Exactly. And that's when I always do.
Aurora's mass.
I do it by accident. You turn the G save off or you turn the com stab off, and those are small things. But I can imagine what Madness says when you have certain buttons that you don't want to touch during a flight. You know what I mean?
The fight. It was okay. Here's my example. Star Marine. Okay. I had to switch off one of I think crouch and changing your fucking weapon burst mode were right. Literally, there was crouch and V, I think, was right next to it. I was constantly fucking hitting the burst button on my my bloody gun, and it was fucking. I was thinking, who fucking thought of that?
Yeah, I do that in Battlefield on occasion, and you think someone comes up to you and you're like, bang, and you think, fuck, what? Why have I single fired someone when they're right in front of me? No, I do that all the time. It's a pain.
It bugs me. You just think, people not playing this game.
It
You know?
creates an element of again, and I come back on the
Fat
RP
fingers.
side, madness. It creates an element of failure, which can happen in the real world as well when you're crazy doing a dogfight, or when you're in
Not
a
true.
stressful situation.
You could catch the single. Well, I don't know. I've never really fired a weapon, but yeah, you never know.
No, but in real life, when for example you go on a track day with your car, and because it's all you could mess up things as well. Failure is something that is in real life as well. So implementing might not be the reason, but
Practice.
immersion.
Perfect.
Exactly.
I
I know
just-
you, man. If you will master
I'm
those things
hoping-
anyway, you know what I mean.
I'm hoping that they give good time and thought to their keyboard. That's all.
All right.
And practice and communicate with us. Ask us as the community. Ask us and say, what do you guys think about these key bindings? What do you guys think? What would you maybe take some good positive feedback? No, I don't see enough feedback on key bindings and kind of layouts because everyone does it a little bit different, and there might be a good average way
They've already
between
said
them.
before they're not implementing that. They keep changing it because of the new stuff they added in. That's why we're on like the third or fourth iteration of key bindings.
Yeah, the more mechanics that come in, the more it's going to be
Okay, well,
messed up, innit?
for later on then, but I'm interested to see how it goes. Right, move on.
But by the release time, we need a second keyboard for Star Citizen.
You will.
Yeah, well, that's true. The buttons and streaming buttons. I haven't got enough bloody alt. I can't remember which alt for my OBS is and alt from this, and I need another computer.
You'll be
That's
like
for sure.
Mozart from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Multiple
We can make him
keyboards.
arrange that game.
Do you know what's sad is that I know exactly what you're talking about. That's the thing. It's definitely showing my age right now. Right there.
Bill.
Showing my age.
You're still a young flower.
Heavy
man.
metal.
Come on.
So
Dude.
the other thing they showed
Heavy
was a
Iron
lot of the
Maiden.
things they got to do was explore these these wreckages and stuff.
I really
Which look
like
pretty
that.
cool. I think this is tailed onto the Nox that you was on about when he gets on and it's still on the side. It doesn't actually right itself, which was quite funny. It leans right over and then he's just left sitting there on the side going, right, can we look up right now?
That was funny. I like the heart rate. Look at that heart rate going like crazy.
Oh, shit, yeah, I never noticed that.
Yeah.
That is cool. So I guess that will play into the
Oxygen
said
consumption.
that when you aim, it will. They said this is quite a unique thing for FPS games, but like a soldier will say, I'm not a soldier, I have no experience, but they say that you shoot in between breaths. So if you're like bang, bang, I think that's how they're supposed to cater for it. And they said that you'll need to play that into your FPS game when they implement the whole breathing with firing weapons and things. So if you're breathing,
Otherwise, you're going like. Brrr, brrr.
yeah, well, that's it. There was something about it, like using breathing and firing in between. That is supposed to be a trained soldier's thing. I have no idea. I've fired a BB gun. That's about it.
That's all right.
Water pistol.
Did you hold your breath all right?
Yeah, in case I got the water in my
Water
mouth.
breath. Like, super soakers.
You
The
can
Rex and
drown on
stuff
that
looked
shit.
pretty cool, though, guys. Holy shit.
Yeah, they do.
The Rex,
the
yeah,
Rex are looking very nice.
You've
we've
got
already-
to get some bigger ones.
Okay. Do you know in the demo, which we'll probably get to later on, but they got lost, didn't they, inside the caterpillar wreck?
Oh, she
Now-
did, yes.
Imagine being in something like an Adrift or a big ship and it being pitch black. All you've got is your torchlight, and you know that there's aliens on board, and you lose a friend, and you're like, "Hello," and you get lost, and you just want to get your way out of there.
You're looking for.
Thanks. But that would be just scary as hell. And just using torchlight, seeing something like those little creatures we've seen concepted go rushing past.
Did you guys find the atmosphere a bit like lacking in terms of the way the mechanic of the ships didn't? Someone said to me that the ships did feel heavier in the atmosphere, but I didn't get I mean, I know this is a moon, so again, it's not a planet, so I imagine they'll be fleshing it out a bit more, but it did seem a bit, the mechanics. I mean, okay, I've been reading up on this one. There are two perspectives on this one. I think there's my perspective, which is the reality is you've got mobility thrusters, they're spaceships, it's the future, who gives a shit? There's the view that I've been reading about, which is the voice that I'm kind of obtaining, is people complaining about it, basically, and saying it doesn't seem right. The ships didn't look like they were moving in atmosphere. It's not real to life, blah, 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 blah. So I'm wondering what you guys' thoughts were when you
I
didn't
agree.
care about it.
No, I don't. I thought the movements of the ships in atmosphere didn't feel right. I think they need to make the IFCS mode sort of make them feel more like they're actually trying to stabilize them. And also, when it comes to dogfighting planet side, they will need to feel more like fighter ships, so doing runs coming in and then coming out again. I don't think, like you saw the battle between the Buccaneer and the Gladius on the main feature, and it was just like they were just like this, sitting in one place. It just looked awful. It doesn't show flight in atmosphere combat. It's just ugh.
It comes down to the pilots, though. They were pretty poor all around.
But they were, yeah. But still, it needed to look like there was more of an atmosphere there to hold. I know, like, they vary in planets and so forth, but it just didn't feel like there was an atmosphere. It was just like space.
Go on, Zach.
Go on, dude.
No, you go.
No, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, Maya said he was, like, when he was flying around in the atmosphere, was, like, struggling against that turbulence and stuff, so...
Yeah,
that's true. He says that the closer to the ground you go, the more it pulls your nose down, doesn't he, as well? Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much what I was going to say. Sometimes it's like what you see and what from us it looks at, it doesn't look like it's necessarily having an effect. It can be different to what it actually is. It's a bit like we said with the racing of the Nox or whatever. It feels like it's not going fast, but from another perspective, it is going fast. So it probably does need tweaking, but there's also, like we said, different atmospheres on different planets which are going to pull you down more. But I think Starburger came on my Discord and said the same thing. He said it felt like it was constantly pulling your ship down when they were flying it. So it doesn't look like that. And how much it was doing, I don't know. So it's hard to tell.
It seems very mixed from what I'm like. I mean, looking at chat as well, and I'm getting one person saying one thing, another person saying another thing. And I looked on Reddit, and there seems to be a real like a lot of people just go, well, they're spaceships and it's the future, and they've got mobility thrusters and they can float in the air and it's gravity, whatever, you know. They should be able to do whatever they want, and then there's this other side where they should be pulled to the ground like a plane and crash and burn if they stop moving.
I think it's like they spend all that time on the proper physical, Newtonian physics in space, and like you say, it is all down to how it feels. I've not played it. I don't know how it feels. That is the biggest thing the biggest factor that will probably change my mind is just how it actually feels to me. But it just didn't look right, and I think if it doesn't look right, then there's probably something wrong there with the physics that need to be looked at. But again, it is a physical based, like the Newtonian physics are there, so it could actually be 100% accurate. And like you say, it was just the way the pilots made it look. They technically probably shouldn't be flying like that if that's the case. But I don't know. I just have to wait and see what it feels like when we get our hands on it, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, personally, I'm like, well, we'll wait and see. I mean, I'm going to be doing most of my fighting in space, I imagine, but we'll wait and see.
I think that was it for the show floor stuff, was it? Or have I missed anything?
There was loads of stuff. I mean, we could go on for hours just on the show.
You could make
the habitation.
You could do full show for that.
Yeah, I was screaming at the screen.
We pretty much have. I don't know how much of this presentation we're going to go through because there's a fucking shit ton on there, which we haven't even touched yet.
Do you know what I am?
Was the burn down, you've deleted half of mine, so that's gone.
I haven't deleted it.
When you pasted thing on top, it's deleted half of it, I think. But I don't know. So there was some cinematic shots that we got. I think are they released that actually on YouTube? Those cinematic pictures, the one with the Connie wreck and that. Let me just find it. There we go. So there was that one where, like Zach was saying, he'd like to see bigger wrecks. I mean, that's the Constellation wreck. What was the biggest wreck that they had on the games room floor? Do we know?
Caterpillar, I think.
Was it the Cat?
They've only got four. They got the Cat, the Freelancer, the Connie, and someone else.
Your burn down's back, by the way.
Cutlass, was it?
So they haven't got the Starfarer. Because they got that in space.
No.
I'm surprised they haven't got that on the land.
No, I think they said they're going to start with the first four, but then we've seen the Starfarer wreck on the Derelicts video. Yeah, where they showed it off like here. But
what was the wreck off the Sandworm video?
That was the
Javelin.
Yeah. So there is definitely bigger stuff ready.
In fact, they did say the Javelin there's going to be one Javelin wreck in the whole of 3.0. Right. They said that was going to be somewhere, but they're not going to tell us where we have to find it. and you can see it from space. They said you'll be able to see it while you're in space before you transition through atmosphere.
I think that's going to be the driller, dude, not the Jav.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, the one. Good point. No, that's the one that
they've never
showed.
said what it's going to be. They just said it's going to be big, but they've shown.
Oh, I see. They didn't specify the ship.
Space, unless they did that I wasn't aware of. I know that they said that there was going to be an Easter egg of a massive ship that you can
just an Easter egg on a planet, a wreck of an Easter egg.
And the only two big things we've seen is the driller wreckage from the Reclaimer video, where the guys are like walking around next to it, and obviously the Jav from the Sandworm.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Educated guess would be either, like you say, a massive javelin, or a more than likely the driller, because we've already seen the javelin.
Yeah, I think I put a poll up on Twitter about what the possible ship could have been, and I think the driller did come out top. Top.
Wait.
I'd rather see the driller than the Jav, to be honest.
Did anyone else notice?
True.
Did you notice? I don't know if you see on Levski, but it looks like they've got a monorail running around it.
They're going to implement one for later, I believe they said.
Yeah.
Currently not yet, but it looks cool.
Wasn't it in one of the first videos of Levski we saw?
I'm
not
not
in
sure,
working, but I thought they had like in the concept of it or something. I can't
Which
remember.
gets me excited for procedural cities and public transport.
Yeah, I mean, how big is Levski going to be to need? Because maybe I think they said they're going to expand on Levski and have outposts further afield, didn't they? Was that something I
it
heard?
may be a monorail to a different
That'd be
outpost
so cool.
or something, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So cool to go chugging along on a rail, to go to another base somewhere. That would be amazing. Or even underground as well, going through the core of the asteroid or whatever.
The rocks and stuff, that's cool.
To go through.
So,
a bit like the Expanse with the monorail.
Very much so.
The other thing Zach touched on was the worm attack. Now, there was something in the presentation, and I don't know if people caught it because people were moaning about the corny dialogue, but if you actually listen to what they were saying to each other, she actually mentioned about, I hope we don't, well, do you think there's going to be a sandworm there? Or she goes, oh, that would be epic if we meet a sandworm. And so do you think it was supposed to be in the demo and it didn't come up? Or do we think, so there's one question, and the second one is, do you think we're going to get it in 3.0? Do you think if we go to one, just like maybe not all the time, but a random thing, will it come up like it does in Osiris and just jump
it's
up
on
on
lore, Zach. It's on a certain planet. They live on a certain planet.
Yeah, Layer 3, isn't it? I think.
I believe
they
that
put them
was
in
that was for fun. I think that was for fun, just a kind of a nod to citizens.
But also, Levski's not supposed to be in Stanton, is it? So Levski's supposed to be in the Nixes. I mean, I don't think they will, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did, just for novelty purposes of.
That's what I mean, not because it's meant to, but just something for us to experience. If you're exploring or something, it would be, especially if it was near this wreck that you're all talking about. That's the big wreck, and you go there, and that might be one of the things that's also part of an Easter egg for it. It comes.
It would have been epic seeing it coming up as the Idris was flying away, like behind it or something.
Just coming after it or something.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, even when it's fucking landed, I wonder what damage it would do to the Idris. I don't have a size comparison.
Well, the way the Idrises blew up in space pretty quick. It
didn't take long, did it?
No.
Well, that was I've got the link for the explosion, because one, the explosion was epic, and two, the fact that this is what me and Zach and a few of the other guys we've all been saying, is the big ships at the moment, they don't take a long to pop.
No, I said that for a while,
and the capital ship doesn't take that long to pop either. So there's going to be a lot of very unhappy people in these thinking that it's going to be an hour and a half long fight.
Yeah, I think it blew up quicker on the second go when they said you don't have to lose. Then on the first go when they were supposed to lose, it was like, oh, okay, the same outcome. That was quick.
The shields are down though the whole time.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It was obviously for the presentation. It was on purpose to make the demo go smooth and quicker. Because you don't want to see a 30-minute. But we would actually.
Yeah, if it was an hour-long battle, you'd be like that. But yeah,
just have a timer. Yeah, they could. This is the kind of thing where it would be nice if afterwards maybe they showed another video of a kind of with its shields up. Yeah, of its shields up, and show an actual timer in the corner ticking and say, like time lapse to say, and the finishing result took 30 minutes to get its shields down and do the fight, and then people would be like, oh, cool, that's cool. And then you've got some.
Because I mean, obviously, this is something that is actually a big thing for 3.0 because when they got the persistence and things are going to cost us, we don't want our ships to be blowing up as quick as they are at the moment. But we know that that's changing with the item system as well. So,
yeah.
So how exciting was it when you heard the guy say, "You guys got an Idris?"
I never even saw it. The whole stream was saying, "What's that in the top of the screen?"
We
and I was
were on
like,
our stream, on my stream, it was like right from the instant of the distance. It's going, "What the hell's that huge ship?" And it's like, "It's an Idris. It's an Idris." It's like,
I couldn't even see it until he got close. I was just like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
I was watching Mrs. Stream. I could hear them all fat man. It was like.
You know what?
As soon as we saw it.
When it
You were doing
landed,
something wrong with you.
when little cheer came up, I got really
The
excited
landing
when it
was
landed.
awesome, yeah.
I was just like, when it came down, and then the
Oh,
smoke
yeah.
came up, and then the back of it came down, and then they gave a girl the controls to drive the Euro. I was like, no, have you not
You're
seen
a
a girl drive
sexist.
a park a car?
You're sexist.
It's a mistake. No, it was fine, but it was funny that it crashed. But then it was so
Have
cool.
you
Like,
seen Miss
the whole
Barker car?
Doesn't the whole bottom section? Isn't the whole bottom section literally one giant kind of shooting ships out the end of it?
Yeah, a ship hangar, isn't it? An aircraft
Yeah,
hangar.
it's so cool. I was like,
It is really cool, and the way the struts as well, just sort of compressed. It looked more like a film than an actual game. But also, when it was in the air and you could see the Gladius flying around it from the view of the Ursa, that to me just was epic because it looked like something out of District 9. It was like you can see the scale of the actual ship when that Gladius was just flying around in the background. Gave me chills.
yeah, Bristol Boy's saying the same thing. He's like, it went really quick, and we were like, no shields, and he's like, so. We were like, well,
No,
ballistics.
I think they're still balancing it out. It's like we've seen the what do you call it, the Constellation go from being killed with a pistol to taking. Like I remember I was fighting one of the CIG people in a Constellation, and it lasted forever. Like literally, it was just not exploding, and it was too long. So they are all the time they're implementing new stuff for the ships. They're just going to keep balancing the life as the time goes on, I expect.
Yeah. It's going to be forever balancing. But they will, in a strange way, I'd rather them make the capital ships almost more immortal to start with, rather than going really quickly.
Yeah, for the fun of battling it out rather than just boom. Okay.
Yeah. I'd rather than bring it,
Yeah,
rather
the other
than
way
this
around.
kind of quick. Do the other way. Go make it much harder to destroy them, and then you can slowly bring it down until you find the sweet spot that way, rather than the other way.
I wonder what the railgun would do to a sandworm.
I don't know. Do we have a picture of the railgun? Video of the railgun?
I put a video on there of the railgun.
It's. Can I be honest? Can I be honest? Okay, it ain't the prettiest looking ship.
It looks like a water buffalo with it. When you look at it from the front, and you
Kind of
see
looks
that
like
bridge.
That's like a boat, isn't it?
Is that the cockpit as well? That big, huge bit at the top.
Yeah, that's
there?
the bridge.
That's a wonderful target for me right there. That's for sure. That's literally like sitting up proud above everything else. It's like literally be like, there
Yeah,
you
why
go,
target
boys.
anything else?
There's your target right there. That nice cockpit. I'd be curious to see what the shields are like around where the weak points are on this, but that cockpit looks lovely. Big target. It's a cool look. I mean, it's ugly, but it's cool. It's ugly cool.
It's ugly cool. It's cool ugly.
It's ugly cool. Yeah, that's the best way to describe it. It's
I love the damage effects on it though as well. You know, when it got hit by the railguns, you could see on the front where the hangar doors are just a load of just damage from it. It was, and every time it hit, you could see different impact craters from where it actually hit it. I want to know what happened though if you had the doors open. Would the railgun go straight through? Could be a good tactic.
Tactic
That would
open.
be-
So once you've dispatched all your ships inside, just open both the front and back. So it goes
Line her
through.
up.
This is what I mean already. Look, Matt is doing exactly. He's trying to break. He's trying to do
Yeah,
crazy
what?
things. 2 Idrises and one trying to shoot a railgun round through another one without it doing any damage.
There's just a
It's like-
bloke carrying some ammo inside and gets whacked by a rail. He's like, ah!
Did someone say
Oh,
there
you
was a
could-
picture of the railgun? Because I can't see.
You can see it now. People are going to be flying their ships, trying to see. Can I get a caterpillar through it, or can I get like a
Yeah.
starfarer through it? Or be trying to. There's just going to be literally just tons of people just messing around with
A
the.
racetrack checkpoint.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
It would have been really cool to see one of the enemy gladiuses land inside the enemy Idris.
Kill everyone on board.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like,
That'd be
you know,
mint.
that's going to be literally like how quickly do the doors close? Because you'd be sending in your troopers in a cutlass or whatever, or a prowler, as quickly as possible to land on it or land in the back, try and get into the back of it, and then drop down and get all your mates shooting. And God, how much fun!
Yeah, boarding is going to be so fun, and it's like it's like a whole squad of you. You're like, no, we go up this way. Oh no, sorry, wrong way. Turn around. Let's go. You just like you're on board for about a good half an hour trying to find your way to the bridge. They have no idea you're there.
Pirates this way, big arrows to the basement.
Hopefully the hangar in that ship was very empty as well. I think you will see that a lot more filled up in game eventually. You know,
the hangar you mean of cargo? Because that wasn't the cargo hangar.
No, the fighter hangar. It was a fighter hangar, right?
But they were
there was Is it 3 ships they can have or 2? Because I know those little black sections are supposed to flip up, aren't they, to repel the flames.
Yeah, exactly.
Jets. Was there just 2, or is there a space for a third one? I can't remember.
2 that re-landed in it, so I presume 2, but
could be like
2 for the demo purposes. So I'm not 100%.
Yeah,
we've seen in the I think it was last year as a Gamescom that they had 2 ships in it, but still the small little yellow thing.
I've just looked at the concept.
Oh, the
MPU.
The MVP or whatever it is.
The Argo.
The Argo could still fit behind them, you know, and you saw a ship start up.
Well, the Argo has a section on the Idris, doesn't it? It has its own little parking hangar because it comes with an Argo. I think it's the Idris, and then it can open up and that can deploy. And I think what they use is just to drop the guy off. He got out in the main hangar because maybe that sort of, like it's like the Merlin. It doesn't quite dock properly yet, but it's got its own little docking hangar, I think, for the Argo.
Yeah, look at that. When that first came in, I was.
This is the bit that Mac didn't see as the ship.
I saw this part. It was while we were dogfighting, and they're like, look at the top.
There's something. Do you know what this reminded me of? I don't know if anybody else got this, but when I first saw this, if it's a bit bigger, I got a District 9 kind of like like kind of feel from it, and then I was thinking that maybe this is going to be part of the bigger mothership. You know what I mean? Kind of like a bit higher up. There's a huge spaceship above.
There's a bigger one that docks in.
And this is the little baby spaceship coming down. It's to think this is what we've all been waiting for, like capital ships, big, super huge ships. This is like the game. I love. Do you know what, the damage as well? I thought the rover at the back was awesome as well.
Yeah.
When you saw the damage state and stuff.
Yeah.
That was great.
Love that. Showing floor, they're getting shot and his big dent in the back doors and everything. Yeah, really good.
Loved that. Really cool. Yeah, it was just like when this thing. Oh yeah, I mean, the Gladius cockpit is spoiling the view, but other than that, it's good.
What do you mean? It's got more view now.
No,
I'd say take the other 2 HUDs out.
I would agree. Just get rid of them completely. Imagine a kingship. I originally, when we were talking about this for the presentation, I was saying at the end, I was talking about capital ships, and I was saying how cool it would have been to have an Idris or a Javelin fighting a kingship. I thought that maybe this Gamescom's presentation would be a capital dogfight type thing at the end, because when they talked to Aaron, he gave a hint about being really proud of something, and we couldn't talk about it because it would be a spoiler. And I got the impression that was it. It was they have managed to get 2 capital ships, or they managed to get capital ships working. And so when I saw this, I was like, yes, I was kind of close. Not quite right. I thought it would be Van Duel Capital versus Idris. I thought maybe it'd be a Driller versus an Idris, but maybe that's for CitizenCon, hey? Maybe we'll get to see more of the Van Duel for CitizenCon.
The kingship's like 5 times longer than the.
Yeah, could you imagine seeing that?
Absolutely ginormous.
That rocking in, 1.2 kilometers in length. It's fucking.
I think if they brought a kingship in, that would crash the whole of Germany, man.
Yeah. Well, the frames were chugging for sure, but it's fine. It's fine. Again, they will improve things, optimization,
and they were updating as the Gamescom went on as well, right?
Yeah, it managed to. Didn't look horrendous either, so I was really impressed. Really.
They were saying as well on a daily basis they brought out newer dev builds in. They updated the dev builds, so that was interesting to see. So they obviously found things that were breaking the experience for players there at that point in time, which they fixed very quickly there, by the looks of it.
Thanks for the picture, Mac. That was the District 9 exactly. That was what I got that feeling of that ship coming down, hovering. Yeah, so cool.
And it looks like a water buffalo. Let me get an image of a water buffalo for you all. Kind of similar to that. Not quite what I was thinking, but
Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the old destroyer boats that used to go through Antarctica, and they had the whole front section was designed to break through ice.
Yes, yeah.
And when I see
icebreakers.
that,
Like a
it kind of
boat, yeah.
it feels like it, or the the front end of those ice scrapers that you get on the road or whatever. It just feels like it's literally designed to ram something with it. Do you know what I mean? It's like a ram.
Sounds like my kind of ship.
Yes, exactly. Do you know what I didn't like though? I didn't like those bars over the front. It felt like it was fucking up the view.
Well, there was one bit when they were showing it on there, and it's like his
What's
eye
the point
level.
of
Well,
them?
We couldn't see the other Idris because it was behind that bar. The
Yeah,
camera
this
angle
is
that
it.
they were
This is the
showing,
scene,
it's
yeah.
like, oh, come on. I know they weren't sitting down, but they just happened to be standing right at the spot where we couldn't see the other Idris coming at us because it was
But
literally lined up with that bar. It's like, get
What do you
rid of them.
think? What do you think? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's like about 7 or 8 bars in the middle there where I would just
That
want
front
one
bit
piece.
opening up for the ships to come out. That was
It looks like a council homes flat, cheaped out on the glass. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if anyone. I mean, I say this from experience because I live in I'm living in a council thing, and they cheaped out and decided to have every single tiny piece of glass you could have on this window door right next to me, and I'm just like. Seriously, you just need 3 pieces of glass and it would look stunning. But the view is turned into miniature portraits because I'm constantly fucking trying to find a view. It's crazy. And when I saw that, I was very disappointed. Sorry, CIG. The ship is amazing, but please, just cut out all that. What is
Didn't they actually redo the cockpit of this, or was it the javelin? Was it the javelin?
Because of the bars across the javelin, yeah.
The bars.
But we've already got loads of ships that don't have bars across.
Yeah.
Why are we getting these bars across on them all? I mean, I don't know.
It's common sense in it. You don't put a bar in front of a pilot's view. It's just remove it.
The way I look at it is it's the Star Trek thing. The way I look at it is does Star Trek, the Enterprise, have 4 or 5 bars over their viewing screen when they're looking at things?
No.
That's all
Your own car doesn't, does it? You got the frame,
No,
and then you don't have a bar across the middle to support the two, like a sheet of glass.
That'll be a big insurance thing. Blind spots.
unless you're doing one of those kind of hardcore like dirt rally type things where you need to have like roll bar kind of cages over the front to protect you. That even then they still limit that
the
to a
middle
degree.
of the view, though.
Yeah, exactly. They don't blind you, so you're just guessing. You're asking your cockpit.
If anyone rolls an Idris, there needs some serious imprisoning.
Yeah.
Flying a cap ship, I think you'll do a lot of it via systems rather than like just external view though.
Yeah, looking at.
So you might have your picture screens and things like that for the drones outside and shit.
But there's no reason why you can't still have a beautiful view of a sun or something. Just gaze at you gloriously.
Yeah.
Structural integrity immersion, dude.
It's maximum structural integrity on the front, that tiny little front window section where everyone.
Saying that the Karak, when that has a screen, doesn't it? A metal armored screen that comes down in front.
Yeah,
and
that'd be
it gives
cool.
you a port to look through. So yeah, again, you'll be relying on systems and things.
Yeah, do that. Have that little bad boy come down. Make it so it's all
Yeah,
one
so when
beautiful
you go
sheet of
into
glass,
combat-
and then it comes down and
Yeah.
protects the cockpit.
Yeah.
You know, the Prowler that's like got no windows and it's all done via screens inside.
Could be.
Yeah,
It's like
that's cool. That's cool
big
too.
ship things. You don't always rely on actual vision, and when you're in space, there's not a lot of things you can run into. Although there is, but
I stand to differ on that one, Matt, guys. I managed to find quite a few things to run into.
It's what?
Yeah. So this view is awesome of the Idris, and that gun on the bottom is fucking huge. It's massive.
That is a big gun. He's
It
well
looks a
in
bit out of place, but it
that and the reclaimer.
Well, when it's
are
shut, it
the-
looks a little
hung.
bit more in place, but yeah. You can see
Definitely.
it shooting there a few times, but
well endowed ships.
We didn't really see it properly fire from that angle, did we? But we did see it. We saw the shots. Maybe they haven't animated it properly yet, but we saw the actual shots of it hit. And just when the hits actually land on the ship, that little bit of smoke,
yeah.
I thought was pretty cool. It
Because
kinda,
you can see the shields are down, so you're getting all the bullets coming through, and you do see all the explosions and the sparks coming off. It does look awesome. It's a really.
It
nice,
was an epic battle.
Yeah. And it's actually better to watch back because the first time you watch it, you're just like kind of in the hype moment and missing bits and going, oh my god, look at this. But yeah, when you see it back and you're seeing all the bullets flying everywhere and everything else, it's awesome.
Did anyone else? This is my little pet peeve I had a little bit as well. Did you not find it a bit annoying that they always had the extra screen in the corner?
Yes,
for some of it.
sometimes I wished it was either one or the other. It's nice to see the different perspectives. But
think
yeah, especially when I'm trying to take a screenshot for a fucking thumbnail, and I think, oh, that's
bumped into each other.
You almost need to inherit. There needs to be some clever person who needs to figure out the red button so that we can choose between the screens ourselves.
Red one, Jared.
Do you know what I mean? We can say
I
we'll
think
have
it was
view one
mostly
and
down
view
to the
two.
fact that if you saw the presentation earlier on, like they weren't all in the same room. I don't know who was controlling the cameras, but the communication wasn't great between them all the time. Maybe it was the noise and everything else, but so like we're telling them to turn things off. He probably just gave up saying turn the camera off because it's
maybe
he just wanted the battle to play out. So there are elements where they've cut it out, like you can see in here.
It was at times it was good, but it was just sometimes I was a bit like.
Oh no, I appreciated having the actual view so you could see two things going on at once. But sometimes when it was like that epic view of something happening, you just think.
Just show us the big view of it. Just cut to it and then show us, then go cut back to the other one and then cut back to it again and boo like that.
They did a bit, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Do you guys think the turrets are better?
It looks like it. I think they will be. But again, it's like the flight model. We can't tell until we actually get into it, can we? Really?
Do you think that you're able to hit things with it now? Because I mean, that was obviously a non-moving, humongous spaceship.
Yeah,
it seemed to. To work a bit better.
Does anyone that's been there? Did anyone that go to? If there's anyone in chat who's lucky enough to have gone, would be really interested to know if you guys managed to use the turrets. If you actually found an improvement at all compared to what you currently, because that was my thing with Maya and those guys. It didn't really. Again, it was like, oh, come on, tell us.
Get in the turret and show us them. Yeah.
Show us it. Is it better? Is it crap? Is it working? It was just
failed. Bit of the Idris here as well. Let's go back a little bit.
Yeah, go for it.
Come up in a minute. But just like we was talking about things blowing up and like a lot of the stuff at the moment blows up and there's nothing to recover. Now I know it's a huge ship, but if you actually look, the wreck of the ship, there's a lot there. So it looks like they, that's nice to see. That's what we want. You want to see bits where actually you're going to be able to go and recover some of the stuff from that. That looks almost like it could be a wreck if it just stayed there and we could then go and explore that.
Well, if you consider the Starfarer rig that we've seen, I know that was like a pre-placed one, but there's quite a lot of interior to the Starfarer for a medium-sized ship. So if you have to board, because he did say we'll destroy you and scavenge your ship, I reckon you will be able to board certain areas of it, but I don't know if it's going to be the full interior of that section that you can get into. That would be cool, but it's whether or not they can create that.
I hope so. I mean, on the big ship, obviously, it's probably less likely on the smaller ships to, because the amount of firepower you're putting into them to stop them exploding so much would be quite hard, I suppose. But
you would use different guns when you'd use the distortion cannons and stuff to break systems rather than destroy it.
Yeah, you'd have to disable rather than destroy. Whereas this thing, something that big, you could probably get away with destroying it and not having it all completely explode, I suppose.
I think eventually, when they do finally have the sort of like going back to the whole how long it took to blow up, it will be a case of targeting specific areas to knock it down or to take out certain aspects so that you can then board it, you can then go inside and you can kill the crew, take the crew, do whatever. It's not always going to be a case of you kill the ship. A lot of the time, most of the time, it will be a case, especially of the ships this size, you'll be able to target specific systems, and that will be the more logical option. Because you destroy it, you're not going to get much from it. So there will be a bit of a loss of assets that you can salvage if you destroy it compared to if you just neutralize it.
Yeah.
I'll be more worried about like stowaways, and capital ships rather than like getting blown up and shit.
You'd be like looking in every corner, like do a full sweep of the ship. There might be miserable squatting in a corner somewhere.
Do you think we'd get some sort of security thing that you could have that would scan your ship for, like if your crew have got like, I don't know, say an armband that registers them as crew, and you could have something that scans your ship to say unidentified life form.
We've seen that, haven't we? We saw it on the Caterpillar when they was demonstrating. I think it was actually Sherman. Was it Sherman? One of the two. One of the guys were demonstrating the panel, an early MFD panel, where they had the red dots on the Caterpillar that indicated a person. So there will be, I think, on certain things. Yeah, I think there may be certain systems you can buy or whatever, upgrade it, and you'll be able to see if there's an unknown life form on board, and you'll be like, right, go and check what the fuck that is.
Do you think would you be able to lock the doors as well from the bridge? So you'd be able to lock doors in to slow people down?
Yeah, you should. You can do that in 3.0, but you will be able to go through each door individually and be like, nope, lock it, turn off the gravity there, turn off the power. So they're like,
trap
oh,
people.
yeah.
I mean, that could be a role of a co-pilot, like when they've got a bridge with more seats. It might not be the captain's job, but if they've got one where... Because at the moment, I think DJ and that were showing it off when they went into the ship. Was it the Caterpillar? They could lock the door, but it locked all doors. Because Maya said, he couldn't open it because the captain would lock the doors or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'd be nice. Maybe if not maybe the pilot, but that could be a role for somebody else. Like security, you could have security personnel. They'd have to jump on a terminal and quickly lock down all the individual doors to stop people getting to the bridge.
Well, it will be a case of you send like a squad to go and intercept them, but you will have that squad relaying information to someone who has control of the ship's systems, and you can say like, right, they're in the cargo room. Turn off the power, or turn off the power, open the door, let us in, then close the door behind it, and you can, there will be benefits to defending. And
then the counter will be you'll have EMP grenades to take out cameras so the person doesn't see where people are in the ship, and disable systems to be able to try and all this stuff. Obviously, is a bit theory crafting, but it's cool.
Well, it's intended. It is theory crafting, but it's intended gameplay mechanics that they will eventually work on, that will hopefully make it into the game. It's just a matter of getting the systems up.
Yeah. Well, we've seen a bit of it with the NPCs, haven't we, as well, with them like following in front of them, and they're kind of like corridors and stuff.
Yeah. It's hiding at the wrong side of the fucking box.
Yeah, exactly. So
like, what are you doing?
That's going to be really exciting because like we're talking about, the ships blow up really easily. Well, do you really want to blow up an Idris, or would you rather capture an Idris?
No, exactly. The mission type will depend. If they've got cargo you want, you don't want to blow it up because you could lose that cargo.
It's much more risky maybe to take it, but the rewards would be far greater to steal, to take an Idris captive. That'd be pretty sweet. That'd be very sweet.
Nexus has just given the link to the ATV for the Caterpillar. And you can see on there's red dots. Are those red dots meant to be people then? I mean, they look.
No, the red dots there are doors. But if you notice, the red dot in the center is actually the guy who is, because they showed a thing where he moved around and you can see it moving on there. But the red dots you see in each section are actually doors that you can open and close, whatever.
So Nexus says the gold ball is the player.
There you go, the gold ball, yeah.
So the red doors.
Oh, there it is. They've gone back into it.
So maybe it won't be really maybe it won't be camera based, but maybe someone will be able to see the ship like that and be able to lock the doors, and there'll be red to indicate the doors are locked, green to indicate the doors are open.
With this new rendered detection, the second viewport, they could possibly do both. Yeah. But I don't know I don't know if that's a possibility to have cameras on board.
So good.
It would be really cool. Yeah. I think it's possible, but I don't know how easy.
Rendered detection doors. How awesome would that be? That would be like like in the episode, like when in Star Wars, where looks at she looks at the camera to close the doors with Han Solo to cut the alien's legs or tentacle or whatever. That kind of thing. Just looking at very cool.
Well, I like the idea is being a boarder, and you get on board and you think, right, if you manage to sneak on board without being spotted, you could switch off a system or disable a system somewhere, and they would have to send an engineer out to go and figure that out. You could probably steal his clothes and go back and pretend to be that guy or whatever. There's a lot of
the dream.
Yeah, exactly. That would be so cool.
I'm interested to see damage as well received from internal things, such as getting into, say, for example, imagine they've got our Caterpillar on board, or whatever vehicle, the biggest vehicle you can fit inside an Idris. If you can get on board it and then self-detonate that vehicle inside, if you can get into that ship somehow and detonate that one inside the ship, how much damage ships exploding or vehicles exploding inside vehicles, how much damage that will cause. I'm really
place a charge on a power plant or something. Just
disable that, or just self get into ship and then will it set off alarms within the ship? Will the ship suddenly go, whoa, hold on a minute, there's a ship inside that's being someone's got into my cutlass and sat on my Nox and set it off to explode.
Yeah, that's true. Big hole in the ass of the cutlass.
So I'm curious to see what the damage states will be. The internal damage as well. Will there be because there's obviously they've got a skin on the outside of the ships, and they've got obviously a bit more internal damage as well now. So anyway, that's
not before patch 550.1.
Yeah, just
pretty much.
Keep adding more. So
there's so much stuff to go through, guys.
I don't know what
It's all
you're
good, man. I'm good. I'm good. We had so many great content. It's what Madness is saying. It's and we discussed it before we started the podcast. You could almost not put it into one podcast. You should,
we
spread it out.
test
But
it.
there's so much.
Joe, let's
And
test it, Joe.
I've been salty a couple of weeks back, and I'm still not completely over that. But I think we got so many good things to come. We just need to wait for it. You know what I mean? And it'll come there. And I can. One thing that I didn't like about the this year's Gamescom was the way that Gamble, DJ, Meyer were pushed to do things. And the way that Chris treated the people that were doing this stuff for him in the presentation. Obviously, the pressure is on him, and he wants it to. And he's a perfectionist,
He's
got
always
these people,
like that.
got these people some slack, man. They're working their fucking asses off for you at the end of the day. You
He
know what I
even
mean?
tells the crowd off when they miss things. Like, did you notice on the game?
Yeah.
When he missed that guy on the top of the mountain, he was like, "No, you missed it. You missed it. You were talking, or you were laughing."
for it. Yeah.
You
Like,
got to
what?
understand.
Sorry.
This is
his dream life.
he's like
Child,
a little
yeah.
he's like a little child that's got his brand new toy on Christmas and he's wanting to share it with you, and you're all talking over it and you're all doing whatever. Shut the fuck up!
I'm
telling
surprised
you
he's
about
not
it.
done that before. Where he's
Do you
gone,
know what I mean?
Shut up!
Shut up! This is all about.
bullshit.
On top
Yeah,
of that, it's
exactly.
a huge pressure. Each time he does one of these, like,
It's endearing to
Gamescom
me.
and everything else, it's a huge amount of pressure for him for it to work.
But
Because he's
this-
showing off his game. He knows that this is what's making him money, making money to put into the project.
This translates in the way that, and let's be honest, he cannot take constructive criticism. That's why he came out in this ATV two weeks back.
I can't
And
say
this
that.
shows how he is. Not a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. Not a bad thing.
I think he can. I think he is just a perfectionist. He just wants to what he's been working on, and he's sort of told them all to run through it as best they can. When things go wrong, he's like, "No, this is not what we discussed. You need to make it," because he so wants to show off certain features, which is why it needs to be a scripted event first of all.
Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, he is a very much a perfectionist, and when he wants the screen, the comms call, and he's like, now go to second screen. No, you missed it. It's just the way he is. My brother's like that a lot of the time when we're playing games. He'll say something because he'll just like, "Oh, you need to concentrate more," and I'm like, "Fuck you! It's a game. I'm just playing the game. That sort of thing."
I'm like it with this fucking podcast. So when we do all this hard work, I'm sure we do all this hard work on the document, and then we go, we fucking missed half of this shit that we've all spent hours and hours doing it. It's the same thing with him.
Listen, man,
I'm like going, I want to talk about this. I
Whole
want to talk about
weekend.
exactly.
This is the strength of this podcast. We are very good at talking bullshit.
Shit. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, and
I don't know. I talk nothing but facts.
you are just bullshit in total. I love you, Menace. But
It's your opinion, and we will fight it out later in a dogfight.
I am entitled to.
You can have an
provide my
Aurora.
opinion.
On one of the things that you touched on then was about this presentation, and then Max said about it being scripted as well. There is a lot, and I think I've noticed it on a few of Mac's videos already, a lot of salt about the role playing and the voiceover and the acting. And I just want to say, first of all, that people need to, if they want to be able to do it and they can do a better job, then show us. Because I think people are being complete tossers over it. She did a fantastic job, in my opinion. She did a great job in role-playing it. She did a great job in keeping the conversation going. Whether you want to hear that shit or not is a different thing. But this is what her job was to do. And people are moaning about how she didn't do a very good job. Or he wasn't very good. It wasn't flow. They're not actors. These are developers and QA people that work on the game.
Yeah.
You should be thanking them for doing this so that you can see the game being acted. Now,
Totally
the other
agree
thing is,
with
they
Miss
took away the fucking role-play aspect of it. What do you want to do? Just sit in silence and watch them, a 20-minute video of them just walking along with no audio whatsoever? Is that how you play the game? Now,
Who cares how they fucking do it? Who cares?
I was watching it and it was cringe.
I don't give a
but it didn't
shit.
matter. It just made part
I
of
don't
the
give a
fucking
shit. I was a
thing.
bit surprised that the dude was a woman eventually, but that I was like, but that
You were
is gaming
surprised.
for you. That's gaming for you. And I have a rule in MMOs as well. As when I see a female character, for me they're men until I've spoken to them on Discord or TeamSpeak. Otherwise, they're men in my eyes. But it's It's what Miss says.
Oh, how much have you had to drink, and where is this going?
What's he talking about?
What the fuck are you
No.
talking about?
I'm on the.
Is that your own fist?
I'm seriously like we do. The minute she started talking, it's a bloody girl, you moron. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
I know that.
How
I was
many of
just
you expected to
unlikely-
see a female character walking down?
No.
That was one of the disappointing things.
That
It
is
was
not the
like- I was
point I'm
like,
trying to make. That's not the point I'm trying to make. I totally agree with you, Miss. I've watched the interwebs, and I've seen people moaning about the fact how these people were role playing. It all went wrong at some point as well, which fucked it all up. You know what? She was already nervous. Then you have
fucked the
Chris
flow
Roberts, who's yanking. You need to do it this way. You need to do it this way.
Yeah.
And then you have the people moaning about it, and then the whole thing breaks down, and then everything goes to shit.
It's one of my bugbears because people moan a lot on the ATVs. They all say, "Oh, look at him, he's wooden, he's boring." Like they're not. That's not their job. They don't even. A lot of these people don't even want to be in front of the camera. They don't want to come there and tell you. But because they have the knowledge of the job that they're doing, they're the best ones to come on and tell you about it. Now they may not be the most entertaining to listen to, but that's just. You could not listen is your other option, but you could have put mute on the channel and not listen to what they're role playing. But at the end of the day, that's how Chris Roberts wanted it. They weren't actors. They were just playing the game. They were nervous as hell. And on top of that, there's a ton of complaints about her talking over Chris Roberts. She was in the basement.
Yeah, she couldn't
didn't.
tell.
The whole team were down in the basement, except for I think the one bloke was at the top. The rest of them, they weren't there. So the messages
be
had to
honest?
be passed on.
Can I be honest? I get a bit annoyed when Chris Roberts talks over the top of them more than the other way round.
Yeah, there's
I'm like, shut up, Chris.
Shut up, Chris. Yeah.
I wanna watch
He
it.
was really directing it. You know what I
I
mean?
want
He was,
to enjoy it. Seriously, it's like a friend that tells you what's about to happen in the plot line. Shh.
Yeah.
I want to enjoy it myself.
Sometimes tell you what was
Don't
coming.
need to
Oh, watch
tell
for
me.
this bit.
Shut
Watch
up.
for this bit.
Shut up. I want to be surprised.
And
he's
on
very
top of that,
directive, like he was
It's actually-
directing a
he's a kid.
movie.
He's excited. He's just literally, and that's what I honestly I find it endearing because it's like here is a guy who's so excited about what they're doing, and it's bursting out of them. They want to show you, and I'm just like literally someone. I feel like saying, Sandy, go up there and grab him by the mouth and sort of and stop him from saying any more.
Slap him in the face.
And stop crying at the same time. And the two of you could be led off stage together. That would be perfect. Literally, the beginning of Gamescom, be like, yes, they're done. Now we can get on with the good stuff and see all the hard work that everyone else has done.
Yeah, and I love that. I love his hype. It's like when he started talking. There's a gif of it now, isn't there, where he's on 10 for the chairman. And he's talking about going through a jump, and he's like that. It's like he is like a child.
Yeah, that's when you know, like the ATVs
Passion
literally
Fusion project, isn't it?
when they came on with their hands like this and they're sat there looking at us with stern faces and their hands aren't moving anywhere, I immediately know it's like, you guys are naughty, you're in trouble, you've been bad, you've ruined everything because you guys have been talking too much salt and we're delayed and blah blah, and they didn't move their hands and everything was really. They're just a bunch of kids building an amazing game for us, and it's fantastic, and I can't wait.
We just have to put up with the fact that they are that way as well, I think.
Yeah, it's just the more I've kind of come into business, and I've worked in multiple businesses, and I've seen very professional from Nike, like super corporate, all the way down to like which I'm working for now, which is a privately owned kind of like
Is this like sim racing? Yeah.
Startup footwear company. It's totally different. People are investing their own personal money. There are so much more investment into this company that I'm working for now. You can see the stress levels is humongous versus the stress levels in a different way for a massive corporation that's got billions of dollars and all the rest of it. It's very, very different, and I love it. I love seeing this whole more personal aspect to what is a 150, 170 million pound game that's being made for us. So yeah. I'm excited.
I mean,
I'm going to throw just before you. I'm just going to throw in into the link into chat if that's okay. It's the 300i. If no one's seen it, it's a 3D viewer. It's pretty fucking cool. 600. Sorry, that's 600.
Thank you.
It's a really cool little viewer. It enables you to view a lot of the ships in 3D. So if anyone's never seen it, I thoroughly recommend checking on the link. Let's see if it works. And it loads it in the 3D model, and it enables you to then spin it around and actually look at the ship.
Is that the hollow viewer on the website?
It's called Sketchfab.
Penis. Why did you send us a picture of a penis?
It's called Sketchfab, and it's fab because if you look on the right, it shows you other things. It's got the origin jump claim model. Whoever did it, it's really cool.
This is where they had that Terror, the fan-made Terror thing, didn't they? Which got taken down, I think, or they took it down. This is really cool. I think so.
You can have a little. I think it's even got a little bit of internals, but not nothing. You have to zoom into it to clip through.
I think they probably got that from the hollow viewer, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's the hollow viewer, and they've just and
I
everything.
think this ship would be a lot better if it went in the other direction.
Really?
Just turn it around, make it. Just imagine it flies the opposite direction.
It would be cool in that way too. I can see what you mean. It could be cool. It could be cool in that way too. I can see what you're saying with the big engines on the back and then big, huge one single engine. But I like
Just
it.
fly
It
on
feels.
decouple, dude.
It feels more like a boat. Yeah, exactly. If
It'll
you
go the
decouple,
other way.
Yeah.
They've made a model of me in space as well, by the looks of it. Have you seen that?
Is it
I don't know
wow?
what the Riot one or
Space
the
Wow.
Dark Dragon.
No, this one here.
Oh, okay.
In stream.
So yeah, so one of
Think
the
I-
other reasons that this, going back on the scripted thing, is it
Sorry.
is scripted is because obviously he's got key things that he wants to show off in the presentation that he wants him to, and so that's why he scripts it really, because otherwise you could just say, well, you know roughly what we want you to do, you go and do it. But then if they miss vital things that he wants to show you, you're going to sit there and go, well, I didn't see any voice comms over the Moby Glass or them using the star map. So by having it scripted and directed, he knows they've got key points where they know where they're going. So like the whole corny going and buy a weapon, it was a cue to go, oh yeah, shit, we need to go and buy a weapon from the Cubby Blast shop, or we need to go to Dumper's Depot and buy a weapon. She just went there and he goes, well, why are you going here? Oh, I need to buy an item for the ship. She's not even got a ship. But she went in there, so it was like a scripted thing, so that it made sure they went to the places that we were supposed to see. That's and that's the
And it needs to be. A
why
lot of
it's
people
scripted.
complain about the scriptedness, and there's no other way to do it. Otherwise, we're going to, like you say, just see random nonsense.
Yeah, it's not it's not a poor marketing choice, which is what people are saying. It's just a way to make sure they show it all off, or you can get a pre-recorded demo and then everyone will moan at that.
And also, don't forget, Chris Roberts is a director as well. He's been doing directing for 10 years before he started making starters. So he wants
That's why he is like that as well.
Yeah,
he wants it to be he wants it to be shown. That's why there's that balance between realism and actual the arcadey Star Wars looking coolness. He wants that feeling, and that's why he's directing this whole scenario.
It's a game after all, and you're never going to please everybody, and that's why it's just like Chris, just do the game that you want to do, make it look amazing, and I'm sure most of us will agree that it's pretty cool. And we'll add and try and add some other things in as we go along. But
that's the first pitch he made, Madness, was he's making a game that he wants to play.
Yeah.
And that is ultimately what it's got. That's what he pitched for the Kickstarter. He's not making a game for Matt. He wants to make it for him, and everyone agreed. Yeah, I want that game too.
Yeah, we want to add more. Of course, we do. We all want to have a bit of the game tailored to the way. And that's what the Spectrums and forums are for. That's what we do this podcast for. This is why we have the CIG guys come in. They listen to us, and we're all at the end of the day we all watch ultimately the same movies. The Expanse, Star Wars, Dune, we're all different ages, but we all have the same kind of general overall interest. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. So, I've full confidence we're going to get a fantastic game. 3.0 is going to come around the corner in the next 2 months. Hopefully, CitizenCon. I really hope it's quicker because I want to play it. I'm bored of 2.6. I really am. I would really like to play 3.0. Having seen it now, I don't want to have this dead period now of kind of sadness. So I'm hoping we can get back to the proper studio ATVs as well, because they said in the interview, we are not going to interrupt the devs. And then I've been watching the burn down, and I'm going, all you're doing is just interviewing the devs.
Well, to be honest, that last
QA, isn't it?
and that last burn down, I did all the documents for it, and it's most of it wasn't bugs. They were just talking about features that were complicated. It wasn't saying these were the bugs for 3.0 that we're fixing. It was just, this is one of the features we're doing. It's causing a lot of issues. I mean, it started off with the woman talking about the lighting and saying a lighting Levski and how complicated it was because and they put the people in so they could see the different lighting from different positions. So, it's I don't care. It was just telling you about aspects, but it wasn't what I was expecting when I was watching Burn Down, because I thought they were going to highlight the bugs that were causing blockers, basically.
Yeah, it's just like, why, if they said to us, okay, we're not going to do the ATV studio reports for the next 2 weeks because we've got Gamescon and we need the team to go over to there to set it all up and get everything going, I'd be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense, totally cool. But then to say we're not doing it because we are interrupting their day progress, so we're going to do Burn Down, where some guy with a shaky camera is going to be standing there and we're going to be interviewing and interrupting them anyway, and I'm just like, oh, seriously, come on.
So, I've just been sent a link to a video, Teller's video about the 600i. Has this been confirmed? It's basically saying that they got the sizing wrong and it's not 63 meters long. It's supposed to be 97 or something.
Oh.
So,
Did they give it to Manchester Studios already?
Manchester's got hold of it already. Which
that's interesting because it was Nubify, obviously, who went out with all the. I mean, he's OCD, so I trust generally when Nubify says stuff, I kind of go, he's the man that kind of gets a ruler out, and measures everything.
There's a little bit of inside shots as well, which is kind of cool.
So, but yeah,
so I have an issue. I think it's about 5 inches, but they all say it's about 2.
Yeah.
I've been trying to argue the point, but.
So I don't know if we've got confirmation on this, but that does make a little bit of a difference on this ship because at the moment it sits at 62. It sits at the size of the Connie, a little bit fatter and a little bit deeper. But if it's stretching in size, that would make a little bit more sense.
This might be the reason why
it would make it as big as the Carrack, I think, which it shows on this video. But I mean, is this just someone's speculation, or is it actually confirmed that they were?
But this might make it. This might be the reason why as well. It's not got a hanger.
Mm-hmm. Was it
when
not?
you buy it, there's no hanger.
Can I say something? Don't you guys love this idea of you having a mountainside house or place at home?
Yeah.
Where you can park your ship outside.
Dude, if you've got this type of ship, that's the type of home you should be having.
Yeah.
You need a home
here is amazing.
Or a beach.
Amazing.
Next to an amazing beach. Private.
Gravy Gamers Island. That was always cool.
Even for my Banu Merchantman to put it on that and you can walk into your home.
Yeah,
and that is for me what I would love to see in Star.
Private asteroid, dude, or whatever, or private planet, little mini planet.
That's why I like the industrial hangar. If I could fly in with my Banu Merchantman and hang out there and chill out and get out again, or the idea that wasn't this thingy. One thing, you park it down, nobody can touch it there, nobody can. It's your little home.
That Carrack.
There you go.
But so you see that picture now. That's a big difference to what it was looking at.
How big is the 890 jump? Is it going to be a comparison size to that? Because I know they said the 600 is supposed to be, or someone said the 600 was supposed to be more akin to a Connie. Yeah, so I would have thought the smaller size is probably right. I don't think it's.
They said that based on the numbers.
Size, right?
They did the measurements, so they will have gone. They'd have compared the 63 original meters and gone, what's next to that in terms of size? Oh, the Connie is about the same sort of size. So naturally, you then also looked at the ship and gone, okay, so this is the 600i, and it comes in a luxury model for just hanging out, smoking cigars, but it's also got the exploration model. So naturally, then you'd put it next to a Connie Phoenix, because naturally those two are kind of the luxury kind of toury kind of. It's kind of this similar job. You've got the Connie, which is for exploration, the Aquila, and then you've got the Connie Lux version, which is the Phoenix, and you can see why they would do that. You wouldn't put it necessarily next to the Carrack because the Carrack is so much bigger, more crew, and just generally seems to be more military. Deep distance deep sea. I was going to say deep exploration. And this one doesn't seem like that.
I don't think it was confirmed. I think it's more of what he's done is he said if you look at the internal pictures, the size that they're saying it is means that the internals would be like a Hobbit. You would have to be a Hobbit to fit around it all. So
doesn't make sense, is what he's saying. They don't. It doesn't seem to add up to the scale of it. That's interesting.
Yeah, the 890 is 123 meters.
Given what we've seen in the past, ships grow. Every time, look at Banu Merchantman is a good example, and the Carrack, no, not the Carrack, the what's the big one that we saw on the Gamescom? The Idris has become a lot bigger because it all didn't really make sense at the end of the day. So we'll probably see an increase in all these things over time, anyway.
You guys talking about CitizenCon tickets? Just realised in chat.
They are, yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of like, my missus said to me, she said, "Oh, did you want to go?" I was like,
What did I fuck?
Where did that come from? She's like, because I was in the car, so she saw how excited I was for Gamescom, so she was like, "Oh, did you want to go?" And then she did the classic woman thing. She goes,
I would have let you go if you.
How do you get hold of it? I could see she was kind of like pausing, thinking about like maybe it could be a nice prize or a present or whatever. And I was like, they're all sold out, you crazy witch.
She's still sitting behind you, Madness.
I didn't want to get it for you.
She stood right behind you now.
He's looking out. She's not going to slap
Wielding
him.
a kitchen
You
knife.
see a knife come round the back of the green screen.
And I was like, oh, damn it. So she's like, she was all, and I was like, no, you know, when you just kind of like, no, I wanted to go. I really wanted to go.
Yeah,
It would
they
be
pretty much
great.
went in about 3 seconds.
But now it's too late. You have to kind of make, with these things, you have to make your decision like going immediately.
Even then, you
going.
can't guarantee getting one. I think it was the last
You got the
batch
last
that I
batch, didn't you?
managed to get one on. And I was there for the first subscriber concierge one, the second one, every single time. And I was just, at first I was like, it's fine, I missed it, so I'll get the next one. I missed that as well, I'll wait till tomorrow.
I got
was
the-
kinda like, fuck me, what's going on? Why can't I go?
I got the first one, and because I was supposed to be going with Mac, I was like, I got mine, Mac. Did you get yours? And he goes, no. He goes, I'll be alright, I'll get it tomorrow. And then I'm asking the next day, did you get it this time? And he goes, no. So the next one, he's like, no. And then by the end, he's like, fuck, I've got to get the next lot, or I'm not going.
It was a real debacle, wasn't it?
So yeah, luckily we got it. But yeah, it was a like they were literally a blink. If you blinked or didn't buy it through the process quick enough, you lost it basically.
You had to literally put it in your basket so that when the second batch came out, it was already in your basket to then click through. So you had to do it in a stage. If you tried to click it straight on the website and go through the whole process, it wasn't going to work. Yeah, you had to get it in your basket, come back to it and make sure it's still there and get literally to the last screen and then click buy. And that was the only way you could... gone.
Well, next year.
Right,
Hopefully it'll be in the UK.
We got another BlizzCon anyway in the upcoming year, haven't we?
Con, you got to be going to that as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got to defend. my title.
Should be getting some information about that soon. I can
Listen,
tell you it's going to be in
better if
Manchester
you
again.
got there now.
BlizzCon next year is going to be in Manchester, and I think it's going to be in April, but don't hold me to the date because we haven't been given a date properly.
I might even just ask if I can do the commentary. To be honest, I was so tired after doing I might just back out of the dogfight.
He knows Zach is coming. He's like,
I was going to say, I'm going to take his title off him.
Don't want to
he doesn't want to deal with the how do you call it?
retire. I might retire undefeated.
At least go down
Quick.
Retire
at least
whilst
go
at the
down
top.
like McGregor. Yeah, at least go
Retire
down
at
like
the top.
McGregor.
That's
Come
what you
on.
got to do. Retire at the top. It's better to burn out rather than to fade away.
No. It's better to go down to be a referee decision in the 9th round. That's much better, madness.
Okay.
Wasn't
it the 10th round? Glad you watched.
9th round.
It was the 10th round.
10th, yeah.
Was it?
Yes.
I called it.
I had the same.
I was drunk though.
I had a bet with Bristol Boy, and I can't remember what it was now. Can you tell me? I was too drunk to remember what I actually bet on, but I won. So Bristol Boy, whatever it was.
I'm not good with numbers.
I can't remember what it was.
The beard is back at least, Ryan.
The what?
The beard is back.
Yeah. Why did you get rid of it? What's that all about?
I needed a fresh up. Once every couple of months, I shave it down completely and have new fresh hair.
Don't
sitting
you mean?
there.
Don't you talking about?
Listen, do it. You'll love it.
What do you guys think of the Prospector?
Really
I like
nice.
the Prospector. Really nice view.
We saw it the first time.
I think it'll be great just sitting there on your own with the radio playing out, mining away, seeing Miserable come fucking crashing in there.
Yeah,
Mining
they
his
had
shit.
a beautiful cockpit. All that lovely glass again. Bit reminded me a
Yeah.
lot of the Mustang's kind of cockpit in terms of it all being glass and stuff, which I thought was nice. It looked pretty. I mean, that's connected. What's the main mining ship that would then be with? I
The
forget.
Orion.
The
Yeah, the big Orion.
Orion.
But I don't think it's going to be connected as such. I think it's more because the whole sea and the MISC Prospector work really well. The whole series work really well because you can take the saddlebags from that and put it in. The Orion is the obviously it's what makes Orion.
Oh God. Do you know what? Someone in chat. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go find this. I don't know much about the mining. I've genuinely
Vegas,
not really read
Vegas.
into it too much because
Is it the
mining I
Orion
did in
mining?
Eve, and I'm bored of mining. I want to do farming.
Oh, Aegis Orion. Is it?
Aegis.
I want to see farming vehicles in the game. I want to see what type of farming vehicles and what sort of farming stuff.
What are you
Farming
looking at?
simulator.
Is it like John Deere or?
I thought it was Imperial. I knew it was. You're a loser, Sol. You got it wrong.
Wow. You got the score. You got the knockout wrong. that wrong. So why are you even on here? Seriously.
Don't make him leave. He's fine. Was there any more on this?
I'm the star of this show.
Okay.
What was on the pad that we're supposed to be talking about? Because the host has just fucking disappeared.
He's just left us
On
completely left us. No, I was just chatting about the prospect, and I was curious, like, because obviously the Orion will have the prospector on for mining, and then you'll get your. How many does anyone? I'm going to have to find the ship now very quickly because I want to know. Because it comes with prospectors, right? The Orion.
No, the Orion doesn't. No. The Orion is a big mining platform ship. It's separate to the prospector. The prospector is just a single man ship because
you got it wrong again, Madness Man.
I don't know. I've said I don't. The mining isn't something I'm interested because I did it in Eve and I'm sick to death of mining. I don't need to do it.
Have you read the mining mechanic that they wrote a while ago? The deep dive on it.
I'm honestly not interested remotely in mining, so I will learn from you guys. Basically, you teach me.
It's very in depth. Not just a case of Minecraft or even Eve. I guess it's a case of scanning, locating, firing missiles to find the pockets of minerals, and then. While one of you uses the mining laser, that has to be at the right level in case you hit a pocket of gas that could explode the whole asteroid. You've got to keep it safe. When they find the ore, when you extract it, then someone holding the tractor beam has to then drag that in to the actual Orion itself, and then that will get processed on board in the refinery. It's a real long process. It's not just a case of, right, click mine and just wait for it to finish until you've got enough ore. It's going to be a full, and that's the same with every mechanic, the repair mechanic, everything. Every mechanic in game is going to be quite in depth. But if you find a deep dive, there you are, Imperial. Thank you, sir.
Orion can't land either on planets, right? Was that the one that can't land?
Yeah, I think it's just space mining, so only asteroids.
Yeah.
All right,
but it's.
Oh wow, it's almost got like a whole sea kind of design to it as well, with the huge kind of. It looks like a folding down kind of. All the O-ring and stuff.
So you've got a pilot. Operator, the exothermic reaction detector is what you'll be using, whatever the fuck that means. Laser seismometer will tell you about, fluctuations in the asteroid and whether if you hit it with too much heat or laser power, it'll explode and set off a chain reaction, which could completely blow up everything. And then you've got the cargo operator, the refinery operator. It's fucking really in depth. And this is just one mechanic.
This is what, like, I think Miz was touching on. Zach was saying as well for me, which is one of my biggest concerns is there's a lot of talk about very complicated mechanics. There's a lot less actual implemented mechanics at the moment, and that's my biggest concern. Still, is like, where is the reclaimer animation reclaiming? Where is the mining animation? Like, genuinely,
when you consider the level of detail they're going to create these mechanics, they need to make sure that when they approach it, they do it in a way that is going to make it easier to implement every single stage. They can't just be like, right, because what they're going to do for the first salvaging mechanic is give you the poor arc welder, the personal arc welder that you saw the guy using at the Levski.
Yeah.
And you're going to have that. It's got a lance, so a cutting lance and a welding lance. So you'll be able to use that to cut off little pieces of the ship. And that's going to be the first implementation. Put that into your hold and then sell it as scrap. But eventually, I think, I don't think that we've had the salvaging deep dive, but there has been multiple deep dives early on in the production explaining how in depth these certain mechanics will be. I think cargo was one of them. But obviously, they've got to get the base game built first, which is why it's taken so long.
Sure.
They can't build these mechanics unless the main thing's sorted.
Yeah, I think you're not going to see the ships animating and stuff until they've actually got the mechanics in, because there's no point working out how this arm's going to move if they don't know how their mining's going to work. So they have to work out that mechanic first, and then they base the animation on the ship around that. I presume they've obviously got an idea. That's why the prospector, they've got the arm at the front. But it might be like, does it have to aim at a certain point? Does it do a wider field of view? They need to decide on the mining aspect before you'll see that. And the reclaimer, God knows how they're going to animate that, but they must have some ideas.
Again, no, this is the thing for me. It's like, you can do all of this in white box animation testing. You can do a lot of it without actually having to have fully finished, fleshed out chips. You can just get the white boxes, boxy, and
a lot of
they've already shown us the reclaimer's arm moving animation to grab something. You can do a lot. They do sprints. They do sprints. So, for example, they do a lot of sprints at the moment. So they do sprints for the face tracking, and they do sprints for this, and they do sprints for that. it'd be cool if they showed us some of the sprints that they've done for the mining. You know, they showed us the mining vehicle, the kind of thing working, but I'm just saying for future, you know, it'd be cool to see some more of the mechanics in white box for a lot of their animations and how they're going to get it to work.
Yeah, not true.
There's nothing beautifully finished ships is fine, but
what they're going to do is they're going to give us
fueling.
simpler examples of it and then work on it from them. So the basic sort of mining will be the prospector, which is just you scan your floor, you find the pocket of information, then you work out the level of, and it's going to be a small scale, and then they'll eventually grow that into the Orion. They realized early on that they can't just suddenly implement a fucking huge ship mechanic like mining and salvaging. They need to start small and build and then layer it on that. So that's what's going to happen.
I mean,
for 3.1, right? Mining's for 3.1, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
I mean, what is a bit strange is that I mean, there might be a lot that we're not seeing, like Mandis is saying, I suppose, is because, like, why would you go to the effort of completely finishing, say, the prospector so it all looks shiny and polished when you haven't worked out how the arm's going to animate? They must have animated that arm somewhere. They must have. It must be in.
We've seen it moving.
Because otherwise they've got to rework it. Did it? Because I didn't see it on the thing.
The Starfarer is a fuel refueling vehicle, and it's been sat in game for ages, and we haven't seen any white box of it actually fuel working. Anyone? Anywhere? How it refuels the ship?
No, it doesn't refuel the ship. Not on the move though, does it? It just got fuel tanks.
Oh, is that all it is? It's just a cargo ship.
It's got a squall. How though? Because without redesigning the ship, there's no component on that ship at the moment that acts like it would be a fuel thing to fill something up. You know, and that's what I'm saying. So there is an element that, although, so say the Reclaimer, if they're going to go to the effort to take it all the way to it's textured and looking beautiful, they must have some idea of how that arm's going to work and feed in a ship or feed in scrap, because otherwise you've got to then, like they've been doing for some things, they've got to go back and take it back to white box, redesign it, change how the arm works, and then put it back in again, which seems like a lot of
we don't want any more revamps.
Yeah,
it
we don't want revamps of the ship. So is it that we're just not seeing a lot of it because it's not finished, but they must have movement for it, right? They must.
I think they'll have a plan.
Yeah, they must do. They must do. You can't. I mean, like, again, this is what I'm saying. You can't have created. Why would you have created a prospector that's finished with the video of it with doing the flaming, you know, and not have all the other stuff in basic? I mean, that just seems crazy. Unless you're literally, this is where then it's like literally just selling spaceships rather than actually selling content, and that's kind of. I hope that's not the case. I'm sure it's not. So we'll wait.
No, it's not. If they need to, obviously, you can't have the mechanic without the actual ship that's going to use that mechanic. So it's just building it in the stages. You know, the starting from the beginning. And I'm sure they will have a plan for how the mining is going to work, how that's going to work without having, because they very much work to the future proofing of this game. They future proof it. And when they first started out, before they had the ship pipeline, that's why we're seeing the revamps, is because these ships were created without the pipeline. Whereas now they're like, well, we need to implement that and that and that. So let's put it through a strict system, which will allow us to then just have it simply done. So there will be an idea in place for the refueling, for the mining and so forth. But until the mechanic is ready to be used, there's no point in showing us that. Yeah. Mining, I think, is pretty close.
It seems so strange to have a ship that's coming in again without actually the mechanic. Like, I almost feel like surely it would make a lot less sense. It'd make more sense not to have the prospector in 3.0 and just bring it in for 3.1 when mining is in, and bring something else in that maybe is finished that could come in that would be more useful for 3.0.
Yeah.
Like another racing vehicle or something, or the Cyclone, for example, would make a lot more sense for me to bring that land. I mean, I know it's not finished; it's just a concept, but I'm just saying that would make more sense for me. Another land-based vehicle or something that's more exploration, or that rather than a mining ship when there's no mining mechanics. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but if the mining mechanics are coming in 3.1, then they're obviously in the way to. The ship's done. There's probably there's no point not giving you the ship, is there?
But how many? Yeah, but I just don't. I don't see the point of it. It's just I genuinely don't see the point of it. It feels like it's space that can be used for something else that'd be more useful for 3.0. When 3.1, we know, and we also don't know how long in between. I mean, let's look at it. Between 2.6 or 2.5 potentially in terms of game content and 3.0, it's been over a year. So between 3.0, it could be potentially another year between 3 points. So you're gonna have another prospector sat around for nothing. when you could add something else a bit more interesting. I know we got Delta Patcher, and that's going to change and the same.
Matt, I've just linked a video in chat there with well, it's from like 3 or 4 years ago when they were showing
mining drones
and shit. Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
So
Cool.
I mean, they're all white boxed, fully animated, and everything. So they're obviously looking at ways to get it done and shit, like mechanic wise.
Yeah, that's sick.
There is a lot we don't see that is completed, and I think a lot of this is to do with Squadron 42 because we are based on a mining platform. Now, they could show us. There's no reason why they couldn't show us, but I think, yeah, they just need to get the stuff finished and polished. And again, Chris Roberts is a perfectionist, so maybe he's like, no, it's not ready yet. Get it working for it first. But you are right in what you're saying. You know, they could have released different variants of ships, for example, that don't have specific mechanics needed.
Cutlass Blue, Cutlass Red.
Yeah, there's no reason why they couldn't have just focused on them instead of the Prospector, instead of the Starfarer, until they know that mechanic's coming in. But maybe they know more than we do.
But if they need to make the Prospector to do the mining, they need, if it goes hand in hand, they need to work on the Prospector to use it in the mining creation of the mining job.
Yeah, that's why they created.
So that's why they made it. So that's why they take it. And when you've taken it that far to create it, you might as well finish it off. Because again, it's different people working from the concept than it is to the people polishing the textures and rendering it and everything else. They needed to have that ship completed so that it can be used to create the mining mechanics. So that's why.
But
if you're going to go that far, you finish it off, then, don't you? Because they want to get the mechanics done. Otherwise, if you keep just doing, otherwise you're going to get people moaning saying, "Oh, you just keep bringing out variants, you just keep bringing out ships, and you're not doing anything."
I don't know. I just, like I said, I kind of just curious. Like for me, 3.0 seems to be more about exploration, cargo running, basic kind of mobiGlas, mission giving, and combat. And then 3.0 will be mining. So I just like, yeah, okay, you've got it working. Then why don't you just drop it in then? And
because
it's fine having it fixed, but why not just drop it in then?
Well,
so hold it back then. So have it ready, but not put it in just because it's got nothing.
Yeah, just have it ready because then. Well, because they've released, but then
and everything else.
But they've well again, yeah, that would be my same thing again. Is like they tend to drop ships in that never really get used, and then they rework them to try and.
Well, that's part of the issue, though, isn't it? It's to put it in there so that if there's any bugs in that ship, even just in its basic flight mechanics, they can be seen and ironed out. Why wait till 3.1 then drop the ship and then it don't work?
But the Glaive and other ships have had bugs for forever, and they never fix them because of the mechanic. Again, we could go around and around and around. We could talk about this for ages. We'll talk about it another time. But
not just working on 3.0, I suppose. Is the motto of it. They're working on multiple things at once. So
yeah, I completely understand. And at the end of the day, yeah, it's fine. Get it
also,
in there. It's a nice ship.
There is the element that they may well have wanted mining in 3.0. Everything's being pushed to try and get out as much as possible, you see, and then it didn't make it, so it gets.
I think I do remember Brian Chambers saying they were trying to get mining in for 3.0 to go with the Prospector.
So then it would make sense.
Yeah, they wanted to. They got it. It was supposed to be scheduled for 3.1.
That would explain why. Yeah, perhaps they just didn't get the animations right. But we don't know because they haven't informed us. So.
Mm-hmm. We're getting the Delta patch as well, Mad. So I think fixes for small stuff will just come thick and fast.
Yeah, I'm hoping
we'll have
they'll drop
small updates.
Hoping they'll drop ships in on the Delta patches.
I do. I hope they don't hold them off for big patches. I hope they're just like, there you go, done.
Yeah,
boom.
Here's the Cutlass Blue variant. Here's the Cutlass Red variant. Here you go.
2-second download.
yeah, exactly. It'll be really. I really hope they do that as well for ships and just drop them in. I'm sure that will be the plan. I mean, it will make things. I also hope that. I've said this before, they make it so that we get rid of REC. We just have AUEC only and UEC eventually for the future and get rid of REC. We don't need.
Well, REC's for Arena Commander, isn't it? It's part of the game in the game.
But just make it Arena Commander earns REC. Earns not REC, earns AUEC. Earns AUEC. Why do you need to have REC anymore? I
guess it was just to save confusion, but you're right. There's no need to have it if they could have
subs earn AUEC. As well now, so you get rid of REC completely. Direct Voyager, you can keep it if you want to because it's fine because eventually we'll go to UEC eventually anyway. I'd maybe change it and relook at that. But yeah, just I don't get it anymore. I just think, and then we make it so that we can use AUEC to rent stuff in Arena Commander, and you can use the money that you make from Arena Commander in the PU as well. So you just use the money in both. So you can balance it out a bit more. Make less. Oh, it's like Star. People argued it to me, and I'm like, well, in Star Marine, you don't make any REC. Yeah, and that was meant to be a thing, and that's been months, and they've never implemented that.
Probably not going to.
All those people all those people spending hours playing Star
Oh, they
Marine
should just scrap
make
it.
loads of money. Yeah, just well, what Arena Commander completely or Star Marine?
And Star Marine.
Maybe. It's a good test bed, but yeah, eventually I hope they do scrap it.
Feels like they kind of need to for 3.0 because to bring people back into the. I mean, people are going to be on the planets anyway, but it'll probably die out a bit then. But yeah, because otherwise you usually get people spread between Star Marine and that. It's like, well, go and do your
Well, I mean,
FPS
the
on
intention,
this.
isn't it, is that when you're in the PU, you go up to your sim pod, and it's a place where you can test the FPS for yourself without the risk of dying, which at the moment, without permadeath, there is no need for that. You can test that.
True.
And they said themselves that the Star Marine is no longer a test bed for FPS because you can FPS in the actual game now.
Yeah.
So until permadeath comes in, the sim pods and Star Marine are kind of pointless. They're just a little bit of fun to run around in if you enjoy that sort of thing. You know?
Yeah, I think there was an element where I didn't think he was. I don't think Chris Roberts was that bothered about Star Marine once he'd got 2.6. You know, the PU out.
The PU
because he even said, he goes, "This is Star Marine," and it was only because people kept bitching and moaning and moaning. I still want my Star Marine, didn't he? And he thought, just fucking give him Star Marine, because like, you know, this isn't what I wanted. I wanted you to just go and play on the PU, and you're not. You spoiled children.
Yeah.
I would love to see that back in the PU as we had in the beginning before Star Marine came.
I don't mind Star Marine, as I said, as a test thing. I think, but the ultimate goal is move it away and go back to the 2.5, like you were saying, Sol. In terms of that type of combat, it's far more engaging. It's more like it feels more like PUBG in a way, because you get one kind of life situation, and once you're dead, and you have to kind of come back again in a different form or whatever, and it makes it more meaningful and much harder, more skill based.
I like it how Singe does it, and how Drones a while back on his stream did it. You know, let's fight over Korea. Get people engaged to come into Korea and fight, instead of going into the Star Marine, and it's the same as you mentioned before, Madness, where we say dogfighting is different in Arena Commander as it is eventually in the persistent universe. The same is with PvP, because there's much more elements that go around than just the closed down PvP environment, you know, and it's much more interesting. It's much more interesting.
If they could just take a bit more of that from the PU and add that into Star Marine, I think Star Marine would become a bit more of an interesting game. Or maybe it'd be interesting to see if they added more of that type of game mechanic into Star Marine, and to see how popular that is. Because, you know, people do still like that quick respawn and that kind of more COD-esque.
They mentioned it, right? They mentioned it. Didn't they mention it on BlizzCon, where they said, okay, maybe in the future we're looking at implementing vehicle based and everything together.
Yeah,
in
maybe
one. But yeah, I see what you mean. Again, because I'm more of the role playing type of guy, I like to do those sort of things in the persistent universe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're taking it away from the PU there.
Shall we do some questions, guys? Because it's getting on.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Yeah. I think now's the time to link into some questions.
Yeah,
so, exclamation mark
question number 1 for Super Mac Bros. Ryan.
Where do you keep going?
He's going for a piss.
Right, so we've done. So everybody, this is the part where we do some questions. We are going to leave a lot of the rest of the document to another time, because
part 2 next week.
So part 2 next week. I'm not here, but it saves Bio doing any work. Then you can say he did all that. Right, so the first question is from Paul Keys, and he asks everybody, in the future, with players being able to put bounties on other players, will streamers feel trolled with the amount of bounties on their head?
That's where I think, and that's something that I've mentioned earlier, and from my perspective, I will, and I know it's a bit. I don't think that CIG is happy with those things, but I will have 2 accounts for that reason, and the account that I will be streaming with will have nothing to do with my normal missions, not even close to the name. You know what I mean? And it's I would split that up. You know what I mean? You don't want to be cargo running, and you know it's going to happen. People are watching your cargo running. They know what you got, and you're an easy catch. You know, I think the streaming, and that's what I mentioned last week. The streaming will become much different when the full game releases, because I think most streamers will not be playing on their main accounts. I think most streamers will be playing on a I don't know how you guys all see that, but will be playing on a separate account. Unless you're a dogfighter and you want people to come to you, I think like the gameplay that Madness and Zach do, that
I
for
was
them
gonna
it's
say-
really instant. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say like I encourage stream sniping like right now, but how is that going to change? Obviously, as you say, when permadeath comes in and things. But I'll definitely be like having alt accounts as well to do with that shit with.
I can't for you guys the type of gameplay that you like, but I can see look at it from a UI perspective where you are protecting someone that's running cargo. You don't want to be streaming that. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah, for sure.
And the dogfighting, you want people to come to you, so you will give your name on that and say, okay, I'm here and here. You know, you want to be a stream sniper, I'll beat your fucking ass. You know what I mean? And that's, I think it depends on the gameplay that you have.
Yeah.
They have said that they want to work with Twitch in a way that will help streamers and content creators to not have the problems with stream sniping. I don't know how. Maybe you can hide your identity. Maybe you can hide your location.
OBS, you
People
can
can
create,
see
like,
where you are.
if they can-
you can
if they
see
make
that.
if they make the game tag information of where you are to kind of remain in a consistent area, you could potentially have an OBS overlay that maybe either blocks it or kind of blurs it or something. Or you could maybe make a setting in the game where you can say streams, like we have in Discord, streamer setting where you can kind of blur. It makes the information of your name only kind of get blurry or something, so that you know it doesn't show up on screen. That would be, for me, would be more than enough in terms of keeping potentially your identity safe. But I'm not big enough for that to concern me too much. I mean, I'm not like, I mean, maybe in 2-3 years time of constantly streaming this, I could be, you know, like gambles and DJ nights and all those really.
I think most people find out what kind of an asshole you are within a couple of weeks, man. So
but you know,
I love you.
I think it's got partially, yeah. Hopefully they'll fix something. Partially, it's kind of a bit of an occupational hazard, really. And I'm with the other guys. If it becomes a really big deal and people are being absolute cocks about it, then yeah, I will just create another account and play the gameplay that I want to play with that one, and then just transfer everything over from this one or something, or change the name for this one, and then maybe create another account with the same name as the one that they think that they're trolling that's got nothing on it. You know what I mean?
For my gameplay in the transport thing, it will be a no-go to stream that. I know that now. You know what I mean? It's going to be a tough one because people know locations. You know, even though if you blur something, people can see you're in Levski. People can see you're at a certain.
Yeah, they can, but they can do. But you say that there are certain things they will be able to, but I mean, not being funny, but you saw them trying to be able to pin. If you look down at the bloody moon, for example, I mean, there's enough craters there to be able to say he's exactly at this crater. I mean, again, this for me, the scale of the game at the moment, I don't think we still quite fathom how massive it is. And this is just one system. So once we get more systems and things, it might be quite hard. It might, exactly. It might be really hard to find people.
I think you do.
Or to get there.
Overall on the question, we will probably get trolled. That's without a doubt, and you will feel trolled. Yeah. How we go about defending that is a different thing. I mean, I know from Max streams, he has quite a few viewers at the moment, and quite a few of them are easily willing and try to jump on the game with him at the same time. He's not alone. And so these people, unless you start getting big orgs or big groups of people trying to troll you and watch your stream to come and get you, most of the time you're going to have people in your stream that will come and protect you, to be honest. And then there's just difficulty of them trying to find you, and then there still doesn't change the fact that you've got the safety of the police and all the other crap that goes with it. That's, you know, all the other risk and reward that you're going to get from attacking players anyway. And
stream delay. There's a stream delay already in the game for a few seconds as well, which gives you.
I think you can have like a 30.
You can make a delay. No one really wants to do that though. Really.
No, I mean, I will probably stream differently. I'll have the more fun ones where I'll jump in, we'll all get together and hope that I don't get killed. But I'll also do the more serious ones where I probably won't have my camera. I'll be concentrating on the game, not chat, and I'll probably put a delay on it. But that's the thing. I've got YouTube to do the fun, proper gameplay videos, and this I don't know how I'll handle it. I'll have to wait and see when the time comes what I decide to do. But yeah, I think a second account is a good idea.
I think it gets back again. Sorry, mate, go on.
No, that's pretty much it, to be honest.
All right. I was just getting back to what we were talking about earlier with like ganking auroras and stuff in like a high sec area. If you're flying around like a high sec area, someone's not really going to take on a huge penalty for coming to shoot you, right?
Yeah.
So I think in that respect, and then if you're going to like lawless space or whatever, nullsec, if there is going to be such a thing, they're going to be taking a huge risk themselves just coming to kill you.
Yeah. I think they will. The whole reputation system, the law system, the security system, it's still coming, and until we get that, we can't really say how it's gonna play out. But also, until the permadeath comes in as well, it's not really going to make too much of a problem. But with all these mechanics not being in, we have to wait until they're in, and then we can see how it's going to work, and we can see what CIG do have planned for streamers, for YouTube creators and things, to stop stream sniping, because they have mentioned it a while back that they want to help streamers from being stream sniped. And yeah, they're clever people. I'm sure they can think of something.
Yeah, I'm sure. Next question.
So the next question is from Concerned Backer.
Oh, yeah. Did we have last week Concerned Backer as well?
Probably. The community does a good job of being upbeat and confident, but it looks as if ship sales are down and the presentation was not spectacular. Are any of you concerned over the financial part of this game? We aren't getting new backers. Well,
no.
Nah.
Someone...
Not at all.
Someone did I think someone mentioned somewhere that they're still earning about 2 million, I think, is it a month?
They made
and that's just on the website, isn't it? That's not private backing, private funding.
They have private backers as well.
Their subs alone are one of the top grossing games at the moment. I mean, if you were to actually look at the statistics of games in terms of money that they've made, that they make every month, they're still really high and more than comfortable. This is the only year in all of the years that they've been making that their overheads have reached a point where they're actually slightly greater than their earnings. I mean, that which makes sense. They've got 400 employees now. They've got multiple studios. They've got offices all over the world. You know, they're ramping. They've geared themselves up to a big fat company.
And every time people say they're not buying ships. Every time there's a concept ship. I mean, I know at least 10 people that have bought the 600i. So,
oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure ship sales have sunk, and people aren't buying into the game until they see what 3.0 because of the scaremongering from certain groups.
But you're always going to get that. You can't have a consistent high peak of new backers. Surely,
I don't think it's scaremongering. I think it's just the fact of the matter is, Chris Roberts said this would be a 3.0, and there was a bit of a kind of a cry wolf in the sense of, you know, even he admits it. You know, he gave it specific. They were giving specific dates for things, and they failed miserably this year. And they're massively late. Not late, but they just never hit the dates that everyone kind of assumed when they were giving originally, and it just got later and later. It's got delayed for release of it. Again, that's just the way it is. We've seen the bugs. We can see it. The game's got bigger and stuff. But it's just had a negative impact in terms of people's perception, and people are holding back. We've said,
you wait till 3.0 drops, and then boom, you'll get a peak.
Yes.
You know what I think, Chris, and the team and all the people should do? It's the same thing as I used in my previous job. You know, make sure you promise less and deliver more instead of trying to promise a thing and then not reach a deadline. If you're going to say, and it's obviously tough with the open development and the whole timelines that we are able to see. But I would say, Chris, man, just tell them 2020 that 3.0 is coming out. And if you then bring it out in 2018, people are going to say, we thought 2020. Wow. But they're doing it the other way around now.
No one ever does that, though. No one ever does. I know what you mean, but no one ever does.
Aye, but it's all psychological, you know what I mean?
True, but don't forget, the whole point of going down the Kickstarter to crowdfunding thing is because there is no publishers saying we need a date. Yeah. There's no dates. The dates that they give us are not supposed to be taken as literal dates. Obviously, people don't understand. They look at the date because they haven't seen the week before when they said, don't look at them as literal dates, and they look at them as literal dates, and then from then it spreads.
But that's what I mean. Don't give them the literal date, because you have a lot of people that are just going like...
But it's the same way whenever he says, even on a presentation, you turn around and say, we're hoping to get this out by December, say. And he'll say, don't hold me to it, that's just what we want. I'm not giving you a set date because we're hoping to get it out this year. Next thing he goes, "Whoa, you promised it was going to be out this year. You promised this. Where is it?" And that's the problem. You get that, and it's not the problem
that we have.
It's not what he said. What they're hoping, and like I think a few devs have said it now on ATVs and else. Nobody is more passionate and wants to get the same out more than the developers
Everyone
themselves.
There,
Yeah, and they feel most disappointed when they don't get it out.
I even had something on the Google Doc somewhere where there's like one of the blokes doing the bug fixing.
Are we using a Google Doc?
One of the blokes was doing a bug fixing, and he basically turned around and said, I've got this bug. The ship keeps dropping its landing gear when it's in space and picking it up when he's on the land. And he goes to show it, and he looks at the screen, and then it just lands perfectly, and he goes, "Fucking hell, my bug didn't work this time." And he just got his hat, and he was like, "Oh." It's like that. It's a bug that he's there to fix, and every time he's done it, it's worked. And then the one time the camera's on his back showing him, the bug doesn't fix, and you can just see the passion in them, how they're just. And I do it from Evocadi testing and everything else, how these bugs keep getting you over and over again, and you go to show something, it doesn't work. And then later on in the presentation, he was showing something, and he just basically turned and said, that was it. I think when the ship blows up, the debris comes out, but it wasn't spinning, so it just looked like Lego bricks coming out. And he just goes, "But we think we've got a fix for it. We've got a new build. It's going to be another late night." And that's it. Like, they're working their fucking asses off.
They're
and if you
working
don't,
their ass.
and like, there's games out there that you can say are a scam or that look a scam. At the end of the day, we are seeing progress. Whether you think it's enough progress or not, we are seeing progress every time that they show something.
Oh my god! I had a discussion on a private TeamSpeak with someone a couple of days back. I don't know if Ramt is still in chat, but he can confirm that. It was a dude. He was going all this. When people go Illuminati on things, you know what I mean? I was like, dude, you need to fucking pull this cork out of your ass, and it's not a scam. Oh, but it's like the pyramid structure. I said, you must be high on fucking methamphetamines, man. You know what I mean? Look at where the project was and where it is now, and that with Chris Roberts' drive to bring this dream to reality. You know what I mean? It's not going to fail.
I'm more concerned about the faith of the backers than the actual whether or not the game's going to get produced.
I don't want that flying with me.
I'm 100% sure the game will produce. It's just the backers seem to be losing faith in it for no reason other than they don't know the full story. That's all there is to it. They haven't heard it from the original pitch to the point where... And yeah, I understand the because that's the biggest crime I think CIG have had is the miscommunications. Yeah. They just don't get the point across as well. And they don't iterate it on every week, which they shouldn't have to, but...
They should.
They need to by the reaction of backers. Back in early on, I know exactly how the production is going. I have no concerns that it's going to come, that it's not going to come. Sorry, but the faith that I see that the backers actually going like this is just that's what's scary.
Yeah,
it's not the game production. It's just the backers losing faith in it. I don't see why.
Then they shouldn't have put the money
you know
in
what you're going to get, right? You know what
That's
you're
right.
going to get. You know you're putting your money into a project that could go AWOL.
Of course it can. You don't ever invest more than what you're willing to lose.
That's why you're stupid.
That's the way it
more
goes.
than you're happy to lose in it. Yeah, you put what you
Exactly.
think you can.
But the more faith you put in a project like this, the more it feeds Chris Roberts, let's be honest, to deliver, And that's why I think he's been cranky lately as well. When we were all, a bit down and a bit like, it drives him. It fuels him. Our enthusiasm fuels Chris Roberts. I've noticed that. You know what I mean? Yeah. When we're all positive, Chris Roberts is all out there as well. When we're all negative, Chris Roberts is like, "Oh, you guys need to shut up." It's like it fuels him. And I think don't back the game. If people are watching and haven't backed yet, if you don't want to back into a game that is still in development and isn't there yet, wait till it comes. Wait till there's more. Wait till 3.0. Maybe that convinces people, but. I've put my money in knowing that it could go AWOL. I've invested in pixels. You know what I mean?
And if you don't
That's
like
what I
it,
invested in.
If you don't like it, you think it's a scam, get a refund. Simply, if you can't wait for it, get a refund, and then when it comes out, go and buy it again.
That's the strangest thing. All those people that are getting refunds or saying that it's a scam and it's not going to work, they're going to be one of the people that will pick up the game as soon as it's released. Instantly.
I think on the final point of that, I think someone said a while back that if it was a scam, then Chris Roberts is probably one of the worst scammers ever, because he would, if it was a proper scam, he would have taken that money, went out and gone, not sitting there doing he wouldn't keep employing more people, employ 400 staff, increase the game and everything else. You just don't do that if this is a scam. So that's pretty much...
He has too much of a recognizable face to flee to some kind of tropical island as well. We'll find him. You know what I mean? But no, this is his life dream. He's not here to scam people. He's here to deliver something, and he wants to do that before he dies.
Let me know when you guys are finished.
Finished.
Listen, can you be a bit more positive, please?
I'm 100% like it's done. Like for me, it's the conversation is finished. It's great. It will be fine.
Okay, so next question is from Not Grated Cheese, and he says, "Do you think it would be worth buying the Star Citizen camera for FOIP? From what I can tell, it only benefits over other webcams a better low light performance. The 60 FPS is a plus, but other webcams are now doing 1080 60 FPS."
I think it all depends on what webcam you have now and whether or not it's going to be any good. Until they get the tech
Price.
and you can see if your webcam can handle it or not, then is it worth upgrading your webcam to something a bit better or actually buying? I would like to buy the webcam just to have the full experience.
I want to know how much their one's going to be first.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that's
I
the
think
big
it's-
issue, is cost. Really.
Because if at the end of the day, if it comes in and it's like 120 quid, and like, oh, well, how much is TrackIR?
Probably about the same. Isn't it?
About the same money.
60-ish.
I'm honestly, I will probably go with the TrackIR because I know that it's a proven, guaranteed to be a fantastic TrackIR, and that's ultimately all I really want to use. If I want to spend that kind of money, so I'm hoping it will work really well with my 920 Logitech 1080 HP thing, which I think should hopefully be good enough. But if I have to upgrade, I'll do it, but I won't do it straight away. I'll wait and see.
Yeah, see what the benefits are.
Yeah, I'll wait and see first. I don't
Get
want to spend
Tracker.
any more money.
It's more robust, much cheaper.
Yeah, but I wouldn't get it over this thing unless we know
Oh,
the
no.
costs. I think it
I need
will.
to see
It
it
will come down to cost. I think, and
Yeah.
otherwise, I think if you use it as a webcam, in some ways these other webcams that we got there, it depends on how you stream or what you want because they are widescreen and you don't necessarily need that. Whereas this webcam, it says it focuses more on the face, so it will be less having wide view on it as well. So it does depend a little bit on your needs and what you want. Yeah, closer frames.
In the era we live in at the moment, I think a lot of people already have a webcam anyway, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Qualities vary and light sources vary, you know, because I don't get me, I have exactly the same camera as Madness has. My light is shit and it makes me look shit as well, you know what I mean? But I think with by the time the game comes out or when we're closer to release or implementation of this product, everyone has a damn webcam anyway. So if it works, why would you get it? I think it's more of a gimmick because it says RSI, you know what I mean?
Would you get the first? Like, I'm not being funny, but who gets the first iteration of anything anyway? I mean, you got to be crazy. It's either going to be.
unless
Well, you
She's
have
got
people
the
that
pack.
bought the Oculus Rift Madness, and you know what I mean, and they went from first iteration to
Get the third
second to-
generation. Get the
I'm
third
like that.
generation.
I'm like that, you know.
I don't
They
like
do-
to get the
it is
first.
true. It is true. Okay, so
I'll wait. I'll wait.
do you have
until
anything
it's
to say on that, Zach, or just make sure?
No, I think I've obviously voiced my concerns about the prices earlier. So
He's got his TrackIR already. He's sorted.
Yeah, he's well
golden.
Okay, so the next question is by Headclot, and he's saying, has CIG commented about mod tools and private servers? This was a stretch goal that I really want to happen.
Yes.
It's not gonna happen, I think.
No, Chris is a big fan of the modding community, and they are very keen to work with them. So yes, there will be something for sure.
But has something been said? I don't
You really think that, man?
No, they have mentioned it. They've spoken about it.
It was
multiple
mentioned
times.
a long while ago on it, but
They're-
nothing new.
There's nothing new on it. If you found anything on it, if you wanted to dig out on it, I'm sure I could dig it out at some point somewhere. But Chris is a big fan of the modding community, and there'll be something somewhere. You know, so yeah.
I think it'll be on a really small scale if they allow modern. Like, there's no way they'll be able to do the full universe.
What they'll do is they'll have private servers for people to use, which will not be affected by that won't affect the economy or anything in the main universe. But if someone wants to mod something for the main PU branch, they will have to be vetted by employees to make sure it's law friendly, to make sure it fits within the game law story, you know. And
I mean,
could be an
only
interesting.
then-
I've seen people already get hold of the CryEngine tech and do some weird shit with Star Citizen, assets and stuff. So, and do some great stuff, some like home videos and like some really weird. Like you
It'd
go,
be
oh my god, that's
interesting
like
if
a
they
full
do-
end goal from like the first one.
If they're quicker than CIG, that's gonna be a joke.
No, it won't be. But
Oh,
they
we
do
have
some,
a version
but
of
they do
Sugar
some
Bowl.
fun things, and I think it's a great opportunity because everyone's played Fallout. I know, Ryan, you've been playing Fallout, and you have some mods on your Fallout, don't you? Fallout 4, which you were showing off the other day, which were beautiful.
footloads.
Which were beautiful. beautiful. So, but there's a lot of talented people out there, and it would be a shame not to give them the opportunity to at least mess with it.
I'm a very, very big fan of modded content. You know, in the Euro Truck Simulator, there's a big modding community because they didn't have all the licenses in the beginning, so you saw a lot of trucks, etc., etc. Fallout, Skyrim. You know, I spent more time modding Skyrim than eventually playing it, and I'm totally for the modding community. It's tough in an MMO though.
Player Unknown.
No.
He created the armor mod, which is now Pug, which most gamers.
Mods are more likely to be a different thing.
But it's what I said. It's what I said last week. There are also people making pink elephants and putting it in. You know what I mean? And that's the other side of the medallion. And in a single-player game, you can choose your mods.
Speculation anyway, so we'll move on. Basically, there's been no new information on it. Okay, so we'll move on because it's getting late. This next question is from Crazy Streams. We'll just go around with a quick, just say a date or whatever it is. When do you guys predict 3.0 to arrive, estimated as is expected? Okay,
Tuesday.
So I'm thinking CitizenCon.
December.
Yeah.
Live build October.
I'm going to cop out on this one and say before the end of the year.
Sol, you can say yours.
Oh, I'm teaming up with Manus here before the end of the year. I don't want to put dates or times on it anymore. You know what I mean?
I'm going to do what Chris Roberts should have done at the beginning, which was say 3.0 will be out in 2000.
It will be out when it's out. That's my answer. I think.
2000.
Never ask when questions is the moral of Star
Just say the year.
Soon, trademark.
Next question by Starburger. Will you guys use head tracking for gimbaled weapons? I've not tried it, so I don't know.
No,
I won't. No,
I don't use gimbal weapons, mate. Fixed all the way, baby.
Yeah, same.
To be honest, yeah.
I've tried it with a track IR. Really, because you've got dead zones in the track IR as well. Because you don't want like a full free movement when you're moving around. It's slow, then it's faster. It's slow, then it's faster. It makes it really difficult. Yeah.
I think the head tracker is a great device, though. I wouldn't want to miss it.
Okay.
Next question, Tom Reckoner. Where will the public chat window be located? On the Mubbly Glass?
On the Mubbly Glass.
On the Mubbly Glass. No, on the Moby Glass.
I think that needs to be the new name, man. The Mubbly Glass.
Well, isn't it already on the Moby Glass at the moment?
No, it's a separate screen, isn't it? It's you press.
No, I mean,
no,
sorry, no, I mean,
on
the previews we've seen, isn't it on the Moby Glass? And it's not.
I don't know actually. I don't remember.
We didn't see a chat, did we? Didn't see public. Maybe they'll just do away with chat.
It would make sense if it was.
They must have a chat somewhere. I would have thought.
Yeah.
How are you otherwise?
I would say probably on the Moby Glass.
Warriors, you know what I mean? You have these keyboard warriors that wanna ram on that keyboard and smack their faces into it. You need to feed them a bit as well, you know what I mean? It's what Manus said in the beginning. You see it now, you know, they're constantly in that chat, going up and down, and some people are not confident enough to go on voice, you know what I mean?
Yeah, how are you gonna call Madness a hacker without actual chat?
I think it might be either on the chat or they may even just leave it as it is because you can hide it. Like you can hide the chat, so they may leave it like. But then I don't know with the because at the moment the whole point is using the VoIP and the communication tools. So like if you start using chat as it is now, it kind of defeats the point of needing to contact someone through radio signals and stuff. So it may be that they don't. Apart from maybe local chat, they might not want that in the game.
Remember what we've seen on one of the videos where one of the guys got this call in from someone and said, "Hey, buddy, imagine you sitting in a ship, Madness, and you're shooting someone, and 2 minutes later the little thing rings on the Moby Glass and someone's sitting there. Hey, asshole, you shot me down. I will fuck you up." Yeah, that's going to be great, man. That's going to be amazing.
That's what they had in Wing Commander 5. That's what was in Wing Commander. They had all the other Wing Commanders. They used to have when the enemies would come in, you'd get a little screen with the video caption, and then you'd have the mask of the pilot you're engaging would suddenly start talking to you, and you'd be engaging him, and he'd be like, "What are you doing, boy?" or something, or like, "I'm gonna die," or like, "I'm dying," and then it'd be like,
but imagine someone calling afterwards, salty as fuck. Salty as fuck.
I know, but then you could just
shut my Aurora down.
You could just
I'll get you.
You can flick up the camera. You can flip the camera back up and just do that.
It was on about chat. Okay, next question is from Mate. It says, any opinions on Ering telling us that ships will be viable with Alpha UEC in 3.1? I think
any what about it?
Opinions. Well, I think the opinions is fuck yeah, about
Aaron-
time, isn't it?
Of
Aaron,
course.
Aaron was saying it, and then Disco was like, cut him down, like, no, don't say that, because Aaron was like, you'll be able to buy ships with AUEC and 3.0, and then Disco was like, you see him like having a heart attack next to him.
3.1, not 3.0.
No, he did. Aaron was saying 3.0
Aaron said
Yeah,
3.0.
but
in that interview, and yeah, he meant
Disco
to
was
say
like-
3.1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He was like, no, and then you can see them backtracking quickly.
idea.
It needs to come fast.
Yeah.
It really does. It really does. We should be able to rent a lot of these ships now with the money.
I've
we
seen
make.
enough of Disco for the upcoming couple of months, though.
We should, we should, and Pop Tarts. We should definitely get them in soon. It needs to come. It needs to come in and just make it rented, and then
It's
they
good for the
wipe
game
every
as
patch.
well. It's
They
good
make
for the
it
game
wipe
as
every
well.
patch. And you
Yeah.
and they can
Good
limit
for
it.
business.
You can limit it to ships. They could start off with, say, you can only get the starter ships, and a few other ships, and then maybe some of the exclusive ships that aren't out. You still
You can
can't
make it a
get-
ship of the month thing as well, like they do with the subscribers. Okay, this month you can rent this, and this ship, or you can buy this, and this ship.
Don't forget, guys,
Yeah.
just because
For
it's
30 days,
purchasable
days.
doesn't mean that you can all go out and buy one. If they start implementing it in 3.1, as in only if that's available, there might only be 10 of those available or something like that. So it may, and
cost
they
a
might start
fortune.
building in the slow building.
And they
in
will be gone
mechanics.
again. You know,
It'll
you
be
will
like-
have timers.
That's what I mean. It
Imagine
might be
it's
linked to
50
trading, bringing in stock, bringing in
Be economy
resources
based,
for
won't
it.
it?
It doesn't just mean we can all go out tomorrow, make a load of money, and buy the ship that we want. It may well be linked
I
to
say,
that sort of mechanic.
I think it will
Missions.
be temporary as well. You know, they will say, okay, you can buy the ship for AUEC, but only for a certain amount of time, for example, because they will always give you that incentive
Well, till the next wipe, I
to-
suppose.
till the
I
next
think they'll-
wipe or something like that.
and they'll need to say that, I think they need to be very clear about when they implement this. It needs to be very clear, very well stated that these ship prices, for example, will change. They're not fixed. This is going to be, this is just, they need to be very clear about that, because obviously people get used to certain prices, and then they'll get funny if the ship suddenly goes up another, 20, 30 million or something. Or they could say, the ships are going to fluctuate between areas because of demand, supply and demand as well. The supply of Auroras could be, they could be dirt cheap in this system, but in another system, Auroras could be really hard to get hold of, so they cost like twice as much.
Yeah.
So they've got all
It
that
will
to
be
think about
economy
as well.
based. Yeah.
They've got all that to think about as well.
Hopefully, for 3.1, the initial release of ship buying, renting, whatever, they will be based on the economy.
Fuck, drinking out of a really heavy bottle, Jesus.
Right, okay, so the next question is from Max1958. What did all of you think about the guns just disappearing? Is a waste of time. What are the gun racks? I don't really know what he means.
What's
On
that?
the-
What are
in
the
the
gun
store.
racks for then?
In the stores.
Oh, sorry, I see what you mean. Yeah, about what he means is when, like, he had, when you go in your Moby Glass, you can equip a weapon somehow, just quickly. I think that's more just because they needed a functional way of equipping and equipping for 3.0.
Yeah,
Eventually, I reckon it will go to physically putting them in your ship and then retrieving them. Because Chris Roberts has said that you're not going to be able to have something if it's off in a completely different system that you own. You're going to have to, if it's in the same system you're in or same landing location, you can switch it between ships, your person. I didn't like the whole, it's on your back and then it's
I
gone
didn't like
again.
that at all, no.
That
But
needs to change, and I think it will change.
we had a big discussion on it before, but I agree. I think it's just a first iteration of how to do it. I think they did say you can save loadouts. So what you'll probably do is have a loadout, go to your locker, and then load up that loadout you want. And then when you use that locker, it'll put them items on. So you'll use your Moby Glass to select what you want to wear. Then you go to the gun racks, and you interact with the gun rack, and it'll pick up the correct gun, rather than you having to click up each individual gun. Something like that, I would have thought.
I mean, we saw it on that Layer 3 demo, didn't we, where they went down to the sandworm thing. He went into the back of his Aquila, he opened the locker, got his spacesuit on, and then he picked up a sniper rifle. He didn't have anything on him. It could just be now, because the Moby Glass 3.0 is coming, they need something quick and simple.
I like the idea. I mean, again, this is a game for me, and I don't want things to get too slow. You know what I mean? And so for me, I like the idea of there being 2 inventory slots. So one is your ship or your vehicle, whatever your vehicle, and the inventory, and the other inventory is it carry. And so for me, when you're changing your uniform and stuff, that's linked to your inventory that's on your ship. So whatever suits and stuff you've got on your ship is physically carried in your ship. You can physically change, and then you have to go back to your home base to change your stock or whatever that's in your, ship. For example, fly around, so you could have like a heavy armor, an explorer suit. You could have some casual clothes and a bit of chinos or whatever, and you have a certain number of inventory slots for your ship, or not physical space on your ship that can carry. You can buy some things, take some things, and you can. So when you're in a store, you buy it; it physically goes into your ship's inventory, and then when you're equipping it through the Mobiglass, it's just changing your clothes based on that, rather.
It's a mixture between fun and realism, isn't it? And
if
it's too real, it's just like fucking hell. I've got the wrong spacesuit and I've got to go all the way back to my ship to get the right spacesuit on. That would just be a pain in the ass. Yeah, you got to be able to just go. Done.
Well, I think you're going to have to go to a locker to put it on. But I think what I don't want, which I think Maddie's on about, I don't want to say, shit, not only have I not got my spacesuit, it's on another planet. So you'll have your most inventory and you'll be able to just pick what you want, but I think you'll still have to go to a locker to pick it up. There also may be the case that, like with these gun racks, is you may have both options. You may have an option to equip it through the Mobiglass, or just literally walk out your Ursa rover, see the gun rack and go, I want to pick that gun up, and just interact and pick the gun up, rather than go through loads of menus to do it as well. So it might be a double way of picking up a gun.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say, when you pick up again, if you're maxed out on inventory slots, you're going to have to drop something. It'll say, you can't carry this on my body. I have no more hard points to carry this gun, so I'm going to have to put down either my assault rifle or my sniper rifle or my handgun or whatever the specific hard point required to carry this weapon will need to be put down to carry it. I can't just magically carry. And they've said this before. I think CIG's been in our chat. Sherman's been and said they will not have a Zelda magic bag where you can store thousands of things. But for me, if they are going to do the magic bag effectively, it would be through the Mobiglass and it's connected to your ship.
Yeah.
And you need to be, within a distance of your ship,
proximity
on the other side of the planet, and then be able to change your clothes. So you need to be either in the station or within a certain distance of your ship to be able to effectively.
Otherwise, if you run out of oxygen, you just swap to a different armor suit that's got oxygen in it. So it wouldn't work. But the other thing with the gun racks as well is if you're on someone else's ship and they've got gun racks full of guns, it's not in your inventory. So that would be another use for them, because they might say, "Well, use one of my guns." You've come exploring with me, and so you might use somebody else's gun rack, and you go and pick it up. It wouldn't be you wouldn't be able to equip it through your inventory, so you might be able to do that with suits and everything else. So
I think what you said, Madness, is right though. It's going to be hard point based, so your certain suits will be able to carry an amount of weapons. I don't think the option of taking the weapon off and it just being in your magic pocket is going to be a case.
Yeah, we've got that now, haven't we?
No.
Yeah.
Star Marine. You can't. If you look at the two different options in Star Marine, you can't have a grenade on one or a grenade on the other. So
and what you do have, they did say as well, this is a good point, going back to like grenades and things, you will be able to tell a particular inventory of an actual soldier. So if you're scouting ahead to see someone approaching a wreck and they have a sniper rifle, a couple of grenades, a smoke grenade, you're going to be able to relay that back to your team and say, well, he's got this, he's got this, he's got this. Nothing else, unless they have things in the pockets like a sidearm or a medical device, what they have on them is going to be visible, and when they use it, it will go. They have said that's going to be a thing. So hard points on your armor, on everything, will be an actual point to it. It's not just going to be magic bag done. 3-point wall will be different, though, I think.
You have to think about, I'm hoping, for example, you'll find derelict ships, for example, and then maybe in the crates there'll be like a really cool gun or something, or maybe on the wall there'll be a gun that's slightly broken or something, or a rare piece that you can kind of collect and take it back to either be repaired or whatever.
I think a good way of arming your whole org or crew is by finding crates of weapons and thinking, well, we'll keep that. I know what my org has said they're going to do is, like dragon kill points, where you earn so much rep or whatever, coinage or whatever, depending on the org, and then every time you salvage something, it'll get stuck in an auction, and you can use those points, which you earn from taking part in raids and so forth, to buy, to bid on those items. So if there's a really particular gun and you all found it as a group, instead of just being like, well, I found it, I want it, it's going to be, well, we'll put it in the middle. If you've spent a lot of time playing with us, you'll earn more creds that way. You can use those creds to bid on it.
An internal auction between the org. So
for ships, items.
That's cool. That's a good way. That's a quite. It's quite a nice.
They do it often. MMO raiding does that. Raid
Yeah,
groups.
exactly. It's just a normal sort of raid mechanic.
I think, and one of my viewers, and most of you guys know him as well, LD, Lord on Fungamy, he always gave me the idea that, and I think certain orgs are doing it as well. They have a pot where they put money in, and where they buying ships all together for all of them to use. Wasn't there something in the past where they said there's going to be a hangar share for orgs to use each?
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially,
It's going to be like a master org wallet sort of thing. So like when I used to play Eve, we did a thing called SRP, which was like ship replacement program. So everyone just put like some cash in, or we had like a corp tax. So every like credit earned would, like, the corp would automatically get a section of it, a percentage, and then whoever lost the ship or whatever got blown up, we would just replace the ship.
Replace it, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
I hope they implement that in the actual org function, because there are some other games that do it. I can't remember what one I played, but I remember the leader could set the amount of tax. So every time, like when you had like NPC loot drop, for example, you pick it up, and a small percentage of that would go to the orgs fund, like you were saying.
Yeah, for maintaining the org.
Yeah, that's definitely. I like that system. I think it's a good idea.
I like the idea as well. Yeah.
They did say that orgs they're going to be working a lot of org stuff. I think Spectrum is the main hub for this sort of thing, which we'll see stuff like that, but I don't know what they're going to put in there yet.
Just because I noticed we've got Astro Pub and stuff, and I know there's obviously a lot of Americans away. Just from the UK, sending our
support, definitely
support for you guys in Texas, and for all the people who've been affected by the storm and stuff. Can't do much, but definitely. You have our thoughts and stuff. So stay safe, and I'm sure things will improve. They always do. We've had floods and stuff in this country, and people, things get better. You just got to work together as a group of people, and it'll be fun.
All get together and go for it. Definitely madness. I didn't even think about that, but definitely, yeah.
It's sunny today.
It's sunny. It's beautiful weather today.
Take it all back. It's fine.
Look at the tan.
The pub is now on a dinghy and it's floating down the road.
Look at the tan. Sit there drinking like that. Just drinking.
I saw a video on the Facebook, and someone posted on there. The whole world was like upside down about Texas, and then you saw Texans, and you saw a guy on a how do you call these little things? The water scooters.
Jet ski.
Yeah. Oh, jet ski.
On a jet ski going through the street up and down. You know what I mean?
Did you see the one of the one of the guy holding a flag with long hair in there? He's holding the American flag one. It's like, oh, is that an old one? Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. From another.
That was just a fun one.
I think Astro did that on Twitter. By the way, sorry, my sources were wrong.
Good stuff. Any more questions?
One more.
Cool.
From Tom Reckner again, and he said, should CIG stop attending Gamescon at least until they reach beta?
No. Never. Best way to spread the word of Star Citizen to new backers, and also to network with other games, other developers. It's all about spreading the word, and that's the best form of advertisement. It's free. Well, it's not free advertising because they probably paid to go there, but really worth their while. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm second that basically, pretty much. Just keep going, keep showing it off, because they've always got new stuff to show. Everybody still enjoys seeing it.
Should they not go to Gamescon?
What?
That's the question. Yeah.
Don't go to. No, I'm just checking exactly what you said, because it was.
Yeah. Should they not go?
Attending at least until beta. No.
Should stop attending until beta. No, because every year they have agree with it's exactly the same thing. Like if you looked, we went over it on the previous podcast last week. We showed all the previous Gamescons, and every year they've produced something new and interesting and different to look at. I mean, this year we've had the Idris to look at. The 2 Idris capital ships for the first time. We had the 3.0 days presentation to kind of get all excited about and see all the new ships and stuff like that.
Of stuff to look at.
We had the new face thingy that they've added.
Recognition majig, yeah.
We had a better polished version of last year's 2016 for sure, no question. It was very similar. Obviously, they're Levski, they wake up, they go to thing, they fly to a planet, but it was all to a much higher fidelity and finish. So definitely worthwhile. There's no question. Definitely.
It always improve the show, though, right?
Yeah, exactly. They improved the overall
yeah.
show. They said that, even Chris said, this is the most advanced whatever thing they've ever done. If you go back, do you have a look at the old Gamescons? Look at what they started off with. We're looking at a hangar in 2013-14. People were getting excited about a hangar, and if you saw the stage, it was literally as big as my living room.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the production
we did
quality from the beginning, like Wingman's hangar, to what they have now. The production, it's just paid by subscribers purposely for that sort of thing. They've invested it well, and it's coming along a lot better. Definitely looks more professional.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. That each you can see as the company's growing. It's like we did. Was it last week or the week before on the Addicted podcast, like a history of Gamescom and how it's getting bigger each time and how it improved. And the big thing of what they did was they basically showing, well, you can see the company growing. You can see the polishing, the ATVs are being produced differently. And it's also how Chris wants to show it. He wants to be more professional. He wants it to be shown more professional. So things are getting more polished. Right, there's still a long way to go. There's still lots of things they make mistakes on. We've all said it. And communication obviously can be a lot better, but their production values, their studios, how they present themselves to the world is constantly being improved upon. And you want to have a developer that looks good when they're doing things.
I mean, in 2000 something, there was the original 9 people that worked in the office. 9 people. They have 400 now.
Exactly.
In 4 years.
In one office.
5 years. 400 people. Hang on, I've got some old videos. I'll link them from last week. I'm trying to dig them out for you.
I think we need to stop.
No, I'm going to link them just so that if you wanted to have a look at them, it's fine. Gamescom original 2013 games.
Right, so while Madness is doing that, we'll wrap it up. Thanks everybody for watching. I very much appreciate you all being here and showing us the support. Thank you for all the follows, guys, and getting me over the 700 mark. Awesome.
Congrats,
Really
miserable.
That. Thanks, guys. I'm going to be away for the next couple of Mondays. I think Sol may be hosting next, unless he wants to pass it to.
No, I'll gladly host.
I think we'll just go back
Monday.
into the loop of it. You host it, and Bio can get his shit together and host it when he's ready. Thanks again for Mac and EpicZaqq for joining us. Really appreciate that.
All good.
No problem.
And we will have to do Gamescom Part 2 because we missed out pretty much most of the presentation because of the talking.
We'll pick it up next week. I would say.
We've got burnout to deal with, so we may as well keep enjoying this, right, for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah,
keep the hype going. Keep the hype going from this as long as we can.
So yeah, there's going to be a bit of that. As always, we are going to put in the vodcast up on our Addicted channel and our own individual channels as well, and we will also be putting an audio only one up on SoundCloud. Hopefully, get it all up tomorrow, depending on time and the fact that this is a huge long podcast. It may take a while to upload, but yeah. So thanks again, everybody. We need to find. Are we hosting somebody? Has anyone got anyone lined up?
Let's see. Let's take a quick peek.
We'll all be, by the way, we'll all be streaming. So if you haven't followed any of us, please, if you've never before, do follow us.
Yeah, it's my old link in there, by the way.
No, I've changed it now. It should be right.
Shall we?
Pod team or something.
Shall we throw it to Kairos?
That should be your new one. So yeah, please do go and give all these guys a follow. Make sure you go and give Mac and Zach a follow as well. And who are we doing it to?
Kairos?
Kiros.
He's the only
Emerson.
one I know with a webcam that I know.
It's the webcam that's playing Star Citizen as well, which is.
I don't know anybody. Puric, I don't know who that is.
Okay,
Let's
guys,
throw it to Kairos.
go and give Kiros a follow. So if you've got some time, you want to see some more Star Citizen, go and jump over his channel and say hello and tell him that the Addicted Raid is coming to say hello.
See you later, boys.
Thanks,
Good night,
guys.
guys.
See you all again. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Farewell. Goodbye. Have we to say goodbye?
Oh, it's Arena Commander. Quick. Close it.
Get down.
Get down now.
Miserable G coming in with a mess about it. Oh, I died.
Well,
That was a lot of fun, guys. Thanks again for having us for another week.
Thanks for joining us, mate. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, same.
Sorry if I talk too much.
No,
Mate,
Always.
enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
Honestly, you talk so much. No one word in it.
I
Really.
suppose the thing is I've done all the fucking documents, so it was all in my head, like
No, it's cool, man. You
buzzing
know,
around.
cool. We all talked a lot of shit as always.
That's the document's there for that reason, so that people have something.
It's a
to talk about.
guideline. It's not a agenda. You know, it's more a guideline. I think.
Agenda? Oh, an agenda.
An
Sorry.
agenda. Sorry, my apologies for my bad English.
It's agenda. I was thinking, what the fuck?
It's a female gender. Me gender. It's always female. She's a beautiful lady. The document.
She's a I saw your lady was
Trina.
poking you earlier.
She's
Did
still
she was she writing you up? I saw her
She
poke.
was
I
like,
was
I'm
like,
off to bed.
She's like,
Finish
like,
quick.
what the fuck are you doing? It's nearly 2. I'm like, Jesus, it is 2. I got work tomorrow. A lot of work.
Yeah, same. I might have to play FIFA.
The
I
holiday.
have to finish
is
this
over.
fucking chair, man. It's a pain.
The holiday is over.
Have you seen it, Mac?
Destiny 2 is out,
Yeah,
boys,
you
and I can't play it.
What do you mean you can't play it? Why can't you play it? And you got the beta?
Doesn't the beta start tomorrow or today?
It's on the PlayStation only, isn't it, or is it on the PC as
No, I
well?
thought it was PC.
Oh, that's why I
should've got a
refunded.
PlayStation.
I got
got
Destiny
PlayStation.
refunded. I was so annoyed, and I bought it with the idea it came out on the 6th.
I don't know if it is. It might be on. It might be on PC as well, Beta. I think.
But no, the beta is only on the consoles.
Yeah, I'll just have to. I will.
That's why I wanted a refund. To give me a refund for my
Are
game.
you with O2 Madness?
No.
Oh, because you can get the Call of Duty World War II beta access with O2 priorities.
Damn. There's a lot of betas. I mean, I'm still going to. I've got this mining game I'm going to play with Miz if he's got it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you told me about this, man.
The Deep Rock. So yeah, I showed it to you. You weren't interested, dude.
Yeah, you know what it is, madness. It's not my type of game. But I'm definitely gonna watch you guys play it.
Yeah,
Are you talking about Destiny 2 there, the beta?
They were.
Because you can download that.
Yeah,
you can
definitely
download that right now and try it.
the beta is available for PC, right?
PC
Yeah, it's
is
open
wrong.
beta. It's
Yeah.
open
Still
beta
open.
for.
No, you say
No,
I thought it wasn't.
No. You're getting a bit confused. I wasn't sure if it was an open beta for the PC.